I will probably enrage you, but we'll cross. Well, maybe we won't cross that bridge. Maybe you'll throw me off of it. But
We just start
Well,
a podcast and then Poot is like, "Yeah, I hate the Matrix. I didn't see it."
I'm yeah, I was thinking about doing a bit like at the very beginning, being like, Edwin, why did you invite me? I don't even like these movies.
well, and with that, I think I should probably put it in the intro. Hi, hello. It's another special episode. I I was going to give The Matrix a 4-track edit, but then mooses have to moose in. Well, I can't really control them. As you've already heard from what I'm probably not going to cut out. It's this podcast is literally just going to start, and you'll be like, "Whoa, what the hell? I didn't expect this." It is going to be about the Matrix. Not only just the first one. We're talking Animatrix. We're talking sequels, and we're talking about resurrections. And I'm scared that that might be the bulk of the conversation. I have brought back two of the party whips. I've called them party whips. They're the people who come back and have been in an episode. They're now the party whips. Poot, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I have one cup of coffee in me and food. You know, I did the obligatory parents call you on the weekend to check in, so that's taken care of. So I am ready to
Ooh.
roll.
Ooh, you see,
I
I'm probably
know.
gonna have to do that. I heard that my parents also have COVID as much as I do. Well, not my dad. My mom does. So I may be able to pass by and just say hello, and if I cough on them, it'll be okay. John, I have you back. I haven't had you since what? When I was hosting this solo. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine, and I remember that you probably don't have me. Did okay? Here we go again. I don't want this. You probably never had me back because I stuttered too much, and I don't want to kill you from editing.
Look, the special episodes are all about editing to an insane degree. It's funny because when I first set out with this show, I said the main episodes were going to be the ones that are edited better, and the special episodes are going to be whatever. And my focus flipped because the special episodes, those are the ones that are more important. The main episodes, who cares anymore? It's just a shit show of just shit posting there anyway. So who cares? All right, let's go ahead
Listen,
and just get
Edwin,
into
this
this. Yeah,
matters
go for
for
it.
the three people that listen to you.
Five. Okay, I had one person who listens twice. Okay,
Okay, I
so
listen to it too. So does it count?
I'm so sorry. No, that doesn't. You're going to hear your own voice for this one. You're like, I can't do this. I'm not going to do this, which is okay. The less people who listen to this, the better. So let's go ahead and just start at least from the beginning because I don't know how else to start. The Matrix. So, John, tell me, what is your history with the Matrix? How did you get here? All that, etc.
I've been watching the Matrix movies forever, like literally since I was younger than I should, because my dad is a big cinephile, so he always loved movies, and I, I probably saw Matrix Reloaded on the movie theater, but I was like 5 at the time, I think. So yeah, I always loved those movies, and dude, especially after seeing the first one, I was probably 4 when I saw it for the first time that I can remember, and that shook me to my core, as it probably did to everyone. But yeah, then I always loved it, and then came Animatrix, and that was fucking amazing. That scarred me for life with love for the series, and I dreaded the moment when they announced the fourth movie. But let's leave those thoughts for later.
That is fine. Okay. Poot, you're going to be the oldest one here. I apologize for pointing that out. Tell us, what was the Matrix like for you?
Well, back in my day when we had to walk uphill in a snowstorm to get to the movie theater. No, fuck you.
Wearing nothing but flip
Yeah,
flops on the snow,
loincloths and walking sticks.
Ooga
But
booga, one ticket for the
no.
Matrix.
your
So
wooden
yeah,
shoes.
yeah, I know what you're getting at. Here's the thing with the Matrix. That like it was one of my formative kind of film going, movie watching, whatever you want to call it, experiences. Specifically with my dad. Like I think kind of John stated the same thing, where it's like he watched a lot of movies. He was oddly kind of picky with the movies he watched, but he watched a lot. Like, I grew up on Blade Runner, for example. That was like one of my
Ooh.
Yeah, me too.
formative experiences. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the Matrix, I remember when it came out, and I remember going to the movie theater with him to watch it. We oddly enough, we didn't go to the theater a lot to watch movies together. We watched a lot at home because they how do I put this? They copied movies from the VCR. So we
Uh,
watched a lot of them that way from Blockbuster. Like they were OG pirates, which I had no concept of, but that was the thing.
same.
So we actually went to the movie theater to see this one. And yeah, in fact, I just checked. I was 13 at the time when we went to see it, and like a 13-year-old kid, like a teenager, the minds are easily blown. And such was the case with this movie. I mean, it was just absolutely mind blowing, from the action scenes to the types of characters you interacted with to the really dense, high concept philosophies going on. And it's hard to explain to people who weren't there, weren't old enough, the kind of the zeitgeist aspect of this, but you can kind of see it in future films that were obviously influenced by this one. So, yeah, without a doubt, it was. I mean, it was a formative movie for many people who watched it at the time when it released, as well as obviously extraordinarily influential for future films and filmmakers that came after.
All right, so now my history actually mirrors a lot of John's, except I didn't have a guiding hand when it came to movies. It was sink or swim, bitch, for me. Basically, I had my godfather who, look, this man, great taste. All right, he was out here and he introduced me four things actually that are forever stuck in my brain. One is the original Matrix. Two is Kill Bill. Three is all Lord of the Rings, and then four is Lost Season 1. So he had some bona fide credentials of waking
Nice.
me up to like some really, really good shit.
Would you say that
And
he red pilled you?
okay,
It's
what is
just
that?
beginning, Edwin. Don't worry. The puns are just beginning.
Market 7 minutes where we had our first pun that I question if I'm gonna cut or
And
not.
I didn't do it, so I'm innocent.
Trust me, oh my, no, I'm not cutting it. I'm not cutting it. Maybe if we get to like the seventh one where it's like, did you feel like the Merovingian? Like that one's probably gonna get cut. So with the Matrix, man, you just really can't enjoy this movie as a big dum dum and going, I like it when they punch people. I like the big robot. I like it when it goes zzz on the ship. I It's so fun to take it like that, but what I love is that every time that I come back to this movie, I'm just picking up different things where I'm like, oh shit, that's actually really smart. Like now to this point, I'm watching The Matrix like 7 different versions from how I originally watched this movie. And even rewatching it, I love this movie. This movie's so damn good. And then after a certain YouTube video that I watched, I don't even remember how long ago it was. It's probably like a year or two old now. But there is a video by, oh my, Now You See It, I think. Now You See It, I think, is the name of the channel. And they made a video where they basically took words from Lana Wachowski and cut it along with scenes of The Matrix. And they're like, yeah, no. This is what they're talking about when they say that The Matrix is a trans movie. And I hate that that's the one thing that I fixate now every time that I watch it. So yeah, I think at this point we have our history of the Matrix. From here, I don't know where the fuck to take us. So let's just talk about the Matrix until we realize that there's not much else we can talk about, and then we'll fight about the sequels.
Yeah, I think the brilliance of this movie and why it's so beloved and popular and admired is that you kind of spoke to it. It works on so many levels. Obviously, the surface level action stuff was mind blowing and revolutionary for its time, and by the way, still fully holds up. I think
Yes.
it looks extraordinary, from the action and wire work to the kung fu stuff is very good. And obviously, kind of the precursor to the kung fu, if you want to call it, that
Mhm.
John Wick really dabbled more in as well. And obviously, there's a lot of high concept stuff going on, which we can delve into later on with a lot of the religious and the iconography and everything else. And I think a funny little tidbit that I didn't really remember was that this movie was released on Easter weekend in 1999 to kind of really set up the lack of subtlety with a lot of what's going on. I just kind of saw that and I chuckled like, oh, of course it would release on that weekend.
Follow the White
Um,
Rabbit.
yeah,
Follow the White
yeah,
Rabbit.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and obviously when I initially watched it, I was 13. I was a dumb kid. Like you said, a lot of the punch and shoot and go boom was obviously appealing, and I didn't pick up on a lot of the other stuff until I rewatched it later on, and even more so recently when I rewatched it for this to record this podcast. And so, yeah, it's just I think one aspect that I really liked was delving more into Agent Smith and how he operates and
Yes.
kind of those little crumbs that would later pay off. I think one thing that really not struck out, but stuck out to me was the fact that when he was interrogating Morpheus, when he captured him, was that he's really sick and tired of the Matrix as well. And it seems like you weren't really sure what his end goals were, but you kind of like, oh, that's kind of curious. You have the villain who is also literally kind of sick and tired uh, of this
Reality.
The
place as
system.
well. Yeah, Yeah, and you're not sure what he wants to do about it. So that was really really intriguing. And I don't know, Edwin. You're the same way. I'm really a sucker for world building stuff. So and
Ooh.
this movie just kind of just slathers it all over. Like they talk about Zion, you're like, what is Zion? And the Oracle aspect. I had forgotten that Oracle was actually in this movie. I always associated her
Oh,
with two and kind of her and the architect stuff as well, which we'll obviously go into later. Yeah, those are the things that stuck out to me the most when watching it. That and obviously the action still rules and holds up, like I said. So
God, there's so many different directions.
one last thing to kind of bookend the lack of subtlety. The beginning is it's released on Easter weekend, and the Rage Against the Machine song at the end. I'm like, okay, we're gonna be not subtle at all the way until the credits. So
I feel like
that
I'm
was
going to
funny.
talk so much about the Matrix whenever we get to Resurrections, just because I feel like Resurrections is just such an examination of this one that I feel like I need that piece to explain a whole bunch. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's talk about the action because I feel like that's the easy one to get out of the way.
yep,
And I hate that Resurrections is right over there, and I feel like that's the one that I have to avoid. That's the elephant in the room whenever I talk about a whole bunch of this.
yep,
But man, seeing that the actors did go through some of the training to actually make these fight scenes feel as good as it does, I love it because you can tell that these actors are actually doing this. The shots are wide enough and steady enough that you can tell, like, no, that's not a stunt double. That's Keanu
yeah,
Reeves actually doing this shit. Sure, there were still stunt doubles, but the parts that mattered the most, where you really want to be able to see who's actually there and fighting, they're there. They're fighting. And I love that because it allows the directing to be able to show whatever it wants instead of fucking wides and that are far away, so you can't tell that Abdul Abdin Marie didn't train. Never mind, I'm not gonna.
calm down, calm down,
Well,
calm down.
Come on. The
I'm
action.
already
But
correcting myself.
Okay, I just want to say that the action in the Matrix, the original one, was something so impressive, even at the time, because that was also when the whole shaky cam thing for action was going on, was starting. As we saw a little bit later on with the Jason Bourne
Born,
movies.
yeah,
Yeah.
which I think was what, a year or two away.
Yes, I think about that.
yeah, Born Identity was 2002.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and the whole style of the Matrix of the action was so goddamn influential, not just with the action but also with the vibe of the movie, that not much later you also started seeing a bunch of copycats, shit like Equilibrium, like the dumbest
Oh
fucking
my
movies
god,
that fucking suck because they aren't trying to be themselves, they're trying to be the Matrix, and you can out Matrix the Matrix.
I really need to watch that.
Oh, it's bad. It's
Yeah,
not good.
it's divisive. I know people that really really like it, but yeah, it is definitely a
Matrix
knockoff
runoff.
of the yeah.
I think that in
Yeah.
the DVD case, when I saw it the first time, I remember that in the DVD case it was reading "Forget about the Matrix. Here's Equilibrium, like you've never seen before," and that was. Oh, then you watch the movie and it's well choreographed, but it's way too try hard.
Dude, it's got the Spider-Man font. I'm in.
Yeah, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and I think to go Edmund, to go back to your point about it shows, like, I mean, obviously Keanu Reeves was really easy to meme on, and
Yeah.
he still is like, oh, I know kung fu, and it's like, whoa, and all this stuff.
Whoa.
But yeah, I mean, the work they put in shows in those. I mean, even just in the training scenes between him and Lawrence Fishburne, it's like Keanu Reeves is obviously he's not a Daniel Day Lewis, he's not a thespian or a stage actor, or I don't think he's ever going to be Academy Award nominated, but the guy busts his ass, and the John Wick movies just remind you of that as well. He gives
Yes.
100%, especially in these action movies. And there's an aspect of that. It's like when when you're going to the theater and you're paying money, it's like you want to know that the people putting on a performance are giving it 100 and whatever percent. It's kind of
Yeah.
the same with Tom Cruise as well. I think he has more acting chops, but when you're going to go in, when you're paying money or when you're giving your money and time, these guys are going to give 125%. And I think uh, the scene that I really enjoyed that reemphasized how good the action was honestly the subway fight scene when they're just
Yes.
Yes.
that's more of a gritty kind of precursor to John Wick. Like dudes are being thrown through subway. I don't know what you want to call them, ticketing booths or stations, and
Yes.
they're just throwing them through that. Everyone was fully
In.
invested and bought
Hugo
in. No one
Weaving
was really.
is
Go ahead.
fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the most Hugo Weaving performance. I would say like up there with Elrond, but he's dominating the scenes, but I don't know. He's not chewing up the scenery, right? Like he's not being ridiculously over the top or anything. He's just dominating the scenes he's in like a kind of calm, confident manner that
It's the
is amazing.
smell. It's
Yeah,
Mr.
it's
Anderson.
repulsive.
yeah. He
I
you make he
need to
makes you
get
believe so
out of
much that
here.
he makes you believe that he has nothing but repulsion for or Agent Smith has nothing but repulsion for everyone and everything around him. It's incredible. And I know like the movies they're not really acting master classes. They're not really necessarily meant to be, but he was the
N-
one
No one told
that
Hugo Weaving that.
yeah, no one told Hugo. He was the one that's like, okay, but he was really the one. I think he was the role that it was meant to be because he's really kind of the catalyst, I would say, for most everything that goes on in the movie. He drives or at least misdirects a lot of the characters' actions, and etc. And he's also not just a physical presence as well with being able to physically dominate characters. He's obviously calculating with, geez, I forget the Joe Pantoliano character.
Joey Pants,
Yeah, Joey
Cypher.
Pants, Cipher. Yeah, with calculating with him behind the scenes and everything else. It's a lot of times these sort of action movies really don't necessarily do well with villains, but this movie I had forgotten how much of an exception it was aside from the obvious memes, like he's obviously very memeable with the laugh and everything else. But
Everybody loves the one scene where Neo is dodging bullets,
yeah,
like throwing himself back. But for me, the one scene that always was like the best scene of action in the movie, apart from the subway fight, because that's more of a fight scene.
yeah,
The scene where Morpheus jumps from the building into the chopper,
Oh,
that for me was always just, oh, so good that
yeah,
it builds up so nicely to that moment, and when it happens you're just like, yes, no matter who you are, you're excited about that.
no, 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 no. Okay, you see, now I'm gonna jump off of that one. The scene where Neo grabs the rope, ties it to his arm, Trinity grabs it, shoots it, and then you have the beautiful shot of her swinging away from the exploding glass behind her, and she's dead center. Fucking kills me every single time. That is the moment that I'm just like out of my chair yelling and like a fucking feral ape because of just how much endorphins that scene has.
Yeah, and talking about the action, also shout out to Carrie Ann Moss because she fucking kills it.
I
yeah.
don't
I
know.
I have in my notes here real quick. I literally have it in my notes. Helicopter scene still rules, but I don't know how the fuck he missed Morpheus with the chain gun. Like he just unloads the time. I'm like, oh, I guess it's the Matrix.
He's the
He
one.
does.
Listen,
He's the
the
one.
Wachowski told them they need to survive, so please don't shoot them. Just
Yeah,
shoot around them.
he downloaded missmorpheus.exe or something. I
Yeah,
guess.
he
Yeah,
downloaded
upload that.
stormtrooper.exe to the
Uh,
agents.
Yeah.
he downloaded a bad aimbot basically.
Yeah. Oh, another aspect that I missed. I have in my notes here the subway fight scene. It starts as a Western standoff.
Yes.
There's literally a newspaper blowing through like a tumbleweed.
Yeah.
That cracked me up.
Yes.
I was like, that is awesome.
That's the thing. That's what the Matrix is. The Matrix isn't subtlety, and that's what I kind of love about it. Like
Yeah.
it's just so it throws out all of these ideas and it's not subtle about it at all. And the movie just feels like it wants to please everyone and it actually succeeds because you have the
Yes.
people there who are like, "Look, just give me some dumb punching shit, I'll be okay." And there are some people out there who are like, "Tell me about the true nature of humanity. Tell me about freedom." Well, and the movie goes, okay, cool. We're going to serve you a little bit. We're going to serve you a little bit. We're going to keep flopping back and forth. And once you know it, it's 2 hours and both of you are happy. Go on, get out of here. And everyone's like, yeah, that was great.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's like I said, that's the broad appeal of it. Like you get this, it's like a really well constructed type of layered cake. You get this like delicious action stuff, and then below that, oh, you also get some like really high concept stuff about religion and identity, and really all this delving into philosophical stuff in addition to that. So that's just why it just works comprehensively.
So, how do you guys enjoy reading the movie? Because I know that everyone has like a different way. I personally have become way too partial to both the freedom and the trans reading. So the freedom, of course, basically that. Well, that's the thing. That reading actually probably comes from all four of the movies. Probably for me, I like interpreting the entire series as basically freedom, and how no matter how much you think you can be free, you are never really free because of other systems in play. But then I really only like watching the first Matrix as a trans allegory, because I don't really think that that follows through too much with Reloaded and Revolutions, because I feel like a lot of that, of like kind of self-acceptance of who you are inside, by the time you get to those movies, it's like, well, yeah, you already accepted who you are, so it's not exactly like the metaphor follows through. Unless you want to talk about, I fucking hate saying this, I hate, you can't use the word society anymore without some irony behind it, but society, putting it in quotation marks, is trying to pull you back to the gender norms. I don't know, that's all I can say, but like, I don't really like reading it like that for the sequels. So I'd say freedom, and freedom for all three, well, all four, except the last one. We'll talk about that later. And then trans specifically for the first one.
I think that you can make a case for the sequels being about gender. And okay, this is a terrible joke, but it
Mm.
obviously it's obvious when you realize that Agent Smith starts to identify himself as they, them. Those are his pronouns.
Oh, shut up! No, I
Okay, this one's getting cut.
no,
Entire
Episode's
podcast
over.
is canceled.
Episode's over. We can't do this
I can
anymore.
Yes,
I
I
can
did it.
see I can see the
Did it.
mushroom cloud from Houston. I can see it over the horizon.
Oh, that was
alright,
such a poor delivery. Jesus fuck.
no,
Anyway,
hold on.
It did it
Look,
did
you're
take
getting
me it did take
nope,
me a second. It
yeah.
did take me
nope, nope, nope. You're getting around in the chamber for that one. We do
Wow.
baseball rules where if you get 3 strikes, you're out.
Oh god, no. I got still okay. So let me think. I still have 2 jokes left. Let me save them. But yeah, talking about what the first Matrix movie is about. Obviously, the whole philosophical aspect of it, especially the whole thing about how do I know if I'm awake or asleep, and what is reality itself. Because I think that everybody at some point in their lives had that is this real life moment,
Yeah.
where oh, am I just a part of a simulation? Even without the Matrix, I've talked to older people, and people told me that, yeah, even before those movies, when they were teenagers, they had moments where they're like, oh, maybe I'm just an hallucination of my own head.
I'm
And
still part of a dream.
yeah, and the Matrix touches on those aspects very, like, really nicely in a very clean manner without feeling too obnoxious about it.
Yes.
But the action is also awesome.
Yes.
I enjoy reading them. See, I think I appreciate the broad appeal. I think I've emphasized that at least twice now already, is that
Mhm.
the trans allegory is obviously there, but I think that's a sub reading of just kind of being about self discovery, and that that manifests itself in gender, and it could manifest itself in anyone. I mean, there could be someone. I'm sure there were many people that who they use the allegory of Neo being stuck in his really lame corporate job, and I think an aspect of that is if you notice throughout the movie, they never actually name the company that he
Yeah.
works for to further reinforce that it's just this nameless, soulless,
Wait, that's
hollow entity that he works for.
hold
And
on.
so really anyone
I feel like the building is named Cortex or something, which is just like, that feels like that means something, and it can
I
mean
could have
whatever you want to it.
I could have missed it, but maybe I didn't. But I know, like in the interrogation scene, um, Agent Smith says something like, "Oh, you've been working at this highly respected software company," or something like that, and they never really
Oh
name
no,
it. So
they
I
don't
think
give it a name, but I think the name's on
no,
the building.
that could be. But I think this movie seemed like they didn't do anything accidentally, right? I think everything
Oh, it
is
was
really
intentional.
deliberate. So, it's this kind of the sense of discovery, whether it's your gender expression, something as simple as sexuality, or something as simple as someone watching the movie and being stuck in a lame, dead end, soulless corporate job in a bland cubicle. If you notice, his cubicle has zero uniquely
Personality.
identifying. Yeah, there's zero. Like the walls are barren. There's no sticky notes or anything. It's like he's almost as if he's a ghost just existing, or an apparition existing there. So this movie can speak to really anyone. Someone who is my age as well. It's like, oh, there's a broader world out there. Not necessarily that you're stuck in a literal computer simulation, but when you're 13 years old, a lot of your life is really organized and planned and structured by other people. For a vast majority of kids that age. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, that's the way I read it. I obviously respect the obvious trans allegory that's going on. A lot of the characters really aren't expressed in any strict type of traditional gender constructs.
Hmm.
The one character, goodness gracious, I forget their name. The one who has the famous "not like this, not like this." Um,
Switch, which I think is
Yeah,
literally right in the name.
yes, yes,
How
exactly.
do you
See, there you
remember
go.
that?
I don't.
Look,
Yeah,
John, I don't understand how so much of this movie is just in my gray matter, okay? The other guy's name is APOC. How do I
Yeah,
remember that?
APOC, I
I
remember.
don't know.
yeah.
But
Yeah, like I
yeah,
said, name
go
is
for it.
their name is Switch. That again, that's not accidental. Okay, and you look at the way they look; it's not on a traditional gender construct, right? So, um, yeah, there is so many. That's the way I read this movie. Is I appreciate the broad appeal of it, and I think that's why the movie speaks to so many people.
Also, just because I feel like I want to mention it, I mean, this is literally just the hero's journey, and Neo is enough of a blank slate that you can just throw yourself in there. So he may as well basically be a silent protagonist, but you have the funness of Keanu being able to be memeable that gets you through some of this movie as well.
I think Edwin, you spoke to it earlier in that the readings into the future movies, I think, aren't necessarily as important because the movie is wholly satisfying. Like I think you get a pretty satisfying ending in this one movie. I think that's why people still really appreciate it because I think it does stand on its own.
Oh, it does, absolutely does.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think the continued reading of the kind of the sense of identity or the trans allegory isn't necessarily as important in the future films, because I think this one does such a substantial and satisfying job of uh, of exploring those things. Yeah, I think that's the way I read it, and so
I also
Got
think that the in the later movies, the scope gets so broad that if even if there is any attempt to make it about gender and sexuality or whatever, it gets lost. You know?
yeah, I would say in some. I don't want to jump too far forward, but the twins in Reloaded, I think you can also read as
Yeah.
kind of really being having a non-traditional gender identity going on as well.
I never did
So
that. I was like, dude, those are guys are cool ghosts. That
Yeah.
guy has a gun I like.
yeah, there was also that, but I remember watching. I remember
Jumping cars and shit.
Yeah, I remember when I first watched it. I'm like, those don't, they're not like traditional super macho hired gun types necessarily. It's like, oh, they look a little bit different. And like when you watch the movie now, and I'm older, I'm like, oh, it kind of makes sense now what they were going for. So,
You see, part of
uh,
me wants to read it more as like a post-racial thing, where it's like, yeah, it's just these white
see, it
dudes.
could
They kind
be,
of look like they may a little bit albino, and they've got
yeah,
dreads. Who cares at this point? It's the Matrix, whatever.
exactly. But that again, that fits. That I think that feeds more into the. I think there's that legitimate reading as well. It's like it's part of a that's the brilliance of it. I think there's that kind of broad appeal to it. So
Yeah, just literally, this movie is a Rorschach test of whatever you want to bring into it. You can read it at it as a just a straight up hero's journey movie where you can see it and it's like, man, I really should get out of my mundanity. Or, hey, I'm watching a movie and I want to see something that will take me out of my day to day life, and the movie basically has that for you.
Yeah.
And then we have Matrix Resurrections over there, and that
Th-
yeah, and I
that's
think
I
I think
hate that I can't.
another. Go ahead.
that's its
I
own
think
elephant on the room in the room.
No, no, no.
yeah,
The thing
yeah,
is, like, so much of the way that people interpret this movie, they basically lay it out in Resurrections, and like, I want to use that for the argument, but also it's like, no, we're not there yet. We're
Yeah.
not there yet.
Yeah, but okay. One thing that I want to say is that I don't think that I'm a particularly dumb person, right? I can watch a
I know
movie
I
and
am.
understand it, right?
Hmm.
I don't think I'm especially smart either, but it took me until I was older and I saw somewhere in the internet about the first movie being about transgenderism to see that point of it because it never came across my mind.
yeah. And I mean, even in 1999, I would
Oh
gather
yeah,
like a vast, vast, vast majority of people
Oh, dude, gay people
didn't
took
read
it.
it that way. Understandably, yeah. And I think
The gays took it.
yeah. I mean, really, anyone like could have. Yeah, I'm sure that the gays were definitely justified in doing so.
gays.
God,
Um,
God, you say it so much worse than I do.
yeah. Yeah,
No, but I mean,
I
like,
love.
it's true. Like, the
Yeah, it
gays
is
saw this
true.
movie and were like, "Oh, yeah, I don't feel like I get to be myself." Like, it's closeted right
Yeah.
there. And, like,
Well,
that's what this movie is. This movie allows you to read into it, and basically the message of you do not get to be yourself is the Matrix, and that's why you
Yeah,
can take it to the gays or to the trans.
wasn't there something in the original script about Neo being a different gender in
It
the
wasn't Neo, it
Matrix?
was actually Switch.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, no, Switch
It
would
was
be a
actually
woman in the
Switch.
real world, and then yes, exactly. And once they go into the Matrix, they were male, and just they wouldn't even acknowledge it. They would just be like, "Yeah, that's just how it is."
yeah, and I think another little aspect as well that I picked up on is that Agent Smith never calls him Neo; he always calls him Mister Anderson, which
Mr.
Dead
Anderson.
naming.
yeah, Neo. Yeah, again, yeah, you can read that as trans, or you can just read that as anyone who wants to move on and be a new, choose to be a new person, whether that be gender or sexuality or just maybe growing into adulthood, whatever. So
Continuously asking the gay person at Thanksgiving, "Hey, so when is this phase over?"
When are you
yeah,
bringing a girlfriend?
Like, Jared is right here. Can you not say that in front of
Jared,
him?
really? Out of
Look,
every name, Edwin?
shut up, shut up. No, no, we could have just let it roll, but no, you
Yes,
had
of
to bring it
course.
up.
Of course, I'm gonna
We were
burn you
fine.
alive.
We were fine. It was a J name because J is a funny letter.
Yeah,
God.
John.
yeah, I think another, I would help if I actually read my notes. So another little tidbit that I picked up on is that early on when Morpheus is talking to Neo, basically lobbying him to hey, get on board, are you ready to unplug and blah 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 blah. The dynamic there is a black guy telling a white guy that he's a slave born into bondage. I think
Yes.
that is also very, 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 very
Pointed.
125% deliberate. Yeah. Yeah. So that was also something that I picked up on.
Yeah, a
So
lot of the Matrix is just one of those things that, God damn it, I'm gonna do it again. Whenever people were complaining about resurrections being so obvious, it's like, did you forget the first movie? Did you
yeah.
forget the first movie basically said subtlety? I know people who use that and they're cowards. Like, all of this is just so pointed and in your face that it's like, yeah, I do respect the fact that you're just throwing this out there. There is no chance of hiding it or anything. You just continuously throw out ideas, and all of them are like something that you could pull so hard that it would fit almost the entire rest of the movie. And it's not something you need to dig too hard to find. I honestly love that about the Matrix.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is it does seem relatively subtle in comparison when compared against the action scenes,
Yeah,
right? So a lot of people remember the more iconic visual aspects of the movie, and a lot of the stuff that wouldn't
the heady
be
stuff.
subtle traditionally in like 90% of movies is I don't want to say relegated to subtlety, but it's again they knew what they were doing. They were very kind of sly about it.
hmm All right, let's see. Do we want to talk about the characters? That's the thing, because like I feel like so much of the first Matrix can be talked about forever that it could have its own episode, but I don't know how much to delve in here, considering that there's still 4 other movies.
I don't have much specifically about the characters themselves. I think aside from, I think we talked a lot about Agent Smith and Neo. I think the only ones maybe would be Trinity and Morpheus.
Actually, no, that's an idea. Who do we feel like is okay? You know what? No, fuck it. We'll just take a character and talk about them. I want to talk about Agent Smith. Um, have you guys heard that theory that Agent Smith is actually the one?
No.
Okay,
No,
so
it wouldn't surprise me though.
I mean, so the theory is that it's that Neo isn't actually the one. He is basically just he is the catalyst to make Agent Smith wake up and actually become the one,
Mhm.
and that he is the person who is actually bringing change to the Matrix by everything that he does. And then all the sequels are like, well, everything that the Oracle tells Neo about how like you're the change that will bring about the destruction of the Matrix. It's like, well, I mean, Neo was just kind of there. Who's the guy who actually went in and destroyed the Matrix in Revolutions? Agent Smith.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it's one of those things where Neo is supposedly the person who catalyzes it, but Agent Smith is the one who actually does all the work.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, you're obviously more well versed in the lore that I am, but the way the dynamic works is that Agent Smith was actually created or chosen, wasn't he? And I believe
He's
Neo is more
created.
of a Neo is he was what? I'm sorry.
No. He was created. Like he
And
is a
and
program.
Neo, yeah. So Neo is more of a glitch, right? Like an anomaly, correct? If I remember.
Okay, so oh man, okay. Are we leaving the Matrix and going into Reloaded and Revolutions? Because like that's
Oh,
I
I don't know. Like, yeah, when you're talking about Agent Smith being the one, I guess I can see that because he was chosen, right? Like, kind of similar how in Christian theology God chose Jesus. So I
mm,
guess when you read it that way, it can make sense.
Yeah, and it makes sense because Agent Smith is just different than every other agent. Every
exactly.
other
Yeah,
agent is a perfect program that doesn't go outside any lines. It
yeah,
doesn't step out of any lines, and Agent Smith just says fuck it and brings about what he wants.
Yeah, exactly. Neo goes into him, breaks him, and then that's when Agent Smith realizes, oh, freedom. That's actually kind of cool. I should get myself some freedom by getting out of the Matrix. So yeah, it's
yeah. Because like I said, one thing that struck me when I rewatched the first one is just his utter disgust and contempt for everyone and everything around him, which is
incredible.
on the surface level is hysterical because it's Hugo Weaving and he's doing it. It's just amazing, but I can see that it's certainly better than. Well, I'm
Oh my
not gonna
god.
make the other reference. Derail this podcast further. I've said enough.
Okay, no. I'm digging. Do it.
Oh, you want
Ruin
to
it.
know? I was like,
Yeah.
it's better than the Jar Jar is a Sith Lord theory. So
Oh,
Oh, okay. Okay,
okay.
that's just fun
I
though.
I warned you. I warned you.
That one's fun. I like the idea of thinking that he was intentionally stupid to fuck things up.
It's a bona fide classic. It stands on its
Mhm.
own, etc., etc.
Also, I think the only two actors that are doing like really hard work to pull this movie through is Morpheus and Agent Smith. Like I
Hugo Weaving.
really don't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Neo and Carrie Ann Moss. Carrie Ann Moss is
Uh,
probably a good actress. I have no idea what else I've seen her in,
Keanu
but
Reeves is not a good actor.
Keanu Reeves is a hardworking actor. That's all I'll say.
Yeah,
But
but
like,
yeah, that's fair.
he can act as much as I can speak English.
so good on a good day.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I speak English better than he acts. Okay.
Oh, all right. So yeah, that I don't know what else to say. Oh, the music. I the music to
Oh
the
yeah.
three movies and the Animatrix are all so iconic. Where I love the sharp rising strings. I love just there's so much about the audio identity of these movies that makes me want to punch Resurrections more. But like, I find it really hard
We'll
to
get there.
exactly. We'll fucking get there. All right. I think that's pretty much everything for the Matrix. Shall we move on to the sequels?
Yeah, let's do
Yes.
it.
You want to talk about Animatrix or
Yes,
Reloaded
you're right.
first?
No. Animatrix. Let's get this
Okay.
out of the way because, well, you know what? How about this? No, we'll do it after the sequels because I already know that when Poot asked me what Neo is, well, I should probably follow up on that. So sequels, Animatrix, Resurrections,
Okay.
or wait, no, fuck it. We'll do the one piece of the Animatrix that matters. The two pieces. All right,
Uh,
Animatrix. Let's talk about the two pieces that matter.
Flight of the
Flight of
Osiris.
Yes, Flight of the Osiris. I hate it. I really can't stand it. I really hate that animation style, and I hate how it opens. I really hate that short.
Here's a fun anecdote from when I first saw the Animatrix. I must have been about like 8,
Mm,
and I went with my sister to the kind of a blockbuster that was near my house.
Uh,
And when we were renting the movie, because I already liked the Matrix,
uh,
and my sister asked the counter guy like, is this appropriate for children? And the guy was like, yeah, no, a few people die in the beginning, but other than that, it's fine.
no, no.
Yeah, no.
Poot, Fly the Osiris, the terrible 3D CGI one. Did any thoughts about that? Or
No, not at all. In terms of Animatrix, I think there were probably only 2 or 3 of the shorts that really, really stuck out to me. And that was that the last one?
That was the
oh
first
yeah,
one.
What?
no. That's the thing.
Oh,
Poot, no. Poot, you watched it on HBO Max, right?
yeah.
Oh, is
Dude,
it changed?
Yeah, dude, the HBO Max fucked it up where for some reason Flight of the Osiris is at the very end.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I did not like that one. I hated that
It
one.
opens with
So
what?
Yeah,
it opens
look,
with the historical war one.
yeah, which I also really hate those.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, Flight of the Osiris is bad because the animation doesn't hold up. Like it was almost there.
I
Uh,
imagine that at the time it was good, but
No, but
yeah,
that's
it
the
right
thing.
now I
Like,
look at it and I think it's Final Fantasy Spirits Within.
yeah,
Spirits Within.
that's what I thought of exactly. Okay, great
The
minds.
problem is that I don't like it because not only does it look like it's, oh man, it's cutting edge for 2003. Like, I hate
Yeah,
that. I also hate that because of the animation, it's so slow. Like, the movies are faster than this, but like, I don't know, maybe render time was so ridiculous that they couldn't make these people move fast. So she's jumping and the jumps look so weightless. Like, I hate that somehow this movie looks like what people think The Matrix is. Like, I really hate this short.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think it was a case of where they had so much, obviously, so much success with the first movie that it's like, hey, we're gonna give this animation thing a shot, and we're just gonna throw so much at the wall and see what sticks and what doesn't, and we're gonna try this. And I mean, again, back for its time, I'm sure it looks was amazing, but it doesn't really hold up. And I think it's a testament to the other animation going on to where it's like, pushing boundaries is important, but you have to understand that it's not necessarily going to hold up over time. And honestly, I thought the animation style aside, I thought it was kind of surface level and boring.
it's bland.
Mm,
Yes.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
very bland. It was literally just an exercise in how far they can push animation. So
Make it look real.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that
yeah,
it suffers from what everything post the Matrix suffered, which is trying too hard to be the Matrix.
yeah, and not understanding
Yeah,
what
what
made
the
it resonate.
Matrix is actually about.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Like,
let me get this
okay.
right, Edwin. You said that
Uh,
you also don't like Second Renaissance.
okay, no, so we'll hold on that. We'll hold on. Well, okay, fuck it. Are we going into the Animatrix now? Are we just going?
Yeah,
Fuck
let's
it,
just
we're going
get
into the
into it.
Animatrix.
Yeah, I mean it's
All right.
chronological, right? So
Yeah, fine. Okay. You know what? So, Fly Over the Osiris, we done with that?
Yes.
yeah, good
Okay.
riddance.
All right, let's talk about the history. I fucking hate the history. I hate it. Don't give these robots any reason to exist. Don't try to make me feel bad for these robots. I don't really care about that, okay? I really don't try to make it grounded and be like, "Oh man, this is how all the robots would happen." I hate that a lot of it just sort of feels like it is the Wachowskis stealing stuff that looks like it's from history and well, sorry, actually stealing stuff from history and then making it look like it's, man, don't you feel about the robots? Yeah, man, Tiananmen Square. Fuck you, China. Or we already Pastor Pistols just got banned from China. Sorry, whoops. Tiananmen Square. Like, hey, man, this robot is walking in front of the tanks. It's like, don't you feel bad for them? Like, no. They're robots. I don't. This shit reminded me so much of Deus Ex Mankind Divided, where it's like, don't you feel bad for the robots? They are out here being persecuted. It's like, well, yes, this man is a nuclear walking tank. Can we maybe have some control on him? Like, I really hate these. I really do.
I understand your aspect of it. I just think that it's really nice to see mankind get annihilated.
I love the continued lack of subtlety.
Yeah, but
No, but I actually, yeah, go ahead.
there
I'll let you
are
finish.
aspects of the Second Renaissance that I like. I like the animation. The animation is top notch. I like the I like the aspect of having like sort of a documentary style of telling how it went down, how mankind got in the state that it got. But I also don't agree. Fuck those machines.
Like, the Matrix is lack of subtlety, and that's okay. I do not like the lack of subtlety when it comes to pulling from history. Do I really need to see the robots creating the fucking pyramids? Why are they creating pyramids in what's like 2000 something? That's some shit that where you need to be a little subtle about, like, don't you feel bad for them? When you lack subtlety about trying to make me care, it's like, well, no, you already fucked up. I don't think anything in the original Matrix is something I really need to care about beyond self-inserting. So that's why it works. But this is trying to make me care about the robots in like the worst ways because it's like it's so heavy-handed where it's like I don't want to care about these. Honestly, I think I care more about the Sentinels just because they look cool and they're the ones who'd probably fuck up people the most.
Yeah, it also doesn't make sense because while it's showing like robots as humans, it's also showing robots cutting people in half while keeping them alive and testing on them, and the whole thing with the little kid and his clothes burning and he's inside the matrix. He doesn't realize he's a cog in a machine.
I will say, seeing the robots kind of fuck around with humans, like once we get full evil robots where they just start touching their brains to figure out how they work, it's like, oh, there we go. I'm finally fucking back in. We're back into just robots are evil. I'm in. Like the little touches in his brain, and he just starts laughing and crying. I'm like, finally, I'm back home.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I sort of liked it because I thought it was like a little kind of a cute little exploration of, hey, there's always these constant stories about AI and what would happen and how it would evolve and etc. And like them, for example, like building pyramids, it didn't really bother me because I think the idea is that they would literally just draw from human experience.
Yeah.
Because that's
Wait,
really the only frame of
no,
reference they
but
have to
that's the
go
thing.
by.
It's human. No, that's the thing. It's the
Yeah,
humans forcing the robots to create pyramid. It's not the robots creating pyramids. If it were the robots creating pyramids, it's like, okay, cool. You're doing the Nier Automata thing where all they know is human history and they just repeat it. Cool.
yeah.
I'm in. No. It's humans going, hey man, you remember what happened in Egypt? We should do that again. I'm pretty sure the Egyptians turned out really well from doing that with the Jews. I'm pretty sure. I didn't finish the story yet.
Yeah,
Haven't
that's a good
you
point.
considered that maybe Edwin, you're full of shit, and
I always am.
humans just wanted another Bass Pro Shop,
We always need another Bass Pro Shop, but can we not make it
Oh
seem
yeah,
so
Bass. I called
fun?
it Bass Pro Shop. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Poot saved me here because if not, I don't know what else to say besides I hate this.
No, yeah, I like them kind of being speculative. Like I said, I'm a sucker for world building and such, and lore to some degree. Like this kind of lore when they're backtracking, like how did we get to where we are in terms of the first Matrix and etc. And I liked the idea of like humans, like the robots having their own kind of separate robot land where they
Yes,
could
that's
live
cool.
diplomatically. That was interesting. I liked that. So
Oh, wait, hold
I
on. The
go ahead.
second Renaissance where you find out the robots are defeating us through the economy, that was like, oh shit, that's incredible.
Yeah,
Like
and then
that is what would happen.
the robots having a civil war was interesting as well.
Wait,
But
that wasn't
didn't they have a
no, that was
civil?
Resurrections.
Was it there was a robot civil war in the Matrix,
No,
wasn't there?
that's
Yeah.
Resurrections.
I could have swore there was a they depicted a robot.
Oh, he's probably thinking about Matriculated, the last
Oh,
short,
Wait, the last short.
maybe they
Wait,
were
hold
see
on.
they were
the
organized.
one where they brainwash the robot.
Oh no, that's not a civil war. We'll talk about that when we get there.
Okay,
Or
I could have swore I could have recalled there was a they were depicting a civil war in the animated one. I could be wrong, but
no. We'll get there when we explain that one.
okay, okay.
Okay, but yeah, I think the second Renaissance I like way more because the second Renaissance isn't exactly trying to make me feel bad for the robots. It's just showing me like, yeah, things got really fucked. Like the fact that it got so bad that they're just like, yeah, block out the sun. It's like, oh my god, how bad?
One
I
thing I
liked that
don't
as well.
understand is why though? Why block out the sun?
Because it's fucking cool. That's why.
Yeah, that scene with them blocking out the sun, the soundtrack is fucking metal.
I love the idea that that was the argument. It's like, whoa,
We
the
we
sun.
need something to
rely on
go
it
with
too.
the soundtrack.
The second Renaissance, I think, once things get way more less sympathetic to the robots and show, yeah, no, the robots are just as bad as we are. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm in. But I don't know what it is. I think it also starts getting too close into my problems with anime where it feels like it's just violence for violence sake. And I feel like this is the only time in all of this where it's like, you're cutting a little too close here. Like, I don't know. This was the one where I'm like, I kind of wish I just didn't know about this or this were even shorter because I feel like whenever I think about this and it's like, don't you feel bad for the robots? It's like, so you're telling me that whenever I'm seeing Squiddy out here, pushing itself through the abdomen of one of the people from Zion, it's like, yeah, but they kind of have a point, don't they?
No.
That is yes, correct. All right, shall we go into
No.
program?
Yeah, let's carry on.
Okay, program. This is the one that's like in like feudal Japan.
Aren't you skipping Kid's Story?
I mean, kid stories later.
Okay.
Program, the feudal Japan one, they're training, and then eventually you find out that the guy is like, yeah, I heard this guy named Cypher. He was able to try to get out. He died in the process, but like, I'm gonna try the same thing. I actually really dig this one because I love the idea that these two people who care about themselves deeply, it's like, no, 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 I'm trying to get out. It's safer if we go back. And she's just like, no, we know the truth now, and it's our duty to make sure that it's fought for. I love this one. This is fucking dope.
Yeah, this is easily my favorite of all of them,
Really?
without a doubt. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because I liked that it was an intimate clashing of ideologies. It wasn't like a really obvious Neo versus Agent Smith type of thing. It was really two people that deeply care about each other who are just diametrically opposed on a philosophical level. And also, I really liked the animation. I mean, that helped
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot too. Everything. I think this was the one that I really liked the most from top to bottom because I forget when I watched. I think I watched it before Revolution, so I watched it kind of slightly out of order, if you will. But I watched it after Reloaded, which I we'll get to that eventually. But after Reloaded, I wasn't looking for something that was super bomb blow up explosion action stuff. So this one really resonated with me the most, and I really liked it.
Also finding. Oh wait, no, John, go ahead. You
Go
were
ahead.
talking.
Yeah.
Go for it.
please go ahead. I'm pondering.
Okay, pondering. Look at that orb a little longer. Okay, I also love the ending. When that's the thing, every single time I remember this short, I forget that the ending turns out that it's a training program, and she wakes up just like fucking furious and in tears. And every single time I get to that ending, and she just punches the captain, it's like I don't ever want to go through that again. I fucking love it because that it just adds kind of like this extra layer of the Matrix where there may be some people who, whenever they get broken out, some of the captains of the ship are like, okay, yeah, we got you out, but also I really think we need to make sure that you are going to be loyal and not betray us. And they do it in a really manipulative way that I actually really like because it reminds me of the short story around the end, matriculated. Wait, my matriculated? Yeah, matriculated. It
Yeah.
reminds me of
Matriculated.
the matriculated one where the robots are also having like kind of their brainwashing moment. I like that basically they need to even brainwash some of the humans into making sure, like, yeah, you are going to fight with us to the end, aren't you?
Yeah, I love that kind of. I don't know. It was almost like a Edgar Allan Poe short story ending when
You.
she realized at the very end she's like, she was actually used as a pawn the entire time, even though she was also being her true self. She was still being um, tested the entire time, and like I said, used as a pawn
Hmm.
by those who are supposed to look after and care for her. And I think there's a certain trust aspect, right? When you're
Yeah.
having people responsible for keeping you hooked up into this thing where you could die at any instant.
Mm.
So yeah, that's just why, furthermore, why it really resonated with me the most, I think, out of any of them.
John, anything about this one before we move on?
No, I think you guys said it all. It's really good. I love the gaslighting ending. It's just straight up amazing. It's really good. One of
Perfect.
the more solid shorts in the Animatrix.
Yeah, and I think honestly that really quickly, I think looking at it, I think it probably could stand on its own. I
Yeah,
think
it's really well
honestly,
rounded.
you don't even need to necessarily know that much about the Matrix or have watched any of the other movies or the first movie before that. I think it's just really exceptional.
Yeah.
Hmm. All right, moving on to the next one, which I think the next one is just like it might be the best one, which is World Record, where a man is so insane about wanting to be the fastest man on Earth that he literally breaks the Matrix from being able to calculate how fast a human could be and accidentally shows him the real world for a
Yeah.
little bit. I can't get over this one. This is actually probably so fucking cool. The idea that this man is pushing humanity so far that even the Matrix is like, we need to nerf this man so fucking hard. Because if not, this is one battery we're not going to be able to control.
Yeah, it's really good. It really comes to show that there's so much more about this universe that can be told. There's
Yes.
so much potential, and we saw a fraction of it.
Yeah, yeah. I think when you were just describing it again, it reminded me of how much I liked it. And again, with like the lack of subtlety, like let's not
Yep.
yeah, like it's a black guy in the Summer Olympic Games, basically trying to
Escape
I don't
white
know.
guys.
Yeah, well, not just that, but just overload and break their system, right? So again, it's not being
God
very
damn
subtle.
it. That's a really fucking good one. Oh shit. I didn't
Yeah,
realize that.
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's very good, and I like it more when you were just talking about it, and like, oh yeah, that was actually really really good. Like obviously I think at this point when I was watching these, I think the lack of subtlety throughout all these movies, I'm like, okay, okay, it became a little bit numbing,
Mm,
but there's certain little crumbs that they feed you and new ideas and kind of what ifs, if you will, within this universe. How these stories of self discovery manifest themselves. You know, like Neo with the corporate thing, and him
mm.
with Dan Davis, I think is his name of this character. He does it in more of a like kind of a Jesse Owens type of deal, if you will. So yeah, it was very cool, and it's why there's so many good interpretations within this universe that you can go with.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
just want to mention that the editing of all this, though, is so fucking cool. How they just keep slipping back and forth between his race and explaining how he got here and how he's just so incredible at running that this man is going to literally tear his body to make sure that he can. The scene where that's not even the scene, I guess the snippet of him waking up and basically he continues running while inside the pod, it's terrifying. Oh my god, there's nothing more that I can do for praise for this one. I love this one.
How do you feel about the animation? Because I really like the animation in this one. It's fluid in a way that I don't think any other animation in the Animatrix is.
This one is just like it stretches out so far and it feels like a lot of the motion is like
Pulses.
very deliberate.
Yeah.
Like I really like the animation for this one because it fits it so well of just trying to make sure to push yourself as hard as you can. And the moment where like his muscles basically spasm and break on him, like it looks so violent. There's no blood, but like just the way that you see the body parts moving, it's like, oh god, that has to be terrible.
Yeah, it's so good. It's really good.
The animation does, I think, a deliberate kind of comic book feel to it,
Hmm.
with the way the Betty's drawn and shaded and everything else. I'm actually just watching little clips from it right now as we speak, and yeah, for sure, I do like that aspect of it. And it's, I think, with also with the kind of comic book aspect, it does really call back to actual superheroes, you know, like Captain America, Superman, etc. And I think that feeds into it as well.
World record. All positive, all good. The
Yeah.
next one. Kid Story. I think I just like one piece of Kid Story. Like that's the thing. I like it, but I just feel like it's one of the weaker ones. I honestly just really like the animation more than anything else. Like whenever he starts skateboarding and like everything just starts getting way more distorted and stretched out, I'm like, "Oh my god, there's just something about that I love. It fits perfectly with the amount of confusion and just like disorientation that the kid is going through and it's probably one of the less important ones. Oh, okay, probably more one of the important ones since it actually explains one of the characters that just has no explanation in the sequels. You just see him, it's like, I guess he's important now. So, but like in the grand scheme of things, this one really doesn't do much because really all it does is just it does the escape from the original Matrix, except gives it to someone else now. Or maybe if you wanted to, you could argue it shows Neo how he was instrumental in freeing a whole bunch of minds after the first one. I don't know, but like I just really dig the animation for this one more than anything else.
I dig it as well. There was something, I think maybe it was the lighting that really just kind of spoke to me and made it more atmospheric, especially when the stuff inside of the school, right?
Mm,
Almost like a little bit of a horror
mhm.
movie aspect to it where it was barely dimly lit. And again, I don't think that was accidental. But I think again, I think it's another good interpretation of just school. I'm sure for many people was, I know it was for me. Like I mostly hated it. I thought it was a waste of time, and I felt it was suffocating, and I didn't feel fulfilled there. So I think it's another kind of story that can resonate and speak to a certain subset of people.
Yeah, I feel like the best praise I can give is the animation. It almost feels like rotoscoped, and
Oh,
Yeah.
especially in the beginning, I was kind of star scene kind of throws you off for a bit, but then the movement in the animation is
oh.
really good. It's just really well made. It flows like water.
Just the scratchy nature and how
Yes.
the image is just always moving. There's just something about that that just
It
speaks
feels
so.
like every frame was a draft.
Yeah, oh my god. I don't know why that rough look is just something that speaks to me so much.
It's good. It's good. It's fun.
All right, the next one is actually straight up my favorite thing in almost all of the Matrix. Beyond. I
Yes. Yes.
this is incredible. I cannot express how much of this one is just so in my wheelhouse, and I don't understand why. Just the fact that these kids find a glitch spot in the Matrix and they have no idea what the Matrix is. They have no reason to question their reality. All they know is that they have this little spot where they can play around and things are just kind of broken there. And the moment that I always think it's like there's no way that the scene where the girl is falling and the white light brings up and the music kicks in, I always think there's no way I love that as much as I do. And then every single time I get to that scene, I feel like I transcend. I don't understand what it is about this short, but it speaks to me so much because I think maybe I would love to see something like this. It's just something that like it clicks that childhood wonder in your brain before you understood how things work, and you just kind of think, well, yeah, you know what, maybe if I did fall down from a building holding a chair underneath me, if I get to the bottom but I jump off the chair, physics will show that I'll be fine. Like, I don't understand how to explain what is it about this one that just, oh my god, like, out of all the Matrix, this is the one that makes me wish we had another Animatrix because I want another possibility of getting a story that has nothing to do with anything in the Matrix that hits me as hard as this one.
I think I have to agree. Maybe it's the mix between like how magical it is, all but also how anxiety driving. It drives your anxiety insane, and at the end is just straight up the most depressing shit ever. And that mix of emotions really speaks to me.
No, I don't really have much more to add. I think you spoke to it initially when you talked about the sense of discovery and wonder in a kid. I think that really resonates with everyone, virtually at any age. And I think it's another example of, again, another really good interpretation that you can take from this universe and
Dude,
another perspective.
It also,
So,
I think that since I don't know how old you are, Boot, but me and Edwin, when we first saw the Animatrix, we were younger, and it's probably the most we can
yeah.
relate.
no, 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 I did not. Dude, I saw the Animatrix like really, really
I
late.
mean, how late?
No, like 17 or
Still
18.
good because uh, it's still the closest that we can actually relate to any character in
Okay,
the
yeah,
Matrix,
fair
right?
enough.
So it hits home in a way that I don't think any other animation or any other of the movies does.
Dude, beyond to me, that very ending where she's looking at the door and you're just like, that's the exit point. If she walked through there, she would probably wake up. And that's terrifying. But I think what's even more terrifying to me is the scenes after where they go back to the glitch spot and there's nothing.
Nothing.
And it hurts me because there's this melancholy that is in that ending that reminds me of like the final week of summer and you have to go back to school, and I don't understand how to really explain it beyond that. It just kind of feels like it's over now, like there's nothing else, we have to go back to the mundanity. And that's honestly supported with how they showed that that song on the like one of the signs where it goes and it just shows all the people, all the faceless people just walking by, and it's like, oh my god, there's, it just gives you so much magic and then it just rips it away from you at the ending, and there's just something about that that I unabashedly love.
I couldn't agree more.
I love this one. And then we have two more, and god, these two suffer because of how much I fucking love that one. But
Is really good.
Detective Story. I just really, really like the animation style for this one. I really like the idea that I'm assuming this guy is just like he's definitely still in the same Matrix, right? He's not in the 1920s version of it, right?
No, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Obviously not, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Because there is technology, right? It is animated in that style, like very noir, but the typewriter is a digital computer typewriter. If anything, it's
oh
futuristic.
yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. That's the thing because I think I remember seeing like there's old cars that are driving around, and it's
Yeah,
like, well, you know what? I'm not going to
it's
question it.
very
Whatever, it's fine.
stylistic, but it contradicts the rest of the universe.
That's all right. Okay, because like the entire art style as well. Oh my god, it's just so gritty noir. Oh
A
my god,
case to end all cases. Yeah, like it's fun. It's straight up fun.
this dame walked in my door and started asking questions. Oh man, but I really like this one, but it also suffers because Beyond is like literally right there. But I is this movie no, sorry, this movie. Is this short supposed to be that the detective still believes too much in his own reality that the agents can still tap into him and transfer him over?
I don't think I've ever given that much thought to it.
Okay, no, because like there's a moment where like Trinity is about to take him, but then like he glitches out a little bit, and then Trinity's like, "Ah, shit, you can't come with us," and he's like, "Ah, you know what? That's okay." So, like, part of me always ran and read that as a way of saying you need to have some sort of disbelief enough in your reality or dissatisfaction to be able to be woken up. So part of me just feels like maybe that's what that is.
Yeah, it's like the whole choice of the blue pill versus the red pill. It's not the choice itself, it's about what it means.
Mhm. It's about what you yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about
Uh,
what you intend to do.
mhm.
That John mentioned it. I didn't really put too much thought into it, but I'm always a sucker for a good noir type story, and I appreciated that they took that sort of motif for this universe because I think it can definitely fit. I think there can definitely be overlap between like a noir type scene and like a dystopian type
Mhm.
scene as well. So I think that really the merging of those two really
All right.
work. Oh, and the detective is voiced by James Arnold Taylor, who's like a animation vocal
James Arnold Taylor.
legend
All right.
as
Let's go
well.
ahead
So
and pull him up. What have
yeah,
you done?
he's done a lot.
Ratchet and Clank. Oh, Atlantis. Oh, I
Yeah,
really like Atlantis.
I think he's done a lot of Star
Yeah,
Wars
he's
animation as
Obi-Wan
well.
apparently.
Oh my god, this man is in he has
Yeah,
his hands in almost everything. Holy shit.
yeah, he is a vocal
That's
acting
awesome.
God.
legend.
Okay. This man just pops up literally wherever he wants. What a
Yeah,
legend.
yeah. So they brought in some heavy hitters on the vocal side as well. So
All right. So that word I can't
Aeon
pronounce.
Flux.
Matriculated. Actually, yeah, probably.
oh god,
Okay.
It's the same guy.
you reminded me that movie exists.
Wait,
Uh, go
the
for it.
movie? You know Aeon Flux by the movie and not by the animation?
Unfortunately, yes, I do.
Oh, poor
Oh yeah.
Poot.
Dude,
I
wait, hold
know.
on. Oh, I just realized. Yeah. Oh my god. I thought about the movie first as well.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
really?
Charlize, right? I think my
Oh my
parents went
god.
to see it one time. I'm like, no, I'm good.
Part of my childhood was watching Aeon Flux reruns on MTV.
If it makes you feel better, I never watched the movie. I just know what the poster looks
I
like.
never watched it either. I just knew. I
Just
think Charlize Theron is in it, right?
Hmm.
yeah, don't bother.
I'm good.
Oh no, trust me, we won't.
Okay. I haven't bothered for years, so I'm not going to start now.
All right, so matriculated. This is one that when I started watching it, I was thinking, oh yeah, this last short is the weakest one, isn't it? Like excluding the three other ones, right? I was like, oh man, is this the weakest one? And the beginning where they're just running away and all that, I was like, oh man, yeah, this one might be the weakest one. And then they went so super psychedelic with trying to convince a robot to transfer over to their side. And I assume trying to explain human emotion to a robot through just pure psychedelics. I was like, okay, I was wrong. It's just a weak start. Then after that, it just gets into some real fucking cool visual stuff that just it allows you to try to somehow explain human concepts to a robot just through purely visual cues. Like I don't
Yeah,
know how to go for it.
it's trying to explain what mankind is through synesthesia.
Yes. Oh my god, and just so much of that is just you have what I think the robot is falling in love with a human, and then through that, they tend to just try to explain what humanity is through that. I this is awesome. I love this one. Like, that's what I realized by watching the Animatrix again, that the 3 that the Wachowskis had the most hands in, I really hate. Flight of the Osiris and the Renaissance ones, I'm like, man, you guys do not get it. Which is funny because I like the sequel, so I don't understand why is it that this is a miss from here. But like the rest of them, where everyone else got to tell stories in the Matrix, they understood it. The idea that they're brainwashing some of these robots to switch sides is so cool because, like, why wouldn't you? They're robots. Hack them, of course. But like, they're not just hacking them to change them over to the other side. They're like, no, no, we need to convince them to fight with us. And that's so pointless, but like, that's fucking cool.
Oh wow! Imagine if they made that that plot point a part of the fourth movie.
Wow, imagine. Which is, dude, that's exactly what I was thinking when I was watching Resurrections. I was like, there's the Animatrix. There it
Oh, not yet,
is. No, not yet, not yet.
not yet.
Poot, anything about this one?
Yeah, I think this one was pretty cool. And I think honestly, out of all of them, this one probably is the most fit to be a full feature length animation film, I think.
Oh.
Just because of the kind of the cool premise of it. And obviously the animation is really, really cool and vibrant and like you said, kind of psychedelic. But yeah, I think it's just another really kind of cool premise that they go with for a short where it's kind of like maybe planting a little seed in someone else's brain, like, oh, maybe this is a cool premise for some other type of film. I don't know. I just when I watch animated short films, I'm like, could this theoretically be a a feature length film like that, like the detective story one, for example? Like, oh, I would watch that, like a noir kind of themed Matrix
Mm.
film. I would want to watch that. And this is another one where I would be curious about a feature length film of it. So
It's funny how matriculated makes you care more about the robots than the one that tries to make you care about the robots.
Yeah. That's what
yeah.
it is. Like, you want to see this robot swap over, and like, he is a blank expressionless face, but all the editing just makes you feel like this robot is really going through it. Like, he's like,
Yeah.
I really care about these humans now, and I need to make sure to fight so they can survive. And whenever they jack back in and she screams and then disappears in front of the robot, I'm just like, this is awful. I feel so bad for him. Good job. You made me care about a robot. Congrats.
Oh, it's sad.
It really is. Like, oh my
It's
god.
really sad. Oh God, why would you end the Animatrix like that?
It's perfect because the Matrix is a terrible world. You wouldn't want to be
Yeah.
there.
Oh God. Yeah. I
And
never, I never thought about it.
dude, imagine that you get taken over by Agent Smith and you just lose that day. Like, that's what's probably happening. Like, you're in a helicopter, right? And you are gunning down Neo, and then Agent Smith takes you over, and then you just wake up the next morning in your bed. You're like, huh, wow, that was a weird dream. That felt really real when I got taken over by a fucking robot.
I know almost what that is like because of alcohol.
So what you're saying is that we're actually in the Matrix. Okay.
Yes, and instead
Yeah.
of a blue pill, we have like amber lager beers.
So okay, with that, that was the Animatrix. This is awesome. I love this one more. This is my favorite piece of the Matrix overall, and I honestly think I love this one more than the original Matrix just because there's something about Beyond that just pushes me over the fucking edge that even with the original one as good as it is, it's better than the Animatrix. It is. Like, just hands down, it's just a better movie. But the Animatrix gives me certain morsels where I'm like, this is so on the level of my shit that, like, I can't help but say that this is my favorite piece of the Matrix.
I wouldn't argue against that at all. I certainly understand that. Yeah, it's just a really cool. Like I said, I really like the premise of it. Some of the execution, like, the animation was cool,
Mhm.
and yeah, I think, like I said, I think of all of them, I think it could have been its own feature length film, fleshed out a bit more. So yeah, I totally understand that.
All right, John, anything about the Animatrix before we go into the sequels?
No, I really love the Animatrix. That love for the Animatrix that made me look forward to watching something like Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix,
Mhm.
which is kind of the same vibe, but not nearly as good.
Oh no, it's not nearly as
Yeah,
good.
yeah, Love, Death, and Robots. I would say like if you liked Animatrix, give it a shot. And the thing is, it's like with Animatrix, you can go through and pick the ones that you think you would like. So
It's its
yeah,
own
for
thing.
sure. Yeah, and a really quick thing, I remember when the Animatrix was like announced and advertised on TV, I was like, "Oh, this is so cool." That I would never even in a million years have thought of like following up the Matrix with, but it was. I'm really glad that it was made.
Mhm.
How did it launch originally?
It was just DVD. It
I
didn't go through theaters.
Yeah, I don't
It
think it was in theaters.
because you would think that, but because it's so episodic, it would release on television.
Yeah, it was released as its own like standalone thing, and
It was straight to DVD, which is really
Okay.
insulting.
it was back when it was back when straight to DVD was even more thing. And
A
the
bad
problem,
thing.
and the problem was when it has the straight to DVD, that's a really alarm bells and a really big stigma,
Which is
which I
honestly
think
so
did it
depressing.
a disservice.
Yes.
Yeah, it did it a
Yeah, I
disservice.
did.
So
Dude, I did
yeah,
not watch this until I had like the ultimate Matrix collection on Blu-ray. And when I saw it there, I was like, oh, that's there. Uh sure, I guess, why not? Like I went in just like dreading it because I
Oh
was like,
wow.
I don't expect this to be good. Like the trilogy's right there. There's no way you're gonna outdo it. Oh my god, you outdid it to me. Oh my god, how? So like, yeah, it took me a
yeah,
while to get to this one, and it's because of that straight to DVD stigma.
exactly.
Yeah, the Animatrix is something really special. There's a really special place in my heart for it.
Mm. I rooted harder for Resurrections to be good just so I can get another Animatrix. And even if not good, just more
Yeah,
successful.
that's what I was going to say. I think unfortunately, with how we assume Resurrections is going to turn out commercially and
Oh
obviously
yeah,
critically,
they
I think it
chose to
probably
release it next to Spider-Man.
Smart, brilliant, incredible move.
I think it dooms any potential Animatrix unless it's obviously like straight to streaming is I think is the only hope at all. So
Yeah, it worked for a few movies. I think it worked for Dune. I hope it worked for Dune.
And no, it did work for Dune. It's just
Oh, thank God.
I mean the Matrix on the other hand,
Yeah.
people didn't sing the praises of that one.
we'll get to that bridge and
Mm,
maybe blow it up if we don't want to cross it all the way. So
exactly. All right. The sequels. We just had to talk about these together because they're basically one entire movie. Like, I really resented. What was it? I tried to get my best friend to watch them together, and I did, but my wife dipped out after Reloaded, and like afterwards, when she saw Revolutions, and she's like, "Oh yeah, what's that? What's that?" I'm like, "Girl, that was in the previous movie. Like, this is here. You could have watched it all together, but no, no, you had to go and sleep. Ugh, imagine needing. Ugh,
Imagine sleeping.
it's disgusting.
imagine.
So yeah, we're gonna just have to talk about these two together. Okay, so to go back to the question that you had a while back, which is what is Neo? We're just gonna have to go straight to the Colonel Sanders scene. Now, uh, no, but I mean, like he is Colonel Sanders, all right. We can call him the architect, but like if you say Colonel Sanders, everyone's like, oh, the guy in white. Okay, yeah. So, what is Neo? Neo is not Jesus, or he's not special or anything like that. He is imagine if you had 22 divided by 7, you got a remainder of 1. That is Neo. Neo is the remainder of a very complicated formula of the Matrix to get humanity to accept their reality. And the way that the formula works is that a formula must have a solution that is perfect. However, humans are not perfect, so the formula is messed up. It is intentionally wonky to allow humanity to accept it. And because it is wonky, that is where Neo exists. I love this. Whenever you can understand what Colonel Sanders is, if you pause it every 10 seconds to understand what he's saying, it's incredible. I love it. But it's also pretty much a microcosm of these movies, which is these are some cool ideas. Could you maybe explain them in a better way and mixed in the action and the philosophy better? And then they just go, no, you're going
No,
to get no. No, you get what
Yeah, this
you
is so convoluted. We need a section in the movie specifically for this.
exactly. Hey! We know that we have some good pacing in this movie. This is all gonna go out the window now, okay? And if you want to follow it, go ahead and follow it. We're not chasing you.
I think what I have in my notes here, I believe it's Colonel Sanders, the architect. He
Mhm.
speaks to the eventuality of an anomaly, and I think that echoes what you talked about. Is that Neo is basically
Expected.
the yeah, yeah, he's the eventual anomaly, and I think it speaks to kind of the message. One of the messages is that you can't fully permanently control humanity,
Mm,
right? Like eventually there's going to be some type of outlier, or in this case, a mathematical anomaly when you're dealing with human beings.
mm,
I mean, they call him the one because I think that's kind of gives uh, it gives human beings hope.
mhm,
And I think a quote I have here is that the architect says, "Hope is the quintessential human delusion, its
mm,
greatest strength and its greatest weakness."
mhm.
And so the machines really co-opted Neo being an anomaly and turned him into the one to make him like a savior aspect. And he further busts that by saying like, "Oh, this is only you're only the sixth iteration of this. You know, you're going to restart and we're going to start over again because it's not perfect. We're going to wipe it away clean and restart." So
Which I think is just so that's so fucking dark. The idea that you are taking
yeah,
all the faith that these people have in finally the Matrix being over, and then you find
yeah.
out, no, it's just another form of control. Like he is just another piece of the Matrix.
Part of why people don't like this movie is that it deconstructs people's perceptions of what the first movie was. And I think a lot of people saw it as a giant, or more than one, maybe two middle fingers
Mhm.
at
Really?
them saying,
But
Yeah,
it,
you know, that guy you thought was a hero. No,
but like
he's
he
nothing.
still is. That's the
He's
thing.
just a sixth.
But that's the thing. I don't understand why people don't like that. Like he still is the hero though. Like just because he's planned doesn't mean that he's not still the hero.
I
Yeah.
I think that a lot of people see that scene as the midi-chlorians of the Matrix, and that's why people don't
Yeah,
like it.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. There's that aspect as well. It's definitely a lot of exposition, right? Like he is just a pure, unfiltered,
Exposition
It's
machine.
100%
yeah,
concentrated
it's trying
exposition
to
dump.
explain something that needed no real explanation.
Yeah, that's true. It didn't need
Yeah.
explanation, but like it's also really cool to show that yeah, your rebellion is still really controlled, which later on it just reminds me a bit of like corporate pandering where a whole bunch of companies are just like, "Oh, gay marriage has been legal for 6 or 7 years now. Okay, cool. Gay pride flags everywhere. We're going to be okay. We're here to help you support things. We support the resistance." And it's like
Yeah, it's this idea of astroturfing, right?
yeah,
That it's like what you think is genuine and grassroots, it's not. It's all just really, really carefully controlled
resistance.
organization and messaging. Yeah,
If you can
yeah,
control the resistance, you'll never have an actual resistance on your hands.
exactly. And that's really at the core what this movie pivots to, or what the machines are trying to do.
So yeah, the Colonel Sanders scene, I fucking love it, and I kind of wish I knew.
Yeah. So
I like it. I
yeah. So
like it a
really,
lot.
yeah. I
The only problem is that explaining it is like terribly done. Like so much of Resurrections and Revolutions is just like you really needed to find that proper balance that the original had, that I can understand those complaints where it just feels like this is the philosophy part, this is the fighting part. The original Matrix had that too, but it hid the seams way better.
and also it was because this character just showed up and appeared. Like
Yeah.
that's literally all his purpose was. It wasn't like the Oracle where they go back and visit two or three whatever times. He's literally just sitting there showing up, you know, a super smug
Mhm.
guy the entire time, and his entire I think people perceive his entire role as just being a giant fuck you to everyone. And I remember going, like I said, this The Matrix was a formative movie for me, and me and my old man were sitting in the theater, like I'm sure like 99% of people like, what the fuck was that? You know?
Yeah. You
So
don't have a pause button there.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But yeah, do we want to start like delving into like overall thoughts
Yeah,
about
yeah, no, that's the
the
thing.
movie?
That's we're
Uh,
already in the sequel section.
okay, yeah, really quickly, let's get this out of the way. Do you have the bonk gun ready, or the
Um,
bonk instrument?
there
Do you have
is
it
no
ready?
bonk gun. There's only just a
Okay,
bonk.
well, let's just get it out of the way. Monica Bellucci, really quick. Okay,
Okay, we're just
are we
gonna
done?
bonk.
Bonk.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
okay.
We got that out of the way. All right, good. Rewatching this movie, I was watching it and I'm like, you know what? This movie fucking rules. It is awesome. And obviously, I was one of those people that oh, the Matrix, it fell off after one, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm just watching it, and like from the get go, I mean, it kind of starts with Trinity kicking cops' asses again, which is kind of a retread of one. I think that was the Wachowskis kind of being sly about everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you think we're just gonna do the same thing over? Just you wait.
And then they did it
And
again later.
so yeah, and then they kind of did it again later. But yeah, this movie just fucking rules. Like the action is ramped up a notch, the world building is ramped up a notch. This is like I would say almost a perfect sequel. I think for me, it's what I want in a sequel. It's awesome. I think I may actually like it more than the first movie, believe it or not.
Ooh.
Thinking more about it. Yeah, that's why I wanted to keep my opinion to myself, kind of keep you on your toes. Yeah, I think it ups everything. It ups the kind of the exploration of the philosophies, the action, everything. But I'll let John take it from here and his
Yeah,
overall thoughts. I've spoken
uh,
enough.
I think that I relate to that sentiment
Wow.
because
Okay.
I do think that Reloaded is I don't think it's the best, but it's certainly my favorite Matrix movie.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it just one ups everything in the first movie, sometimes to a detriment. But after what the Matrix is was set, I feel like the second movie had a bigger playground to play in,
Yeah.
and be it with
Yeah,
the action, be it with the philosophy, the Wachowskis just went for it, right? And this is no longer like an alien concept that we don't know if people will like it or not. We know that people like it. We know that people like it a lot. Maybe they didn't know how much people liked each thing, because it's like the scene with the architect. A lot of people hate that, but a lot of people like that. It's same with the action. A lot of people think that the action in Reloaded is way over the top, and I love it.
I
Just
really
so
do.
good. Fucking
yeah,
I love the
The Burly Man
over the
brawl.
top shitty CGI fight. I like that shit.
Dude, okay.
And
yeah. I think it would kind of have to be because you have a more powerful Neo, and things are
Yes.
just naturally
yeah,
escalating.
you can't end the
Um,
Matrix with Neo flying and then not having him stop bullets with his mind in the second movie.
Yeah, like you can't have another subway fight where like the biggest thing is like he just gets thrown through a wood paneling in a ticketing booth or something,
You
right?
need
So
to
you,
have
you get that.
the
Yeah,
highway.
go ahead.
You need to have
Yeah,
the
I was
highway.
gonna. I was gonna say like there are three fights like the highway fight, the stairway fight, and the park fight. Those are good enough to be like the premier action scenes in most movies themselves.
Yes.
And that's what really stuck out to me. Like, holy shit! Like those three fights alone are better than 95% of what's going on in other action movies, aside from all of the more philosophical stuff as well. It's just that's what really struck me overall is that just everything is amped up in this movie and it still holds together, I think, really really well, and it's still a Matrix movie, and just how it pulls that off is why I think it may be my favorite.
So I have
So
to bring it up just because it reminded me of it when you said that those three action scenes would basically be the climax of any other movie. It
yeah,
just reminds me of Fast and Furious 6. Fast and Furious 6
Oh,
was, yeah, I'm sorry. Look, you'll see where
uh,
I'm going. You'll see where I'm going, okay?
okay,
Fast and
okay.
Furious 6 was supposed to be two movies.
Which one is that?
The
The
London
one in
one,
Dubai?
the airplane
is that the one
one,
that
and the tank.
is that the one that which one starts in the hospital? Is that 5 or 6?
7.
7. Okay,
Okay.
6.
No,
Whatever.
no. The reason is that Fast and Furious 6 was supposed to be two movies, but what they ended up doing instead is that they compressed the two movies into one, which means that they had two different action set pieces that were supposed to be the ending of two different movies and just said, "Yeah, just put them right next to each other." And that's why that movie is so fucking ridiculous. And you aren't wrong. Like Matrix Reloaded has that. Like any one of those scenes could have been the climax and then the movie just goes, "Yeah, but here's both instead." It's like, oh my god. I'm actually
It's
kind of shocked that both of you guys are this positive on it because I was thinking I was gonna have to hide a little. I'll be like, I don't know. That's the thing. I split between these movies where obviously the original Matrix is just a better constructed movie. Like it handles its tone and its balancing of fight and philosophy better than the two movies, but Reloaded feels like it just throws that balance out of the window and goes, "We're just going to give you more." And to be fair, because of the more that's there is shit that I love. I don't care if it's
yeah,
out of whack for balance,
Yeah.
okay? I love that you just have literally what's like continuous 10 minutes of Neo talking to the Oracle in a park bench, and then it's like, Yeah, fight scene. Get the fight scene in here, which to also bring that up, is it dumb CGI fights that you can tell clearly when it is CGI and not people? Yes, but also there's something about the animation that they did to the CGI characters where it still feels so weighted that even though like these people are just flying around like just in like fucking toys.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
think I
feel like a flying tiger, hidden dragon, or
Yes,
crouch tiger, hidden dragon.
like
yeah, it's not wire work, it's straight CGI. But I think what's kind of funny about that is I think it's kind of meta because you could say like, oh, of course it's CGI. They're literally in the Matrix,
ha.
right? So they're not actually
Ah,
fighting as real people. So they're fighting as digital kind of representations. So
In other words, the actual conceit becomes the context. Fuck, that's inc
exactly, exactly.
yeah, but
Oh,
with Edwin, the weight there is really good because even though that isn't a human face, that is clearly a CGI robot, it feels like it was mocapped.
yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so the way that they did this is like they had their faces in front of like the highest res cameras that they could get, and they just took a whole bunch of pictures and then they used those pictures to map it onto those bodies. So like they really tried their best to try to, not have to CGI skin. They would try to map actual skin onto it, which is why I think it helps a lot. I think it's just that the power wasn't there to be able to
Yeah,
make it as convincing as possible.
Yeah, and I
2002
think
wasn't there yet.
Mhm.
it starts to, I don't know if I want to say crumble, but it starts to get exposed a little bit when he takes out the giant pole and starts really just
I
swinging around and
fucking
being
love it.
really, really ridiculous. Well, yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean it's amazing though. It's well, it's like because it's like of course like they know how powerful he is. They're going to send like a mob of Agent Smiths after him, and it's going to look ridiculous.
Oh,
Which is fine. It plays into how nuts the movie gets from one. So
so
I
here's
didn't
the
really
funny
mind it.
thing. All of this, like so much of this fight is CGI and all of it fits so well. And then you look back at Flight of the Osiris and you're like, why does this look as terrible as it does? Because this is pretty much this should be the same thing, honestly. This really should just be CGI people fighting and having the proper weight and just like that's okay. But like, why is Flight of the Osiris suck when it's probably the same amount of CGI as this? And that's what I
More
mean.
even.
Yeah. But man, the burly man fight is just so awesome. Like it's
It's
so
really
over the
cool.
top and it's dumb and it's oh my god, the music is perfect. Like oh, and then at some point Neo just goes, "Yeah, we had enough fun," and then leaves. Like that fight is so pointless. It is there's almost no reason for it to go as long as it does beyond just, "Hey audience, you want to see some cool shit?" But like I can't really fault the movie for doing that because I enjoyed every second of it. So that's what I mean. Like, I feel like even though I probably enjoy this movie as equally as the original Matrix, I think that I can't separate criticism in my brain to go like I like this one more because I feel like I just enjoy the fact that the Matrix 1 is just so satisfyingly like this is precise. This is like just what feels like screenwriting 101.
Yeah, and if I remember, the park fight starts like seconds after Oracle just kind of walks away,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then Smith just shows up. I'm like, well, okay.
Dude,
It's almost like a video game cutscene where
yes.
it's like, okay, this character's going away. Okay, we're going to go into a cutscene now, and
Yeah, as far as
boss
like
fight.
the
Okay,
the one, I think that actor is Chinese. I forgot his name, but that's with Neo. He's just like, oh no, I'll take the keymaker, and oh no, is the keymaker there already? I don't
No, the
remember.
Kingmaker's not there.
Not there. Yeah, the one character just
Seraph.
like,
His name is Seraph.
yeah, he just like, I'll get out of here for now.
Oh,
Enjoy
I
your fight.
I want the record to show that I actually remember that name. I did not Google it because I knew I could remember it.
I did not remember it.
It just that's the thing. I remember them calling him Wingless in Revolutions, and I was like, no, his name isn't Wingless. There's no way it's that. Burly Man fight. Let's go into Zion because I feel like Zion is one of the things that people have issues with. How do you guys feel about Zion?
yeah, I didn't like it at first because my dumb little childhood brain was like, oh, I want more Matrix, explodey, fun, epic action fights. But
Mm,
I appreciated this more as an adult because it really tapped into more of the kind of socio-political stuff
mm,
where it's like, oh, just because all these humans are free from the Matrix, it doesn't mean problems go away. It's not really necessarily a utopia. But one thing that stuck out to me was in Zion, Morpheus is really portrayed as like a religious zealot
Yeah.
almost among the surviving humans. And then there's another scene of where Neo is coming off the elevator and all these people are just mobbing him. And it's again, it's not subtle, right? It's like a
Nope.
Jesus metaphor. They're asking him for miracles, bless my child. I'm like, okay, we are not being subtle here. I was waiting for someone to ask. I was literally waiting for someone to ask him to turn water into wine or something,
I was
and to
waiting for
provide
someone
like,
to finally wash his
Cure the
feet.
blind.
yeah. And it really taps into more of the existing issues within current humanity, right? It taps into religiosity and belief and faith that come with not really being plugged in, right? Not having your entire environment controlled for
Yep.
you 100% of the time. What leads to free thought and free expression? What does that lead to? And so I really, really like that. And I appreciated that more as an adult, which I don't, again, to be fair, most kids are not going to really acknowledge that and much less appreciate it. So I liked it.
More punchy, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like now that I'm thinking about it, it's actually kind of impressive that the way that the movie is written is that when Neo is inside the Matrix or when we are doing something in the Matrix, what the movie is talking about is more about philosophy and reality and choice. But when we are outside of the Matrix, it's more about the human condition. It's about religion. It's about
Mm,
more, let's say, carnal issues,
mm.
you know. And to be honest, I never really thought about it until now.
For me, I always just okay. So let's get the negative thing out of the way first. I really hate the rave scene. I really do. I just feel like
Oh,
it's
me too.
indulgent and it goes overboard. And it's like this is going on way too long.
Yeah. I think it was maybe supposed to be like I don't know, like a biblical Sodom and Gomorrah type of reference. I don't know what they were going
I
for.
think they were just
Because
trying to
again,
show like
everything
go
feels,
for it.
the lack of subtlety feels deliberate, right? So I'm like, what is the purpose of this? What are they trying to go for? I don't know. Maybe it's just depicting them enjoying life.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think honestly that's just what it is, but I also think it just goes on way too long where it's just like, okay, we get it. Humanity is rebellious and they're going to enjoy their time out here regardless of how shitty the situation is, which is why like it's basically an argument of why you want to get out of the Matrix. It's just like, yeah, you're going to be in the Matrix, you're going to be, comfy, but you're not going to be out there actually living life. Like I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but also did we really need to spend like an entire 5 minutes here? Like we could have spent like 2.5 minutes just like vibing to some music and we're good. We're good.
It's the biob scene from System for Down.
So okay, that's the negative thing. Zion, what I come back to with Zion is that scene where the councilman and Neo are like, yeah, we can't sleep and so we're just gonna hang out together. That entire scene where they're talking about how it's like, yeah, you see those machines, I don't know what they
Spoon-fed
do.
philosophy.
Yeah, oh my god, I fucking love it. Like it's the fact that dude, okay, I don't remember where I heard this from, but someone was like, "Yeah, so the Matrix sequels were like, yeah, we just wanted more action." And then the Wachowskis heard, "Oh, philosophy? You guys want philosophy? We'll just give you more philosophy." And here's the thing, I am the person that does want more philosophy. So that entire scene where they're talking about the conundrum of, yeah, the robots, yeah, we're fighting them, but we have to acknowledge that they
We
control
need
us as
them.
much as we control them. And like
Yeah.
I love that shit. I love that they kind of just set up at the beginning of the movie that this is a connection between the two, that no matter how much of a war it is between the two of us, we are still going to not be separated regardless of how this ending turns out. And I love it. There's so much of this movie that I feel like it's just so perfectly for me that probably did. It's not even something that I learned to love afterwards. It probably shaped the things that I do already love.
I did like that. And I think it was the councilman was the older guy, right?
Yes.
If I recall.
Mm,
Yes.
Yeah, I did like that we got like a really a kind of a perspective of an older, more experienced human who I'm gonna guess probably hasn't been plugged into the Matrix for a very, very long time.
yeah.
Would be my guess. So he has a lot of experience with actual human beings and humanity that a vast majority of the citizens of Zion, I'm sure, probably do not.
Mm,
So he is really imparting wisdom that is even more important to to a lot of people who I'm sure have been plugged in for a lot of their lives.
Yeah, no,
So
that's the thing. I think even with Neo, you could say is probably like what mid-20s in the first movie, and they say that
yeah,
even he was too old to be unplugged. So you have to imagine that the Councilman has been in Zion for most of his life.
yeah, I did like that. It kind of, I don't know, yeah, when you mentioned that, it kind of reminded me a little bit of
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars
Yep.
when, yeah, and they're talking about, oh, he's too old to begin the training. I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of a good little thing. And in fact, I think Phantom Menace came out the same, 1999 came out the same year as Matrix, I want to say.
Yes,
So
99, yes.
yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
it's just one of those things that
that,
when you
that was a
see it,
pretty good year.
Yeah, 99 was pretty stacked. I was looking at that on Google, but I did like that scene a lot. I think that was really, really important. It's another aspect of why I appreciated the Zion stuff more, even though, like you said, it goes on a little bit too long in some aspects. I also like Harry Lennox. He's always like a really, I don't know, I've always liked him. He has like a really commanding presence. He's the, I guess, the current or former love interest of Jada Pinkett Smith. I forget his
oh,
character's name.
Commander Locke, I think. Yeah, wait, is it Locke?
Commander
Yeah.
Locke.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. He always has like a really good commanding presence, but he always comes across as really annoyed,
Yes.
which I like about him. Just fed up with everyone's shit. I like it. So yeah, yeah, he was good. I always like when he shows up. I think there was a couple other actors as well that show up. But yeah, I like the Zion stuff a lot. I thought it was a really good, effective, mostly much slower change of pace, but I think that the time was used well. So
Yeah, Commander Locke, I really like him because this man is just he is the most realistic out of all of them. He's just like, yeah, I don't care about the one. I don't believe in all this bullshit. Like,
yeah,
I don't think he actually is in the Matrix. I think he's probably a natural born person of Zion because he also never touches on the Oracle. And whenever you see the Oracle, you just kind of go, yeah, I kind of have to believe in some of this, at least at this point now. So he
yeah.
would have to be a son of Zion to be able to just be like, yeah, the one, all this bullshit.
Yeah, when you say that, that does. I think that kind of rings true. He does have the makeup of someone who was never really plugged in or exposed to anything
Mm,
within the Matrix. So it literally may as well be a fantasy land
mm,
to him, right? It may as well be like he may as well be almost like a Muggle, if you will,
mm,
off to not believing about 9 3/4 and all the wizard shit. So he's very much a pragmatist
mm.
as well. So
No, this man goes like, you see those ships and you guys see them as a way to tap into the Matrix. I see them as a way to get them back into Zion to help us from the machines because that's the actual focus. Like,
yeah,
oh my god. But yeah, let's see, Commander Locke. What else is in Reloaded that I want to talk about? You know what? Just because I love him, I want to talk about Commander Mifune, the guy who just. Wait, you guys remember who Captain Mifune is?
Yes.
Okay.
no.
He is the guy who mainly takes. He's the guy who takes up most of the time in
Oh,
Zion.
he's the head of the mechs, right,
Yes,
or whatever.
correct.
Yeah, I like him too. He has a very kind of drill sergeant
D- come-
demeanor. Yeah, and I like their I like their getups. They're almost like kind of pseudo samurai looking. I
Yes,
think, right? They're kind of like robes. I like that too. That's a good call.
dude, Commander Mifune, I really love this man because this man just feels so much like a stereotype, and I don't know why it is that I really dig that. He is just so he's like you said, he's a drill sergeant. Like this man is just like
Yeah,
he just seems like he doesn't speak, he only barks, and I
but
love it.
but he also, I think, at his core, he cares. Like that one kid that shows up. He's like, I'm too. He knows he's not old enough, right? Like, how
Exactly.
old are you? And he's like, yeah. He's calling bullshit, but he's like, all right. He knows they can't afford to really turn anyone away that's willing to fight. So, and I think that it builds upon that in Revolutions as well. There's a good payoff there. But yeah, I like him as well. I think it reminds me a little bit of the Raimi Spider-Man movies where you have these kind of side characters that show up and they would normally not be memorable at all.
Mhm.
But these movies elevate them just due to some of the writing, and a lot of it is the acting performances as well. So
How old are you? I'm 18. Bullshit. I would have believed you. You said 16. Okay, I'm 16. 'It
yeah.
18 is the age. You're too young.
Yeah, and that's a thing with war, right? Like I know literal relatives of mine who forged their ages to get into World War II. Like they were not 18, they were 16, 17, and it's like
Dope.
at that difference, what difference does it make? Like there's not some magical thing when you on your 365th day of your 17th year, or whatever.
Dude,
So
he says that. Kid
I like
says
that.
that. He's basically like,
Yeah,
what do the machines care about my age? I'll die the exact same way. And then
yeah,
Mifune just
they'll
goes,
slaughter.
that ain't that the damn truth.
Yeah, they literally don't care. Yeah, and that was a good comeback, and yeah, that was just a really good, again, a really good, well written scene that probably didn't need to be in the movie. Like those two characters didn't necessarily even need to be in the movie,
Yeah.
but it was really well done.
I don't know what it is. Like, I love Captain Mifune just being the stereotype that he is, and he's just so much fun that even like he carries me through revolutions. Like he carries me so
Yeah,
much where it's like anything that's happening in Zion, as long as I see this man going, "Ah, ah," like I'm just like, this man is so into it, so am I. All right. I am so in.
yeah, he's very much like a ride or die character. I love it.
Okay. Oh wait, John, anything before I move on to another character?
No, it's more about the general idea of all the characters in Zion, because they really were walking on a tightrope with this whole part of the movie, right? Because uh, you have a whole cast of side characters that could have been like sink or swim, and just it did neither. It walked on water.
The next character that I want to talk about is
Link,
the guy. Oh, Link. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's go to Link.
you
Okay, no. So the thing is that I was actually going to go to oh my god, Bane, but you know what? Let's go to Link first. Um I really like Link. Link isn't really doing much, but I actually think I like him more than Dozer and his brother, which I his name escapes me now. But yeah, like Link and his entire side story with his, I assume, wife and then a sister, and then I think that he is Dozer's brother-in-law or something like that. I couldn't
something
really
like that.
figure out what exactly was the relationship between them, but like Link just feels like he's a good grounding agent for people in Zion, where he feels like he's the average person at Zion who kind of sees Morpheus and he's just like, I don't know about you. And it's only through his time on the Nebuchadnezzar that he's like, oh no, if I saw all the shit that Morpheus was seeing, I would be just as insane as he is. And I really like what he adds to this.
Yeah, I like him as well. He's married to the sister of
Z,
Tank and Dozier.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Z.
yeah,
Yeah.
I really like Link. I think that especially in the first Matrix, Tank was a really good character. Tank was a solid ground wire to everything that was going on. And honestly, Link was a proper continuation of the same type of character.
Yeah, I liked that they're both kind of the nerd in the chair, right? That does all the plugging away and the
Yeah,
computer stuff. And
Hmm.
oftentimes those are just really boring and uninteresting characters, or they're just portrayed as like what's his name from Jurassic Park? Um
Ned.
Newman from Seinfeld. Yeah, Nedry. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They're portrayed as these kind of like really unappealing loser sweaty types, and these guys, both him and Tank, were really upbeat, and I think kind of almost affable. They're guys that you would want to have a conversation with. They're really
You'd want to get a
optimistic.
drink with them.
Uh, yeah, you'd
yeah,
want to get a drink with them, which is kind of a deconstruction. In addition to them both being black guys, right? Like those, like let's face it, a lot of times in movies they're portrayed as really pasty, nerdy white guys.
Yeah.
So to have them kind of portrayed as these different archetypes, I think was really, really good. Obviously progressive as a lot of the movie is. But yeah, I liked him. I liked him a lot.
All right, so we got Link out of the way. This is the person I really wanted to get to, Bane. This man, I don't understand how you didn't just bring this guy back for Resurrections and just have him do something, okay? Because like this man's just his Hugo Weaving impression is just spot on. Like this man is just like Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, you would. There was a couple of times where I swore like they must have done like ADR with Hugo Weaving or something. Like it was scary. I don't know how they did it because it was amazing. But other than that, I don't know. The whole thing of like temporarily turning it into like a slasher film kind of annoyed me.
Wait,
Um,
which part in Reloaded?
no, I'm thinking,
Revolutions.
I'm thinking of
Yeah,
Revolutions.
because
Yeah, yeah.
the
I'm getting a
movie
little bit
ends with
ahead. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I didn't like that little eventual development. The ending kind of cliffhanger I thought was really, really cool. I just didn't fully like where they took his character. I was overall I wasn't crazy about it, but I did like the whole kind of Hugo Weaving taking over a plugged in person and it
yeah.
going into the human world. I thought that was a really cool concept.
Mhm.
It is that's just what I
Terrifying.
was about to say. That the
Yeah,
concept
yeah,
of a program entering a human body and controlling it as if it was his own, it's
yeah.
really fucking cool and absolutely terrifying. And it's a shame they never used it again, huh?
Oh yeah, so just because we're already on this topic, I'll have to probably jump into Revolutions a little bit. That
Yes,
entire
that's
time where he's just like Come on, Mr. Anderson, you're quicker than this. How do you not recognize that it's me behind these dull cow eyes? It's just like, oh my god, this man is doing the greatest Hugo Weaving impression of all time. This man is just, he's, I don't understand how the hell he was able to embody so much of Smith. As I don't understand, not only do I not understand how he was able to do that, I don't understand how the hell you find someone who is capable of doing this. Like, this man is so spot on. He understood every part of the assignment. God bless this man. I just feel like this man probably doesn't get enough cherishment for what he adds to these movies.
Yeah, I fully agree.
All right, any other characters from these sequels that we want to talk about, I guess, before we actually start talking about the plots? Merovingian.
In terms of characters, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean Merovingian. I mean, they got yeah. I was hoping you were going to talk about him. I mean, the guy's just an absolute queen, right? Like he's just like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Do they really hate the French? I don't know. That's the only thing I could come away with.
Probably
I was
yes.
just
Don't
and,
we all?
again, yeah. We'll get to this in Resurrections, but yeah, I'm just like he's just supremely entertaining. And one thing I thought of when rewatching it, I don't know, Edwin, maybe I'm crazy or something. I almost had a thought of one point. I'm like, is he like a former the One at one point? Because he seems to have so much knowledge, and I think he made a reference. I think in the kind of the rotunda area of the building before that big fight, where he's like, "Oh, you're one of them again," or something, a former one of you, or something like that. It made it seem like he has a really deep and long-standing, not only knowledge of the Matrix and the dynamics, but also
An outside view of the Matrix almost.
Okay.
yeah, he has like a prestige about him. He has like an elevated status within the Matrix that can only come with being someone of more of a I don't know
Fun
the
type of character.
yeah, like he has a higher status. He's more highly looked upon by the machine. So I don't know. That's one, maybe I was reading too much into it, but that's something that I thought of.
So the Merovingian to me is a program. He is a program. He is not a human being. All right. He has been here
Yeah,
probably at the earliest, the second iteration of the Matrix. Of course, we're on the sixth Matrix. So
yeah,
the way that I understand is that he definitely was not a one before, because when he ever talks to Neo at the end of that fight in the huge courtroom, he
yeah,
goes, "I have dealt with your predecessors and I will deal with you as well," or something like that. So he's
yeah,
basically saying
yeah,
that he has fought with the one previously in the same exact way he's probably doing with Neo. He's like, "I've done this before. I will outlast you." Right. And he
yeah,
does. So
yeah.
the Merovingian to me is probably another part of probably controlling the resistance. So the Merovingian is someone who can basically help exiled programs that no longer have a reason to exist, and basically smuggle them into the Matrix so they can survive. So what I always interpreted him as is basically like, Poot, have you played Metal Gear Solid 4?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess anyone who's listening to this that doesn't want to be spoiled for Metal Gear Solid 4, I'm going to give you like 3 seconds. Okay. Skip forward like 10 or 10 seconds. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. So, like with Drebin, how Drebin is an agent of the Patriots, how he's basically supposed to be helping the opposition, I kind of take that as the Merovingian. The Merovingian is an agent of the Matrix to basically try to, no. We know that some of this illegal shit is going to be happening, so we may as well could be able to control that piece of it as well.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Yeah, I didn't think too deeply or research it too deeply, because I was like, well, there's some programs that have more of a social status, if you will,
Mhm.
within the Matrix or what have you. So I wasn't sure what his ultimate like abilities were, if you will.
His
So
ultimate ability is probably being able to have more power in the Matrix by being someone who can basically determine who gets to be in the Matrix or not.
yeah, but I did like he was really represented as like an organized crime boss. I think that kind of
Yes.
makes sense, right? Because
Yes.
if the Matrix or the robots are like the authorities, right, they understand like, okay, we're not going to completely eliminate crime, quote unquote, right?
Mm,
But we can control it somewhat,
yeah.
and so there's like a common understanding there with some organized crime elements. Hey, limit the bodies being dropped, etc. Keep to your own house. don't mess with civilians, et cetera, et cetera. So when you put it that way, that makes sense.
All right. So going back to the Colonel Sanders scene, whenever they're
Yeah.
talking about the 6 iterations of the Matrix, the
Mhm.
third, fourth, fifth, and sixth iterations of the Matrix are pretty much no different. But the first two are where shit gets really fucky. So the first Matrix iteration was perfect. It was heaven. It was a utopia. And Colonel Sanders is like, yeah, we made it as happy as possible to keep you guys good. You guys all hated it. Like, you don't understand how many of you fucking died because you couldn't accept peace and quiet. So, whoops. And then in very computer logic of, well, 1 didn't work, have we tried 0? The second Matrix, on the other hand, is a complete fucking nightmare, apparently. Like, all it's fucking in, at least from the way that they imply it, the 2 vampires that Monica Bellucci shoots, they're from the second
Werewolves.
Matrix. Like, they're fucking werewolves. Yeah, sorry, not vampires, werewolves. Which
Silver
is
bullets are for werewolves. God
yes,
damn it!
I know. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I
Jeez.
got my wrong
Get
mystical
your
mystical
yeah.
being.
Get
Know
your
your cryptids, Edwin.
yeah. Get your fanfic stereotypes in order. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, so in other words, the second Matrix was literally hell, where they're like, hey, mermaids that eat people, throw them in there. Werewolves, throw them in there. Vampires, throw them in there. We're going to fuck these people up, and maybe they accept their reality. And you know what happened? Well, a whole bunch of them died again. So then the third Matrix, they're like, okay, let's maybe, we tried too hot, we tried too cold, let's get it just right now. And so that's where the Oracle was introduced as the human part of the Matrix to try and bring some a bit of the more warmth and I guess the ups and downs of life. So while they say that the Matrix is basically, it has 2 parents, it's got the Colonel Sanders as the dad, the architect, the Oracle would be the mother of the Matrix. So these two basically constantly fight back and forth between this is still a computer program. We need this to be as balanced as possible, but also we need to keep some humanity in there so they don't exactly reject it like they did the first 2 Matrix. So the Merovingian is someone who's been working since we know for sure the Matrix, the second Matrix. I know for sure about that. Who knows if he was there for the first one, which would be fucking incredible if he was. But at least since the second Matrix, we know that this man is working.
I always saw it as in really interesting concept, talking about werewolves and shit. That no, but
No,
okay,
no, come on,
I'm
come on.
going somewhere here.
You're gonna tell me
I'm
that sentence isn't funny though. I was always interested in the concept of werewolves and shit.
No, but I mean in the Matrix, in the context of the Matrix,
Hmm.
that whenever people say that they saw ghosts or those urban legends and vampires and werewolves and fucking ninja turtles, that's all something from previous versions of the Matrix that somehow got into the current version of the Matrix, and so since people don't understand it, they kind of make legends about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and another thing that I picked up on too is that the name Merovingian, historically, they believe this is like real world talking. They believe is like the first race of the kings of France. That's why I was like kind of confused. Like, how far does he go back? How revered is he within the Matrix? Like, what is his social status? I think he was really, really one of the more interesting characters they introduced in the sequels, without a doubt. But I did like his scene where he conspires to the scene where the girl, I guess we can be a little bit crude, she gets the orgasm from
Actually
the food
hilarious.
of being programmed. Yeah, yeah, which is hilarious. I forgot how crude that scene was
Yes.
without being like full on crude. I'm like, oh my god, they're really going here right now. And just his whole the quote he has there is, as she's like, she's having this orgasm, he says, soon the why and the reason are gone, and all that matters is the feeling itself. That little microcosm in there was kind of an example of how they control people. And I think in the first one as well, when Joey Pants is eating the steak, he's like, I know this isn't real, but I don't care. It makes me feel good.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So it's those little crumbs they feed them of satisfaction of real life where it keeps people going throughout the day. So yeah, it was really good. And his quote, I think it was his quote, he said, choice is an illusion
Yes.
created between those with power and those without. Like, yeah, that really kind of sums up what they're going for. And he is one of those agents, obviously.
God, I love the philosophy in these movies so much. There's just not
Yeah.
subtle at all, but every time you hear it, it's
Yeah.
just like, oh my god, this is just so much good to chew on.
Yeah, without a doubt.
All right, let's see. We got Zion. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and go to the highway, just action scene because,
The scene.
yeah.
Yeah, really quick. This made me want a Cadillac CTS
Oh, yes,
because of this
yes,
movie.
same,
No other
same.
reason. No other reason. Like I wanted one of those cars. Like I don't even know. It's probably a piece of shit. I think it ended up have like a lot of mechanical
Yes,
issues, but like I want that car.
yes, no, I agree. I just
Yeah,
remember, I remember watching this movie, and then whenever I got a PSP and I got Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition,
yeah,
the car was there, and I was like, oh my god, I'm modding the fuck out of
yeah.
this.
I think even GTA had a straight up rip off of the Cadillac CTS.
Mhm.
Again, not. I don't think coincidental. So that was an obvious thing that stuck out to me.
Dude, the entire scene where Trinity is just on this motorcycle and she's staying to the edges, and then eventually both of the agents basically corner her in, and she has to weave through traffic. I'm just like, oh
Yeah,
my. To be fair though, the one thing that forever just stays with me, where I played with my toys for years on end with them having guns and swords, is because of Morpheus on the overpass, and this man has just a gun and a sword, and he slashes the fucking Cadillac and then just starts blasting it until it explodes. I wish that I could ever have a single moment in my life that would make me look as cool as Morpheus does in that scene.
yeah, and it's like
Spoilers, you won't.
No, never will.
yeah,
I never will.
it's kind of pure Matrix, right? Like there is no reason on God's green earth that he should be having a samurai sword. It has like no practical application,
Mhm.
and I'm sure it's like part of their inspiration from Japanese animation,
Yes.
shall we call it?
Mhm.
But like you said, it's cool as fuck. So who cares,
Who
right? This is
cares?
an action scene. Let's have fun. And yeah, it's ridiculous, but it's
It
awesome.
works
So
perfectly though. That's the thing. Like this man shoots them to kind of just put disorient them. He moves, he slashes the gas tank with the sword and then starts blasting at the gas tank. Like it's the thing where
yeah,
it's
that
like,
was
my god, I didn't expect this to be useful, but it was.
yeah, that was a good reason where they're like, hey, we want to give him a samurai sword because samurai swords are cool.
Mhm.
So what can we theoretically actually make good use out of it with? And they pulled it off. So
Oh.
credit to
Yeah,
them.
the most logical choice, a
Yep.
car.
Yeah, yeah,
Dude, the invisible guys, the choreography that they can do with them because they can disappear is so fucking cool because you can basically get them hit for a little bit and then they just survive because they can phase through it. Like the entire scene where they're in the car parking lot and like they're getting fucked up, but because they can phase through, they're just like, whatever, we're not gonna yeah, sure, you can land on us, but how can you make sure that we're actually here to be landed on? Oh my god, just so much of that entire scene is incredible, and I can't believe they actually built that freeway. They actually built a long ass freeway just so that they can start launching cars like they did. Oh my god.
It
yeah.
is
God,
probably one
God
of my
bless a bigger
favorite
budget.
pieces of making of
Yeah,
footage
Yes.
in movie history.
Okay. Let's see. We got that. I don't know. Is there anything about the actual
Oh,
plot that we want to talk about? Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like even for the original Matrix, it's just like a really fun metaphor, so you don't really need to care about the plot. Reloaded, I think I just actually care. Like, that's the thing, Poot. When you said earlier that you don't know how I feel about world building, most of the time I don't care. But I think because the Matrix has just set such a fucking cool world that I care. Like, honestly, the second Matrix is something I wish I could see shit from because I need to see what fucked up hell they threw these humans into. So, like, Reloaded having all of that world building is something that I really dig, to where to some point I don't really think I care that much about the actual human and machine war, but like I still care about the character, so then through that I care about that. So like I don't really know how much of the plot is important.
yeah. I think they name drop Zion at least maybe once or twice in the first movie.
Yes.
So you're like, okay, Zion is a thing. It's a place. It doesn't just appear. I mean, it appears for the first time, but it doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's not like, oh, they just made up that a human city exists.
Mhm.
So it was a little bit of good payoff, and I think, like I said, I really liked the Zion stuff. That's probably the thing that I had the biggest,
Reservations about.
yeah, well, just the biggest progression from really not liking that much to really appreciating because I'm older now and I didn't like it as much as a kid. So I think it was that human world building, if you will, was really good enough and what I really liked. So yeah, that's what I took away as far as the world building. I really appreciated that.
John, anything
It
about the
is.
plot of Reloaded?
Is there any? Okay, I know there's a plot, but the plot of Reloaded is more. It's basically a setup for Revolutions.
Yeah.
I think a little bit, but there's
There
also an
is something
aspect.
that there is a big there is a lot there, but I think that it sets up a lot that will just end up being paid off in the next movie.
Yeah, I think there's an aspect of it. I think it ultimately builds up to that scene with the architect where it's kind of like a meet your maker or meet your creator
Hmm.
sort of scene. And it's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to choose one door where it's like what your creator originally intended? Because, as we all
And what
know,
every other one has chosen.
yeah, or are you going to say fuck you and rebel against it? This movie leads up to that one moment, so it's not necessarily about
The
beat
plot
for
itself.
beat story and plot.
Yes.
It's really with all the philosophy going on. I think that's what it builds up to and what it amounts to
Hmm.
is that you have the ultimate thing that makes human beings special is we have that choice, right? We have some sense of self-determination, and that's ultimately what Neo chooses at the end, and that's what I think the movie builds up to. So I think it's a really good character and thematic work.
So I
So
need to bring this up in relation to Resurrections. Whenever people were leveling at Resurrections, the complaint of, oh, so it's a love story now?
It always
Yeah,
was.
it was
it
since
always
Reloaded.
was.
Like,
That's love is the reason that Neo won in the first movie. She literally resurrects him.
I mean, we also like that's the thing. The entire
Yeah.
reason of Reloaded is that every other one, like here's the thing, Colonel Sanders says it. He's like the previous ones had a general connection to human beings. So whenever I asked them to sacrifice themselves for Zion, they did it. They're like, yeah, no, we need to keep humanity going. But you, on the other hand, Neo, your connection to humanity isn't general humans, it's love, it's Trinity. So because he chooses Trinity, he ends up heralding the end of the Matrix. Well, at least until Resurrections, but like we'll get there. But like it was always about love. It was always about love, and it just makes me wonder:
Yeah.
were people not paying attention, or is it the fact that Colonel Sanders is like just speaking in riddles the entire time and tongues?
Both.
Actually, yeah, you're probably not wrong.
Yes, because people turn off their brains to go to the movies, sadly.
I
Because
Yeah, they want escapism, which is fair enough.
yeah, I will say that the scene with the architect can be a bit much,
it's too no, it is too much. Like
It is too
but
much.
still, there if on a second watch you can make sense of it at the
on
very
on a
least.
second watch at home with a pause button and subtitles,
Yeah,
okay?
like I said, not when me and my dad were sitting there in the theater and like,
Yeah,
what the hell is happening?
when you
Dude,
can't control the movie, you have
Yeah,
no idea what's going on.
dude, Reloaded,
yeah,
I had my best friend and my wife, both of them sitting to my left and right. We just got done with that awesome highway action scene. We're going through it, right? And then we get to this scene, right? And as soon as it hits that white light, I grab the remote and I pause it. I'm like, hey, look, I know we're enjoying the movie. I'm going to have to pause it after every line that he says, and I have to explain it. So he'd be like, "Ergo, you will not understand my answers, and then others you will. You are an anomaly." And like I paused, and I was like, "Okay." So what he's basically saying is that he's gonna be really up his own ass for like the next 10 minutes. From here,
yeah. Well, it's funny you say that because it's actually I just brought up the YouTube clip. It's about 4 minutes. It just seems like 10 minutes. Um, but I mean, 4 minutes is a long time. I mean, you're talking about especially with exposition dialogue. That's a fucking eternity.
honestly, it should have
Um,
taken 10 minutes. So then at that point, you can maybe slow down and explain some of it.
But then it takes 10 minutes.
Yes, yes, but there has to be ways to look. That's the thing. Like, if you look at the original Matrix, there are two movies that make exposition into an art, and that's The Matrix and Inception. Because the first halves of those movies are just exposition, but because the idea of what's happening is so interesting, you are in to learn everything. I mean, Joseph Gordon-Levitt is just a mouthpiece for Nolan to be like, yeah, this is the mechanics. He's not a character. He's just an encyclopedia of how this works. But like, we still like that movie because we want to learn about this. The Matrix,
Yeah,
we want to learn about. So Colonel Sanders
and
should be able to make learning about the Matrix more interesting.
yeah, I think that in the
yeah,
end they made the right choice of just being done with it. You have your fun. Here's what you need to know. Let's go back into it, and that's it.
yeah, and I think like I said earlier, there's also that aspect of literally meeting your maker, right? Meeting your creator,
Mhm.
and it would be kind of when you were to meet your creator, they would literally have all the answers, right? And that would definitely take a while. I just think within the context of the movie and this type of movie, with how much insane action was happening before that, it was definitely very, very abrupt. And I will say, I don't think it would have had near the impact if they had spread it out like they had with Oracle, with two or three kind of scenes, or like kind of choosing to visit him or whatever, right? It's like, hey, you're coming to visit me. It's this one chance. It's a controlled environment. And now you're going to make your choice and we're never going to see each other again.
That's the thing, though. I kind of really like that the architect, like, even the architect's like, we will never meet again. Like,
Yeah.
I really like that because it kind
Yeah.
of reminds me of Mr. Robot, and how specifically there's one character, White Rose, who has an interaction in season 1, and that's honestly, now that I think about it, that scene is how you do the architect scene properly, because there is so much information being thrown at you just back to back to back, and then you feel the time clock hitting you. Fuck, oh my god, damn it, I didn't really think about that until I started speaking. But either way, yeah, like, there is probably a way to be able to hand out exposition and not make it sound as convoluted as he does. I really
Yeah.
don't like that scene because the actual execution is bad, and then the ideas that are all there are so incredible, which is that's
Yeah. I think
saying
it,
that line is going to come up later.
yeah, I think if maybe they had incorporated those TV screens more to use more visual representation
Yes,
to take a little bit of the sting. I don't know if sting is the right word, but a little bit of the
pace
kind
killer.
of the in your face. Yeah, yeah, to make it a little bit more digestible and accessible.
Hmm.
That probably would have worked
Could you have
as well.
sprinkled that kind of info throughout the movie
No, like, who
without
else would
But
spoiling
know?
it,
anything and without messing up the pace
I think
or
it
the
lessens the
structure?
impact. I think it lessens the
Yeah,
impact, right?
Yeah,
Because if he's the creator, then no one else should really have all of the knowledge
exactly.
and
that
the
he has.
Oracle is literally
Maybe
the
the
only
Oracle.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, also the Oracle isn't really supposed to be the one who gets into the actual nuts and bolts. Like, she is the
Well, because
mom.
yeah, well, remember when Neo says that and he references a mom and he says Oracle, and the architect is like, "Oh, please," right? He's like he was, it was like a bug he was swatting away from his face, right? He's like, "Oh, come on, please, don't be silly,"
That
right?
you're talking emotions to a computer program. You need to really
Yeah,
stop right now.
exactly, exactly, yeah. But yeah, that's obviously it's going to be a controversial scene till the end of time. Obviously, when we're sitting in a room and we have time to pause it and everything, and I paused it repeatedly. It was probably the third or fourth time I had seen it, and I was still pausing it and everything. I definitely feel like I have a pretty good grasp of everything that was covered
Mm.
in that, and it's obviously a lot, but I don't dislike it as much as I did the first time sitting in the theater
Through a
when I
lot of
was,
pausing, I realized I was actually able to explain almost everything. So I was like, oh, cool. I actually understand this.
yeah, it's not that difficult. It's just a lot in such a short period of time. Like if you're imagining being in college, like that amount of information in such a short period of time, you're going to be like, wait, what? I can't even
Slow
take
down,
notes.
slow down.
Yeah, exactly. Slow down. Let me record this. Give me a PowerPoint or something. So, no, but yeah.
Because I realized that we kind of ignored her this entire time, I guess before we go into, well, I mean, we're going to go into Revolution, so might as well talk about her through there. We haven't really talked about the Oracle, have we?
No,
Not really.
we really haven't. The Oracle scenes, I thought, rewatching them, I thought they were good. I think they kind of served. I think they kind of served a little bit of a precursor to the architect stuff,
Yes.
as far as, hey, you're going to need to make decisions. You're going to need to discover who you are, and I'm going to kind of give you little leads to go with,
Mm.
to kind of think about and plant in your mind.
I really like the Oracle scenes because this is where the philosophy just ends up getting put front and center. But the
Mhm.
best thing about the actress, I think Gloria Foster is, okay, hold on. Gloria Foster did the first two, but then she tragically passed away before Revolutions, right? Or
That's what I thought. I forgot they had recasted. I liked the first actress a little bit more, but maybe that's just being more comfortable or something. But
No, I agree. I
yeah.
really like her because has so much of a warmth to her that
Hmm.
everything she says, she knows what she's saying. She knows that she's being completely deliberate with what she's telling you. And I really dig that because you have that's the thing. Everything she's saying would feel like something that the architect as an actor would be telling you. Like the wise old man in a chair, like, this is all this. But instead, you have just this kind of what feels like it would be your best friend's grandma that you always visit. She always has cookies for you, and she's always got wisdom for you whenever you're having troubles. And I love her. She is perfect.
The cookie scene was in Reloaded, right? Or was it in Revolutions?
Revolutions.
Revolutions.
But I mean, that's the thing. She's
Revo-
making cookies in all of them, but like they become a bigger focus for a scene in Revolutions.
Yeah, I think that's the aspect of her too. She's obviously that kind of like
Matriarch.
motherly, grandmotherly, yeah, but also like the way she looks at Neo, it's like there's a softness to her,
Yes.
but it's also like she's staring literally through his soul.
Hmm.
Like she can see right through him or into his very deepest inner self,
Yep.
and that's what was really good about that.
John, anything?
I don't have much to say about her. I love both Gloria Foster and Mary Alice. I think I like Gloria Foster more, but both of them portray the character in a very, like you said, a very grandma way.
Hmm.
You know that she's guiding Neo, but she's also not giving everything away because she cares. She understands the need of him to learn how to walk for himself.
All right, so I picked it up this time when we went to go. Well, we I picked it up this time whenever we watched Revolutions that they actually do canonically explain why the Oracle looked different. They were
Yes,
like,
they do.
yeah, I didn't realize that. I think the Merovingians sent someone to kill her.
Yes, they needed to change. What's his name again?
Seraph.
The yeah, Seraph explains to Neo that they needed to get her in hiding, so they had to change her looks and change where she was.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Merovingian. Yeah, I have in my notes here. She said, "Men with power want more power," and Merovingian wanted her eyes.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. So I actually really like how, even though like I like how they contextualize that she's now a different actress, because whenever they meet her in that like really dark apartment and she's just sitting there and smoking, and it's like she looks so defeated, like she knows that this is the end game for her now. And I guess we should probably, I want to jump to the ending of Revolutions where she's talking to the architect. No, no, I'm no, sorry. Yeah, it's both of those scenes where in tandem you realize that she's probably the reason for the entire trilogy. Like she's the entire, she told Neo some info that probably sent him in a different direction. Oh no, hold on. Not only that, I'm pretty sure maybe she even told Trinity that you'll fall in love with him, and maybe trying something different about Neo's connection to the rest of humanity. That is what she did to basically get all the results that happen in this movie. And you have that scene in Revolutions where she's sitting there, she's like, I made a bet, and I'm like, I didn't realize that it's probably not going to pay off. It does because of how it ended, but like she is super doubting about whether if what she did in this Matrix iteration might end up just ruining everything. Yeah, I know that was a lot.
Yes.
So yeah.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm trying to process it, and I think I kind of understand what you're saying, and I like all of the scenes that she's in, and I like her role, and I like that she's represented as a grandmotherly
Force.
character because I think that's it makes everyone
Get
comfortable and at peace and trusting, right?
mhm,
So, and I do like the very end scene with her
the architect.
and the architect. Yeah, and the architect just looks like he shows up there and he just looks so annoyed. He looks like someone who like I don't know lost his wallet or something, and he's like looking around for it, and he's like, "Where the fuck is it?" You know? And she's just sitting there. She may as well be like feeding the birds or something.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, I'm just enjoying life." And what I did like is that I had forgotten like kind of the exact ending of Revolutions, where it kind of ends in that sort of agreement and stalemate, if you
Mhm.
will. I did appreciate that. So it was a kind of a cute ending in a way I thought.
All right, so jumping to that ending, just because this is going to be really important for Resurrections. So that ending where they're talking about what happens next is the idea basically that now it's just like they're going to subtly push away that people can leave the Matrix if they wanted to, like easier. They're not going to try and fight to get them back or try to kill the people who are out of the Matrix, or
I don't know. They didn't establish those boundaries. It's like one of those really dumb coexist bumper stickers, I think, where it's like, "Oh, we're just gonna all coexist and be happy," and I'm like, okay, whatever." But it's kind of I don't know. It's really kind of myopic, right? Because the machines are all about wanting control and everything. So it's like I don't think how long that's gonna last. But okay, whatever.
I mean, they say as
I
much.
kind of bought it because I mean, ultimately, I don't know if you want to call it cynical because I think a lot of other movies would have just ended with them completely wiping out the machines and somehow defeating the machines but saving all of the people as well, which I
Which
think
does not happen.
obviously would have been, yeah, which obviously would have been preposterous, right?
Mhm.
So I looking back, I was like, oh, I kind of respect that ending where it's like, oh, we're not going to really defeat you. We're going to come to like a stalemate and an armistice, if you will, or something. So yeah, I did like that, but I don't know. Do we want to get deeper into Revolutions now,
Oh
or do
yeah,
we
yeah,
want
no,
to?
we're in Revolutions now.
Okay, yeah. So Revolutions, honestly, I think Edwin's gonna hate this,
Mhm.
but honestly, I found a lot of this movie kind of boring,
Yeah, I'm
actually,
okay with that.
unfortunately. Especially coming off of
Yeah.
Reloaded. The whole machine war scene, I'm like, okay, it's a bunch of mechs like shooting machine guns at kind of squid robots. I'm like, all right, whatever. They're trying to do the best with it. Like, what's his name? Captain
Captain Mifune.
yeah, Mifune. I'm like, God, he's giving it his all.
He
God
really
bless him.
is.
And like the one sister, I think it's this the
Z or
sister with her
something.
friend.
Yes.
Yeah, with her friend. Yeah, with her friend. Like I like it's funny that the white friend is the one that gets killed
Mhm.
because, like I said, it's usually like the one black guy always gets killed. But yeah,
Mhm.
she's gone. He dies. Yeah, and honestly, I had forgotten that Trinity actually dies, and I'm like,
Oh,
oh yeah. That's how bored I was with the movie. I'm like, oh, I forgot she actually
She
died.
gets
Oh, okay.
impaled to the chest.
Well,
and
because
she has the longest fucking death scene ever. Oh my god. Like she
yeah,
just refused to die.
yeah. Well, because the first movie ended with her saving Neo, and then Reloaded has Neo
Saving her.
saving her, right? So, and then this one she dies. I'm like, oh, uh, okay. Um, so, um, yeah, and I thought the stuff with Smith, like the concept of him taking over a human, was cool. The whole like little slasher movie bit, I was like, I'm not really a slasher movie guy,
Mhm.
so that's why I wasn't really digging that. But I did like a lot of the kind of philosophical payoff with um Neo really confronting his maker, like really directly confronting the machines. And there's that aspect of like, oh, I choose to. Like he still gets to make the choice, and he confronts them. And yeah, I did kind of like it. The last fight kind of reminded me of the mm, made me numb, like the end fight in like Superman versus Zod, like a Zack Snyder bit, like made me numb. I'm like, oh, this is like the Kryptonians fighting. Like, oh, okay. But other than that, I didn't have really many other thoughts. It is now clearly like by far the weakest of the three, I think.
Mm.
But other than that, I didn't think it was. I didn't overall. I didn't think it was that bad. I liked a lot of what was in it. So
I think I can agree with Boot here because, god damn it, the Matrix Revolutions is really the result of you making the Matrix Reloaded so fucking cool, and you set up a lot of stuff that it pays off really well, but it's not interesting to see it pay off. I think it's the best way that I can put it because
yeah,
I don't care about the machine war at all. Uh, I there are some cool scenes there, but it's boring. You don't
yeah.
want to
I may
see that.
as
You want to see Neo, you want to see Trinity, and you don't get that. You get like 40 minutes of something you barely care about. That
yeah.
ultimately doesn't matter because Neo is already doing what he needs to do.
Yeah. It's like watching Terminator 2 and then watching that really shitty Terminator movie with Christian Bale. It's like I don't give a shit about this. That's literally what it reminded me of the whole time. It's like I don't care. This is lame and boring. But yeah, that's just
All
me.
right,
So
so Revolutions is my Avengers Endgame. This is just I am so invested in all of this shit that like you want to know what is my copium for all the Zion shit here? I just really love that all of them are stereotypes. All of them are just paper thin characters that you can kill so easily. I love that they're all just out here shouting one-liners. I love that the kid's like, I never finished the training program. And Mifune's like, yo, me neither. I'm gonna die now. Like, I don't like that's the thing. It is so cheese that I can't help but love it. Also, the sound design. Oh my god, I fucking love the squids. I love the explosions. I love the bullet sounds from the big robots. Like, so much of this is just big dumb shit that like it clicks in my brain where I'm like, I really
yeah,
like this. But like I everything you're saying is like, yeah, yeah, if you don't really go for the cheese, that's okay. If you really just don't care about any of this, that's okay. But what I will say is
Ye-
though that the flying of the ship through the mechanical
Logos.
lines fucking dope. Like, I don't know what's going on. All I know is that this thing looks awesome. This thing is drifting around. You've got a shitload of sentinels flying around. Like, I don't know why, but this is all clicking the right parts of my brain.
It is really cool. I think that it is maybe it's the best produced out of the three main movies, but I still don't like a lot about it. I still love it. Don't get me wrong; it's still my favorite, one of my favorite franchises ever.
Mm.
And but I feel like by that point, it's where you start to get tired of it.
I would agree. I think it's when you follow up The Matrix and Reloaded, which are especially Reloaded, which is very, very philosophical and deep, and then you get hit with, a bunch of mechs fighting squid robots. It's like, well, okay, I guess we're gonna do like a war thing now, so which is fine. And like I said, I talked about it earlier. Like Mifune, they do those types of things like entertaining enough and give it enough spice and energy and variety to where I think they make it passable. Just when compared against the two predecessors, I don't know if there would ever be a satisfying enough payoff, considering if they had to do some type of war against the machines, that it would ever live up to that. But yeah, I think, and a lot of the beginning of the movie to me as well was kind of boring.
Oh
I
yeah.
kind of I kind of note that I kind of go by how many notes I took, and I'm like, I took barely any notes because I was kind of bored.
The beginning of that movie is why I feel that Reloaded going right into Revolutions, it works so well because it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a slow beginning. It feels like you're entering like maybe the fourth act of like a really long movie where it's like this is gonna be the breather, and then we're just gonna hit you with a whole bunch of shit.
I would definitely agree with that when you were talking about making them as we're covering them as kind of like two halves of a whole. I think I kind of understand that when you put it in that context.
Because like that's the thing, I
Um,
always watch these movies back to back. Like I'm not gonna watch this Reloaded because to me it just continuously goes on. So like
yeah, and it literally has that cliffhanger, right, of both him and Bane just kind of backed up against each other on the hospital beds,
yeah, and like the
right? So,
movies released 6 months apart from each other. Like I feel like that is the shortest amount of time where it probably doesn't cut out the box office.
oh yeah,
And
I
then
forgot
yeah,
about that. Wow.
that's honestly that's fucking insane to think about that they did that where it was like 6 months and then just back like even Lord of the Rings waited a year in between. I know there's probably way more production that needed to be done that necessitated that, but like still
Yeah.
6 months is like back in like the early 2000s you could have had a movie in theaters for easily a year and still make bank.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
that
when you add the 6 month context, I had forgotten about that. I just remember, like I said, sitting
yeah.
in the theater and being like, "What the fuck did I just watch?"
I had no idea about that, to be
And then,
honest.
and then going into Revolutions and being like, "Well, I guess this is happening now, so let's get it over
Yeah,
with."
Yeah, it
May 15th.
contextualized the beginning of the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, May 15th for Reloaded and then November 5th for Revolutions 2003.
yeah, that's
Insane.
wild.
But yeah, like that the fact that they released the movies so close just feels like they probably did want to make it just one movie, but I assume probably the budget necessitations and the runtime, they're just like, yeah, just split them. So I even that's the problem. I think that if you watch these all together, basically you still have all of the Matrix action and then you have all of the Zion action, and it doesn't feel so disparate whenever you treat them as two movies.
Yeah, in fact, it kind of bore that out. I'm looking at. It looks like Revolutions
Terrible.
only made
Yeah.
just over half of Reloaded, which is obviously a response to the ending of
Yeah.
Reloaded. Because yeah, in fact, it made less than the original Matrix as well. I'm showing 466 billion for the Matrix, and then 741 for Reloaded, and then 427 for Revolutions.
Correct.
So yeah, that kind of bears it all out there, I think.
Revolutions is the beginning of the Wachowskis just making movies that disappoint in the box office. Like, and that just kind of makes me sad because, like, after this, I think it's like Speed Racer and it's like V for Vendetta, and like most of these movies did not do good box office wise, and it's just it makes me really sad because I feel like some of these movies they're not good. I don't expect them to do Matrix numbers. Like that's okay. But like I kind of wish
No,
that they did bomb.
but I mean, like 400 plus million for an R-rated movie is, I think, pretty good. I
No,
mean,
but
the
like
original
Reloaded
Matrix.
though. But like Reloaded is right there.
What's up?
But Reloaded has
Yeah,
almost double.
yeah, it has almost double because it was the follow up to this smash hit. But I mean, like the original Matrix was R-rated, but it wasn't really
It's
I
not
mean,
really
there
R
was
rated.
yeah, it's not really gory. There's no real sex. I don't think there's really any. I mean, if there is any like adult language, it's very minimal. So I think, like we spoke to, it resonated with because it was pretty accessible.
Hmm.
I think in terms of content and what was going on.
All right. Oh,
So
wait, holy shit! That's so weird to think about. That The Matrix probably made the same amount of budget as Revolutions. There's something about that that doesn't sit right with me.
yeah, like I said, like I told you, the zeitgeist aspect, people were just baffled at the end of Reloaded. It was like, what the hell did we just watch? It was more like again, I don't want to use this analogy, but like Last Jedi, people were just angry, but like Reloaded, people were just
Huh?
baffled. Yeah, they were just very very confused because it had the exposition dump at the end. Yeah, it's there's a very having lived through it directly, I can attest to all of that without a doubt.
All right. So let's go ahead and let's go to the beginning of Revolutions where oh wait, no, hold on. We didn't even talk about the ending of Reloaded, which is Neo stopping the Sentinels with his mind. Poot,
Oh yeah, the
I need to ask
go
you
ahead.
because is this something that was bandied about? Did people think, "Oh shit, they're still in the Matrix," or like, what was people's reactions to that? If you remember anything, or was it that people were so out on the architect scene that they're just like, "I don't care."
Yeah, I don't know. It was I remember being yeah, it was kind of simultaneous confusion and mind blowing. I'm like, oh, I guess he has like Jedi powers in the real world now or something.
Mm,
Like it was kind of like a I don't know how you that's the best kind of frame of reference I can use for it. It was almost like a Jedi mind control or something. But yeah, it was very very bad. I think it was meant to kind of reinforce that he is the one and his powers kind of transcend
That's the exact
and spill
explanation
over.
that Oracle uses.
Yeah, yeah, they spill over from into the Matrix.
Mm,
So yeah, that was kind of like the oh fuck moment. It was I think they needed one of those because the original Matrix had them in spades. So
mm,
it was part of like how can we up the ante on this?
mm,
So yeah, that was definitely something that definitely up the ante
mm.
from the first film.
John, anything about that ending?
It was awesome.
Oh,
I don't have much to add. I just think
really?
that when I saw it, I thought it was awesome. I thought it was cool. I thought like, oh, okay, this is like a new step, a new development on the plot. Like there's something more than just oracles and the one, and suddenly something starts making more sense.
Mm,
It brings forward the idea that maybe even our reality, like even the actual reality and not the Matrix, isn't as see through as we imagine, that there is more there.
Yeah, and I think it was a little bit of a it was a little bit of foreshadowing to the end of Revolutions
with
as well.
Neo seeing the code of reality after he's blinded.
Yeah, well, with confronting the machines
Yeah,
directly as well, it kind of put them on notice. So like, okay, okay, I can,
this
I
guy
can take
isn't
you
just
on
controlled in the
in the real
Matrix.
world. Yeah, yeah, I can not only take you on within the confines of the Matrix, I can take you on in reality as well. So it kind
makes
of put them
sense.
on notice. Yeah,
Yeah, makes sense.
That ending to me was just always something that I really liked because it is basically a refutation of what the architect says. Like the architect basically brings down Neo. It's just like, dude, you're the remainder. You're the one on the dividing side, okay? Like you are
You
useless.
are
Like
nothing special.
exactly. And then immediately after, he basically learns how to hack Wi-Fi in the real world, and it's just like I installed Bluetooth into my fingertips, and I can control the robots now. So like I always liked that because it felt like no, no, no. He's still special, even if he is just another one. Like there's still something special about him. And I really dug the fact that they were able to have their cake and eat it too. Like they were able to be like, yeah, you're not special, but you still kind of are.
it was a very good payoff for sure. And like I said, it both served as a payoff and a little bit of foreshadowing
Hmm.
as well. It was just really, really effective, and I had forgotten all about it because I know when people, I'm sure when a vast majority of people rewatch Reloaded, they're like, okay, we got to get to the architect scene, and it's like, oh, there's actually some goodness after that that you tend to forget about.
Hmm.
So
All right. So because I did mention how I watched these two movies back to back, I'll probably talk about that because I watched it back to back with my best friend, but then my wife after I watched Revolutions with her separately. And God, it really does make a difference when you can back to back them and when you don't because when you back to back them, it's just like, okay, yeah, you know what? We had some big hype moment. Let's go ahead and play it down for a little bit. Let's keep it quiet. And then we're just going to have action until the end of the movie. And it works really well. But when you watch it separate and you just watch Revolutions alone, holy shit, nothing happens for like 45 minutes, like at all.
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
whenever Bane is killing people, it's just like, yeah, whatever. Who cares? Whatever. Okay, he's just killing people, which like it makes me so sad that they couldn't just figure out a way to get these two movies together, even if you needed to shave off like maybe 40 minutes. Like I'm pretty sure if okay, well maybe not, but like I like to believe that maybe we live in a world where the Wachowskis could have been like, "Hey, we made The Matrix. Can we have a 4-hour sequel?" And Warner Brothers goes, "Are you fucking insane?" Maybe.
dude. Can you? I mean, that would be your heaven, right? Like a super long Matrix film with like a little intermission.
Cutting
Like
all
Oh,
a
the fat
15.
of Revolutions off. Yeah.
Edwin would be in heaven. Like, yeah, sure. I'll pay $30 or whatever the theater ticket is. I don't
do
care.
you know how much I'd pay for the whole bloody affair for Kill Bill? Like, you tell me that there's a cut out there that just makes Reloaded and Revolutions into one movie. I'm done. I'm ruined. I'm just gonna watch that on repeat until I actually fucking die, and you have to communicate with me through the Matrix. That's the only way.
Yeah, just do the Matrix, and then I don't know what you would call the combination of Reloaded and Revolutions. I don't know, but yeah, do like a director's cut or something.
Oh my god.
The
That's how it goes.
Matrix recoded,
Yeah, recut it. Yeah, there you go.
No.
Matrix reprogrammed. I
re-edited,
don't know.
re-edited.
Oh
Yeah.
god, don't say this shit because like that's the thing. I, I've talked about it before. In my senior year of college, I edited volume 1 and volume 2 of Kill Bill together, and I cut it to as closely as I could to what the whole bloody affair is. I hate that this is an idea now where I what could I cut from Reloaded and Revolutions to make it into one movie and try to get it a little less than 4 hours. Fuck. No. I'm not doing that. That's too much of a project. But yeah, I really like these movies together. But yeah, that beginning for Revolutions is really slow. Uh, now, Poot,
Okay.
I do want to bring up to you because you were talking about slasher. What exactly is it that bother you? Because it just kind of doesn't really feel like slasher. It just kind of feels like, yeah, if Agent Smith were in the real world, he probably would kill one person and just not really care about it, and then try to kill Neo.
I don't know. I just felt it was kind of reductive, and I think it's partially, like I said, I think it's partially a me thing. I'm not into like those type of slasher films. That's what it felt like to me. I'm like, okay. I just feel like Agent Smith would have done something more conniving or calculating or something.
Yeah, you'd
Um,
think that Agent Smith will like sabotage the ship, right?
Well,
To
I mean,
all
he kind
hell,
of
yeah, like
did.
sabotage the
kill
ship.
everyone at once.
Yeah, like sabotage the ship or trying to crash it into Zion or like go kamikaze or something into Zion. I don't know. Maybe I think maybe looking back, he was just kind of in for it for his own little selfish.
I mean, that's the thing. His obsession is Neo. Like he really doesn't care about the other people. He That's the thing. In the original movie, it feels like he really hates humanity, but then in Reloaded and Revolutions, it feels like he's so fixated on Neo that it's just like I need to get rid of this guy specifically.
I think I can understand that. I just didn't like the way that the plot played out
Hmm.
with doing that kind of, like, again, I thought it was like kind of a slasher trope. I think it didn't really work for me. I think it was okay because that guy's performance
Oh my
was
god.
so good as doing Smith. I'm like, okay, this is they're at least having fun with it. I did enjoy it. I did like that he more or less beat Neo's ass pretty well
Hmm.
for a lot of it, even though it was kind of weird because, like, okay, he's, I don't know, is that the first time he ever took over a human body because he was pretty good at it.
Uh,
But I did like that he's still repulsed, like actually being in a human body. He's like, this entire thing is, I forget the exact words he used, but he's
Dull
just like,
cow eyes. How nothing
yeah,
this
he
weak is supposed to survive.
yeah, he's just he's like even more repulsed than in the first movie. He just, I love it. They pull it off well enough,
So
but that's just something I wasn't crazy about.
I don't
So
think there would be that much of an issue when it comes to Smith learning how to use a human body because I mean maybe he pissed himself a couple of times, but I don't think he's out there long enough to understand how that works.
yeah, maybe.
But I mean the fact that it seems that if you learn like martial arts in the Matrix, that information still transfers over into the real world. I think maybe that's why he just kind of slipped in like nothing.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that. And like I said, the concept of a machine taking over a human is like super cool, and it's probably a real. I mean, it is actually a horror story for them, right? Like that's like their worst possible outcome. Like if imagine if like Agent Smith had taken over Morpheus in the real world and was controlling Morpheus, talking to all the people and whatnot,
Mm.
right? So I guess in that aspect, it's kind of a horror movie, so they kind of delve into horror movie tropes. But it was okay. It felt like a little bit of a different direction temporarily for the movie. It kind of took me aback a little bit, but the resolution was cool with him kind of toying with Neo. He's like, oh, he's basically calling him an idiot. Like, why haven't you figured out who I am
Yeah.
yet, et cetera, et cetera.
So I just wanted to throw this out there because this is some line that this is an acronym that they throw out in asking like why is Bane the way that he is, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe he has VDT. Have you tested him for VDT? VDT is a virtual disease transmission, and apparently that is what it's basically called. Like that is what it's called
It,
whenever a program takes over a human being. So this is something that they
oh,
have an acronym for in that
it's a
world.
known issue.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, like they actually have an acronym for it. So you're just like, "Oh
That
god, this has happened before?"
that
oh,
seems like something I would check for everyone as
wait,
soon
but
as they unplugged every time,
Yeah.
but
but
I
if
don't know.
that's some that's if that's even a possibility, wouldn't that mean that if they knew about it, wouldn't they do something about it?
Yeah,
How?
or at least like I said, check everyone for it.
Don't
I
let
don't
the
know.
dude near the one.
Well, yeah, and it's like, oh, this is the one guy that survived. How did he do that? I don't know.
Ju-
We'll have to think about that. Like, okay.
At least when I check the Wikipedia page for VDTs, at least what it has listed there, I assume that it's probably compiling all of the Matrix lore in general, even including games and MMOs and et cetera, et cetera. It says that the only recorded history of this happening is in Revolutions. So I don't understand how they know about this. Oh wait, no, hold on. At least from what I remember, they're like, "Have you tested him for VDTs?" And they're like, "Yeah, we tested him. His brain signals are normal." So in other words, it seems that there's a way that you can tell through brain signals that it's them or not. So maybe they
Yeah,
do test,
maybe they do test, and maybe because Agent Smith is so different than any other program,
which he
that's
is
why
because like whenever
he
they show
wasn't
him,
recognized.
dude, when they show him in Reloaded on the screens, Link is like, "I don't know who that is. That's a signal I've never seen before." And it's Smith.
It's actual artificial intelligence,
Yeah,
not just artificial intelligence.
dude, it's so weird to think. I hate this. I
Yeah,
hate now
that's.
that I'm thinking about this. It's like, fuck, did that scene just get better?
Oh, there's also the idea that might not be the only type of VDT. Maybe there are other diseases that exist from entering the Matrix.
Yeah, which is stuff that you could probably test and see like their brain signals are a little weird.
Matrix chlamydia and shit.
Okay, so now the idea is probably that because Agent Smith took over completely, and instead of he's not a parasite, he just is in there now. Maybe that's why he didn't test weird, and so more it's like a virus globbing onto someone else. Like, your brain signals are off. So I don't know, but like, it's weird to think about that Bane is like he's an actual thing that was written around.
I think it's a concept that I would like to see re-explored and hopefully done
I don't
better.
know why they didn't do it in Resurrections because that idea is awesome.
I mean, I would
In
love to see an
Resurrections, they.
animatrix for it.
Oh yeah, exactly. But I mean, even okay, we're not in Resurrections yet, but
We're getting there because I don't think there's much else we could talk about Revolutions.
yeah,
No.
Revolutions. It's a pretty long movie that doesn't have that much in it.
Mm. With Revolutions, we got that. I think we kind of understood how we stand on all of the Zion shit. The beginning's kind of weak. The fight scene when they get to the Merovingian, this is something that I want to bring up because when he's talking to Seraph, you know that there's a history between them, but I've also never investigated what that is. Do you guys know anything about that? Or am I just to assume that maybe Seraph was a program that the Merovingians snuck through? And then he's like, yeah, by the way, fuck you, I'm going to the Oracle.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things I like in world building where
You just kind of know there's a history between
characters
them.
characters have a history and understanding,
Hmm.
and you could definitely see the inspirations of that in something like John Wick, right, where like, a lot of the
The
many
Continental.
same players were involved.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Continental and these like Society of Assassins and stuff. I just like that kind of stuff where God help us, we don't need an explanation for every single fucking thing,
Yeah.
you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I like that. And like Merovingian is obviously he's a like we've discussed, he's obviously a person of status within the Matrix, and Seraph just looks and acts cool. Like he's really unflappable. He kicks ass, but he also seems to be very kind and obviously very loyal. I just kind of like that and went with it.
Yeah, it makes
So
sense because Seraph is supposed to be like a program specifically made to be a bodyguard, you know.
Mhm.
And yes, he could just be all fight, no talk, no personality, but he's the Oracle's bodyguard.
Okay, all right. So
yeah,
in other words, don't worry about it. All right, I'm okay with that. Let's see. Do we want to talk about Sati and all that, or do we just want to add that to? Okay, so machines can learn a little bit about human stuff.
I think so. I think her whole family was. I kind of like that because it's different. It's kind of like different stages of consciousness or waking
Yeah.
up. And I like that was explored as, let's face it, right? Like they're using more brown people who are basically refugees, right? Again,
Mhm.
this movie is not
Yep.
subtle. This movie is not subtle.
Mhm.
So,
None of this
um,
is.
yeah, yeah, I did like it, and the father was very soft and tender. Like he looked and acted like someone who wouldn't harm a
I
fly,
love my daughter very
right?
much.
Yeah, yeah, it's very
He
soft.
says it with so much
Yes,
genuineness.
he's very soft spoken and tender and loving, and he wouldn't raise so much as a fingernail to anyone. So yeah, I really liked that. And the one smuggler was just like a complete slime ball, right? Is like the only way I can really describe him.
I
So
really love the way he just says, "I think she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in the world." Like it's just so genuine.
genuine,
Yes.
yes, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
But yeah, I like that's the thing. I don't need the history of the robots to make me feel bad. I just feel bad for him now. I feel bad for any of the programs that feel like they need to make a deal with a Merovingian to survive.
yeah, exactly. And right, it's like people. It's like I'm sure one of any refugee story who are trying to get from their miserable living existence to some type of promised land.
Mhm,
It's not going to be pretty or ideal, and they may have to break some of the rules to get there, and they may have to deal with a lot of unsavory people.
mhm.
But I did like that little snapshot. I did appreciate that.
All right. I think the Machine City is the only thing we need to touch now for revolutions. So the Machine City, the way getting there, I don't know. It just clicks with my brain again. I really like seeing Neo use the Force to blow up all these robots. I like all the explosions. I love the design of the machine world. I love how terrible it looks. All of this just speaks
Yeah,
so much to me. I love that they are the first human beings in like over a century to see the sun, and they
yeah.
got
That oh
yeah,
man, that yeah, that scene. Oh man, that was. It still gives me chills.
yes,
It's like you just they're going up and up and up and above all of this complete
bullshit.
like
Yeah,
yeah, it's like the worst possible state of humanity. Like it's worse than humanity being wiped out. It's them just being completely subjugated and used as sources of energy,
yeah,
right? And then I guess the point of the movie was it's like no, that's not necessarily an entirely permanent way of
mhm,
life, right? There is something literally beyond that. So I really like that. Even if it was effective that it was just a snapshot, right?
yeah.
Because it would have been easy for the movie to just end with them being in reality and then all literally sitting out in the actual real sunlight
Hey guys, I found a
like that.
Beatles
But
record. Here comes the sun. Do 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 do.
oh yeah, and then I just I don't know what I do at that point. I just
Oh, I'm hanging
go find
myself
one
in
of
the theater
those.
room.
Quartz
Yeah,
cloud and
yeah,
the sunlight
yeah,
comes through and destroy the machines.
Wow, John
yeah,
doesn't lived. Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Neo changes his name to John Matrix or something, and we all just kill
What are
ourselves.
we out of the
John
Matrix?
Skywalker.
Boom.
Yeah, I had, and that was another scene I had forgotten too, because it was only like 2 3 seconds,
Mhm,
like literally just peeking up above the clouds.
Yeah, but it,
It's
it's
beautiful.
really impactful.
mhm.
Yeah, very.
Dude.
Yeah,
Okay, so how do you guys feel about all the Machine City shit? Because I think I all of that shit I like. The only thing I hate is that Trinity is dead, and then she continues talking for like the next 15 minutes.
I like it. The design itself is very
Evocative.
calculated. It shows that machines are just that machines. They have no concept of beauty,
Mhm.
and it's really brutal. It's a brutal place, and the design itself shows that. But it's again the like you said, Trinity is dead. Neo is blind, and
It could be going
it's
better
really
for them.
dreading. It's a really dreading a moment full of dread that it brings out how final that moment is. You
Mhm.
know.
I would agree with that, and I think looking back, it was a pretty ballsy choice to kill her off, especially after, like I said, they did exchanging,
Exchanging lives.
resurrecting of each other. Yeah, and the movie is literally named Matrix Resurrection, so you're like, oh, okay, they're just gonna obviously, Neo's gonna rescue her, revive her, like they have done to each other in the past movies. But nope. The whole interaction with the, I don't know what the hell you would call that thing, the
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 Deus Ex
mother
Machina.
Deus
brain
Ex
of the
Machina.
machines.
Yeah, Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I guess that's how they're manifesting this. All right, whatever. That's why I wasn't like totally crazy about the Machine City. I'm like, okay, I guess it's kind of cool to get a big kind of snapshot of what it all looks like. But it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz thing. It's like when you look behind the curtain,
Yeah.
it's never going to be as satisfying as how you imagine it. So
I really like the Deus Ex Machina because I like how it just seems like these robots are so fucking bitter about humanity, and like they see this man, they're just like, the fuck do you want? And he's like, look, I'm here to try to help you. And he's like, can you shut the fuck up for one goddamn second? You remember the last time that we tried to help each other? We remember. I know you don't, but we do. So I really like just how bitter they are, because like when you see the Animatrix, it's like, yeah, I get it.
yeah, and I think it's also kind of like the way the architect was as well, which I think kind of makes sense,
Mhm.
right? You think they would kind of parallels in their way of thinking. I just didn't like the way it was physically manifested, like the little, I don't know what you would call
The
it, like
face.
the face was
Yeah, the
kind of like,
baby face.
okay, whatever. Again, it's like one thing. It's they have to manifest it some way, right? It can't just be like talking out of thin air, out of nothing. But
I kind of dig
yeah,
it.
I did like how annoyed they were. I liked it. They were very bitchy. It was funny.
I dig it because I like the idea that the robots are like, these fucking apes are so dumb. They need faces to identify with each other. Can't they just understand 001110 and just kind of understand what I mean? Pull up a face so then maybe he understands how fucking annoyed we are with all of them.
Yeah, I can understand that. Like they took the most generic,
I mean, it's a baby face. It's
symmetric,
literally a baby face.
nondescript. Yeah, that's funny. Like, just don't even try. Just go to the first. It's like
Default.
selecting the first option. It's like selecting every single A option in the multiple choice test. Like, just go through and select the first one. Just go, whatever, move on. So
Starting a
Don't
Dark
think about
Souls
it too
game and
hard.
just being like default, 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 default.
don't think about it too hard. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so now, Poot, because you said it just becomes noise for you at some point, that final fight is fucking awesome to me, and I don't know how much of that is the music, because, like, that song is just... I don't think there's ever going to be anything else that ever gets that epic again for just a trilogy.
I did like what actually. I don't know. This may sound a little bit pretentious,
Go for
but
it.
the fight, the surface level fight itself, didn't really resonate with me that much because again, we've been exposed to so many epic action scenes in the previous films. But there was one part. I think when like Smith has him in a headlock or something, has him in some type of hold. He's like talking to him, and he's like, "Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep going on?"
Oh, it's at the very end when
Um,
after they smash into the ground.
yeah, after they smash it, and he's like, "Is it about freedom, truth, peace, or love?" And he just has like this really condemning statement about humanity where he says like illusions or vagaries or perceptions are temporary constructs by a feeble human intelligence to desperately justify existence without meaning or purpose. Meaning or purpose, artificial as nature itself, and only the human mind can invent something as insipid as love. So that right there, he just kind of like has a condemnation for everything that Neo stands for, including love itself, which I think was is the final thing that really set him off, right? Because I think obviously Trinity had already died at that point, right? So that's the thing that really set him off. Is like, okay, you're going to condemn all these aspects of humanity, hope and belief and imagination, but the thing you condemn the most is love. And it's just, well, he's going to say fuck you, it's time to really settle this. So I think that's what really gave the actual fight meaning, even though like I said the fight itself was obviously epic. It just felt like, I don't know, it felt like a little bit of this Superman and Zod fight from a Man of Steel to me, where it's like, okay, it became a little bit numbing at some point, but that is something that really struck me and resonated with me about the fight.
This
So
entire fight, to me, what people got with the Dark Knight Rises, where every single line in that opening is a meme, this for me was that. Like, this is the proto version of me knowing every line and not realizing it. Like, I love the Mr. Anderson, welcome back. You like what I've done with the place? Yes, I know it ends. I've seen it, and I'll be the one who beats you. Why do you do it, Mr. Anderson? Why fight? Why keep going? Like, what is it? Oh, the line that was specifically in my head the entire time I was watching this is, "Why, Mr. Anderson? Why would you persist?" Like
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I think that was the same. It's kind of the
yeah, it is.
connected scenes and quotes. That yeah, it really is. It's a really good culmination. Obviously, the fight itself is a culmination, but it's also like the kind of the competing ideologies and philosophies.
Is it over?
Which yeah,
Like,
I really appreciate that scene. Not only the dialogue's really well written, but the production as well is awesome. I think if you, I don't know if you've seen the extras of how they made it, all those
the
Agent Smiths.
yeah, what they did is that they made like a whole bunch, like people were wearing masks of
Yeah,
Agent
silicon
Smith.
masks,
Yes.
and there were like a lot of really basic mechanical Agent Smiths.
Hmm.
Then the ones that the people that were behind mechanical Agent Smiths just moved their heads with their arms
Hmm.
as they looked to the side, so it gave the movement as they were doing everyone at once without looking like stupid CG.
I actually still really love this fight because okay, so the way that I always interpreted, okay, that's the thing. Now that we're here, I should probably explain how I like seeing Neo and Agent Smith. I always saw Neo as the anomaly, and the whole point of the Matrix is to try to make sure it stays in balance. So Neo already introduces an imbalance, which is why you have him being just pretty much normal at the beginning, but then progressively with each movie he gets more powerful. I saw Agent Smith as, even though he wants freedom out of the Matrix, he is still a function of the Matrix because the Matrix is using Agent Smith as a way to keep the Matrix in balance. So as more powerful as Neo becomes, Agent Smith becomes way more powerful. So by the time that basically Agent Smith breaks the Matrix and makes everyone into him, he has become so powerful that the Matrix as a formula goes, well, you're really powerful, we kind of have to balance this out, because if not, we're going to lose all these human beings, so we're going to have to buff Neo for everything that he does now. So that entire ending to me is like, in my brain, the power creep has basically been already explained to me by the fact that the Matrix is a formula that is constantly trying to stay in balance. And honestly, I just really like how ridiculous that ending gets with their fight. I love that they're flying. I love that they're throwing each other through the walls. The rain is fucking awesome. The music is just punching even harder. All the rain effects are just something that is just so cool to me that I don't understand how to explain beyond just all of this works for me, that even the power creep makes sense to me.
I don't disagree with anything that you've said there. And I think ultimately, when you come to a culminating fight after three movies, I think you kind of need to do something really epic like that. And it can't really be a big gunfight or something, right? Because that's not really as intimate or personal.
You can't go back to the train.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't go back to the train. You can't do guns. It has to be something really intimate and personal like that, which is fine. I think most other movies, it would obviously wouldn't have been near as good. And obviously, having Hugo Weaving's performance still there drives it
Do you think that maybe it's
as
just
well.
too much for you? Like, do you think it's just like you could probably cut this down and like made it quicker?
Maybe, like I said, I think back then it worked on its own. But again, like after we have so many mind-numbing action movies, like I brought up like Superman versus Zod fight and Man of Steel. That's what it really like. They're literally flying and throwing each other into buildings. I mean, they're not very subtle about it like that. It's like they're two superhuman people fighting that they're basically like gods in their environment,
It's
right?
the
So
ultimate combination of good
yeah,
versus evil.
yeah, they may as well be like Kryptonians on Earth,
Yeah, and
for all intents and purposes.
I feel like in the series that revolutionized a lot. That last fight feels very by the books. You have the villain spouting one-liners, not one-liners, but his philosophy at the main guy that just keeps fighting and getting angrier and trying, and he can't beat the villain.
God, you're just making me realize that the cheese that's in Zion sets me up perfectly for this ending.
Yeah, and in the end is
And
I don't
and
know.
again, when you're dealing with the culmination of these three movies, I don't know, like with the Machine City, I don't know that anything would have really lived up to it, right? Like,
Yeah,
and like I said, Hugo Weaving makes it work just barely overall with the whole philosophical stuff. So
Mhm.
yeah, especially when you have an APEC with Reloaded.
Yeah.
How do you
yeah,
go down from that and go back up again without feeling boring or too over the top or
Mhm.
too by the
yeah,
books? It's
yeah.
something very hard to do.
That's Revolutions, I think. I don't think there's anything else, is there?
No, I mean, I think overall I liked Revolutions more because after I appreciated Reloaded more, I didn't have like the kind of, I don't know if bitter taste in my mouth
The
is
turnaround.
probably too strong. Yeah, yeah, I think Reloaded, me liking Reloaded more, I think helped to raise up Revolutions as well, and I understood more of it, and I appreciated more of what it was going for, like you said, with a little bit of the cheese aspect of it.
Do you
So
think that maybe now, because we've been so starved by just big budget imaginative movies, that you may have just even liked that differently more now?
yeah, I think so. I think broadly, I appreciated all three movies even more as an adult, right? With a lot of the really dense, more philosophical stuff that they delve into. So yeah, and I think Revolutions, even though, like I said, I think it's easily the weakest of the three, I
Yeah.
still like it more than I used to.
Yeah, I'm very negative on Revolutions, but I really do like the movie. I think it's bigger than the sum of its parts.
Mm.
You know, especially considering it's the end of this huge trilogy, right? It gets to a point where you have to look at it on a grand level, like not just one movie, but the whole trilogy as its own, you know, because it is ending everything, you know, it's not just the ending of this movie, it is the ending of the entire story.
Hmm. All right. Now, I still love this movie every single time I watch it. I still love it as much as I love the others. I don't understand, okay? The entire time I've just been in this movie's camp, and at the end of the day, I still really love it. I still watch it with Reloaded because those two back to back slap really hard, and rewatching them honestly makes me miss the days of trilogies. I miss the days where a movie came out and if it was very successful, they went, all right, two more, and then we're good. But no, now it's cinematic universes and we don't have endings. And because of that, I know we're never going to get another Navras. I mean, sorry, Navras. Now, Navras is the song that plays in the final fight. And honestly, I need more shit to be as exciting as that song is, because after I hear that song, I want to learn how to fly. And it might end up killing me because I want to. But man,
Too bad, Edwin. What you get is resurrections.
Yeah, and yeah, and I will say again, the movie has I think a relatively ballsy ending for a trilogy. Like Trinity's dead, and it doesn't really end in like a real victory. It ends,
I mean, Neo's dead too.
yeah, yeah, that's true too, and it ends in basically like a stalemate or an
Hmm.
armistice. Like you didn't really defeat them. It's just like, oh, they came to an understanding. I guess would be the most accurate way to describe it. So yeah, I that's one thing I really appreciated about the movie.
All right. Now it's so good that The Matrix ended after Revolutions. It was so good that another movie never came out and they never decided to reopen the door. Ha, no.
Uh,
Yeah, accurate. Done. um yeah, I the more that I think about this movie, the more I get annoyed with it, but at the end of the day, I'm also still glad that out of all the possibilities where this movie exists, we at least got this, because we know it could have been way worse.
Way worse.
Yeah. So
Poot.
let's start. Get the bonk ready
All
again.
right, who?
You guys ready? Bugs. Bonk.
You can have it. You can
That's
have it.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
No, no. So you can bonk me. Go
Okay,
ahead.
bonk.
Get it over with. Okay, good.
All
All
right.
right, good. Okay, let's get what we liked about this movie out of the
All
way.
right.
What I did like this movie is how much it focused on Neo and Trinity,
Mm.
Yes.
basically kind of being the MacGuffins of the movie. I was like, oh, okay. So I think I watched like one trailer for this movie because I'm like, I don't really want to know anything. I'm gonna watch it. I don't really want any expectations going in. I didn't like the one trailer I watched. I think we had all discussed it didn't look like the Matrix at all. So I'm like, oh, okay,
And
whatever.
we were still right.
Yeah, yeah, but I did like that Neo and Trinity were MacGuffins, and it really did center around them. But it made the pacing, I guess, this is kind of a negative. It made the pacing really, really weird for me. It felt like it went, and then they woke up Trinity, and then it just really ended abruptly. I felt that was the way I felt overall about the overall pacing of the movie. I mean, the meta stuff is just it's like a dump truck of meta just unloaded on your front yard.
Mhm.
I think I liked Neil Patrick Harris. I even
Yeah.
liked Jonathan Groff. I liked that they cast two of like the kind of the most smarmy kind of typical white guys as the sort of
Villains, I guess.
villains. I like that Agent Smith was like I wouldn't even call him an anti-hero. He was kind of like a in and out kind of I don't know what you would call him, like a foil, I guess, for Neo. I think like Edwin, you kind of said like his opposite,
Yeah, I mean,
but
yeah,
the allegiances were kind of in and out. He's like, oh, we're no longer allies at one point or something, temporary allies.
His
Um,
Yangs to Neo's Ying.
yeah, yeah.
but yeah, those are my general thoughts without delving into specifics too early. You guys take it away?
All right. I personally think this movie actually sucks. I really do think this is a bad movie, but that's the thing. Like John had said about how Revolutions has a whole bunch of bad parts, but it ends up being better than the sum of its parts. I really think that this movie is a lot of good parts that get completely let down by how boringly it's shot. Like this movie looks like no one told Lana Wachowski that you are not doing Sense8 on Netflix now. You need to make a movie. And
Well, she brought the cast.
uh, which to
Yeah,
someone should have told them too, okay? Someone should have told them too. But like, man, this it's so funny because I watched this movie twice, right? I watched it the first time and I was just like, "Oh my god, I want to go on my phone so badly." And that's a bad place to be in if you're watching a movie. I did not get off my phone. I did not. I just kept watching it and there was so much meta text that I kept finding all that. I was like, oh, I'm just eating through this. This is delicious, right? But every single time that I would actually watch this movie, I couldn't help but feel bored. And that's the first time I watched it. The second time I watched it, I had it on my phone on the background while I worked. And then every once in a while, I'd go and take off notes. And the funny thing is that through the process of not watching it, I got more positive on it because I couldn't see how fucking boring it was. That
Were
is
you excited at all
yeah,
to watch this movie?
okay. So I actually pulled it up on the list, right? Episode 15, right? Listened to the Matrix composer's commentary, right? And I use that as an excuse for me to talk about the trailer on the main episodes. And from that trailer, if you want to hear like fresh thoughts, go there, but I'll try to reiterate. I hated that trailer. I looked at that trailer and I was like, this looks like an SNL skit of the Matrix. And they had
yeah.
Keanu Reeves hosting this one episode so they could actually get him in the skit. I could tell right off from the offset that this movie was going to look wrong, and I was right.
You were right, but let me tell you, I went into this movie completely dreading it because
Yep, same.
I knew that they couldn't possibly ever live up to the Matrix,
And they were right.
and I was actually pleasantly surprised because I when the movie started, I was like, why am I watching Metal Gear Solid 4 with the flashback quick time events?
I'm hitting X, and then you see the
Yeah,
seeds from the original Matrix pop up.
yeah, and that was super annoying me until the scene where basically then wait, yeah, they were going to make the movie either way, with or without us.
Mm,
So, well, let's do it,
mm.
And I felt like that scene was so important for me to enjoy the movie because, like you said, the action sucks. The
So much.
it is shots in a so boringly.
Yes.
There is nothing special about it. The soundtrack, which is something that
Oh.
it's so iconic, it did nothing for me.
Dude, it feels like such an insult when you see the Warner Brothers logo and you hear the strings rise and fall like they do, and then nothing ever sounds like the Matrix again unless they're actually doing the exact same soundtrack from the beginning.
Yeah, but in the end, I think it paid off for me. I came out the other way with a completely opposite opinion of the movie
Mm,
than you, Edwin, because in the end, I really liked it.
mm.
There are a lot of parts of the movie where I just hated. I was like, yeah, I know this isn't supposed to be Remember the Matrix, but you're still doing it. So it's still Remember the Matrix, It's you're still just calling back shit from the past and expecting me to feel something about it, even if you are making fun of it.
Mm. So let's jump to the beginning because, like, I feel like the beginning was the first thing that had my brain just like frying itself, and like, I was like, oh, I'm going to be reading into this shit, all of it. And Okay, that's the thing. Everyone talks about the lack of subtlety. At least we have for sure. That beginning
This
is the
movie has done.
least. No, this one has even less than the others, and
It
the
has
others
done.
we thought were already unsubtle.
Yeah, this movie has them being not subtle, and they're also telling you they're being not subtle at the same time.
Exactly.
By
It's
the
like,
way,
oh,
he's the exact same scene with flashbacks to the old scene.
So
yeah,
I really dig the beginning because the beginning of the movie is literally Lana just throwing up her hands in the air like, "Look, I know you guys think I'm going to do this shit again. I'm not. I'm sorry. And if I try to do it again, you're going to hate it." So like that entire scene where they're redoing the opening of the original Matrix and it's so much worse than the original Matrix, and then you even have Bugs going like, "Yeah, this is wrong. This shouldn't be happening like this." And I was like, "Wait, did she just say what I was thinking? What the fuck is going on here?" Like that was the moment where I started getting shaken up where I was like, "Oh, okay, I have to pay attention then." I was ready to just sleepwalk through all of this like if I was watching Rise of Skywalker or something. But like the fact that the movie very often whenever I thought something, the movie would repeat it back. I was like, "How the fuck do you know what I'm thinking? How do you know this?"
It's something that I will say the movie really cleverly manipulates you into assuming things.
Mhm.
I'm sure that when Lana Wachowski was directing the movie or writing it, she knew that, oh yeah, this is the point where something's gonna think, yeah, I know, get on with it.
Mhm.
And then the movie tells you, yeah, hey, I know that you're bored, we're getting on with it, and then it get on with it.
It's so weird because it feels like this movie is so hyper aware of its audience that that level of control of what the audience is feeling at a certain moment feels like that alone should be worth commending, but it's also like you have all this power and you're just using it for this?
In a way, it feels, how do you put it, just condescending.
I don't know about condescending. I feel like it's almost like it's leveling with you. It just feels like we know what you're thinking of this and we agree.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that she didn't want to make this
Oh,
movie.
easily.
It's very clear, but it's also clear that she knows that since she's doing it, she might as well do something special to her at the very least.
Hmm. Poot, anything about that opening?
yeah. I was gonna say the opening. I was kind of laughing a little bit because I'm like, okay, I think they're just gonna go on like a real huge meta commentary streak, and they obviously do that throughout a vast majority of the movie. The opening, I didn't like that they had even more exposition as far as like the idea of a modal. I'm like, oh, okay, they're just kind of like throwing it at you. I don't know how far in the opening do we want to get. Like, I actually kind of like Agent thing, the agent becoming
Oh,
Morpheus. I think is kind of
Yeah,
the yeah, that was cool. I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
Abdul Mateen the second.
yeah, I kind of like that. I'm like, okay, we're doing something a little bit
here's the
interesting
thing
now,
though with
right?
that. That is
I know
so
where
fucking
Abdul's going with
cool
it.
on paper. Can you expand
Yes.
on it maybe? Can you show me how
No.
I
Morpheus and
knew
the
it.
agent are
I
together
knew
now
it.
instead of it just being fucking Morpheus? Again?
Yeah, yeah. Like again, it's a running theme of this movie. Like the premise is cool, but it's
I do have a
yeah,
question about that.
Uh,
Is that version of Agent Smith slash Morpheus something that Mr. Thomas Anderson coded into the
yes.
Matrix? That
No.
is bizarre.
No, no.
No, I know that he coded it.
Hmm.
Wait, I don't get it then.
Okay, so in my brain, the way that I explain this is that Thomas Anderson is making the Matrix video game, and basically he created an AI in there for Morpheus in his video game, and then he just kept him in this little box, repeating the opening of the movie over and over and over again. And the way that in my mind it works is that he basically created a Morpheus AI to be in that loop over and over and over again until he started getting traits from Agent Smith.
So what Bugs is breaking into in the beginning of the movie isn't exactly. Oh yeah, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
It's not the Matrix itself. It's a
program within the
what they call
Matrix.
it. Yeah, it's a program within the Matrix.
She's breaking into a video game in the Matrix.
Yeah,
God, that's so
that makes
fucking weird.
that makes the Matrix so much cooler.
Oh my god. But yeah, okay, so a couple of things that I took in my notes here because like I did take notes for this one. Here's the thing. This is what bothers me so much about this movie is that occasionally it'll give me a crumb of like a really cool idea. And one of them was that in the opening scene, they have these lens flares on some of the agents, and the lens flares look like puppet strings on the agents. And I'm like, is that intentional or not? Because that looks way too clean and way too intentional. And then that just ends up pissing me off because it's like, if that's intentional, why the fuck isn't stuff like that in the rest of the movie? Oh,
Yeah, I don't
this
know.
movie is so
I
That's
think
frustrating.
it's not intentional because when there is intentional shit, like Neo having a different appearance, uh, you see that through reflections. That was really cool,
Yeah.
actually. Before the movie brings your attention to it, you can already see it through reflections
Mhm.
that he's not Keanu Reeves.
Oh,
You
no,
know?
no, Bug's looking at him and it's an old man, and then when they zoom
Yeah,
in, it's
it's Jeff
Neo.
Bezos.
But yeah, like it's just so much in this movie where it's like in the entire beginning too, if you put a side by side of all the Trinity scenes in the beginning and then you do it to the original Matrix, you just realize, why is everything lit so brightly? Why does this look like a cheap TV show? Why does this look so less grimy than the original? And oh my god, just thinking about all the
yeah.
visual shit makes me want to fucking die.
The only thing I can think of is that it was deliberate. Like I don't
I don't know.
I don't know. They were trying to make it like an update to the Matrix or something to further try to trick Neo or something. I
No,
don't
but then
know.
they do it for the rest of the
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Yeah.
planned, that's on purpose, because one thing that I really like about the old movies is that when you're in the Matrix,
movie. You
the
know.
way the movie is shot is completely different.
Mhm.
It's not just the green tint, it's everything, it's lighting, it's even to a certain extent it's the style
Yes.
of cinematography, you know. And the issue that I have with Resurrections is that it's way too clean.
Yes.
Like everything is way too clean to the point where Io doesn't feel like a dystopian future,
Yeah, IO
where
feels like I could live there.
yeah, and the Matrix doesn't feel like the Matrix. I don't know if that there's a purpose in
Mm.
that. Like, yeah, this is 60 years after the Matrix has evolved, and there's
Yeah,
failures in the systems, but it doesn't seem like it's on purpose.
Mhm.
yeah, that's the only thing I can really deduce. It's supposed to reflect how I don't know, I don't want to use this word again, but it's like how society, so to
Mhm.
speak, has evolved and
Yeah.
progressed.
Mhm.
But still, I don't like it. Like I told you guys, I'm sure you were the same way. I saw that initial trailer and I'm like, what the hell is
Why does it look
this?
like that?
Yeah, why does it look like that? Right? It's supposed to be like I don't know. It's they're trying to set you up for like, oh, this is utopia, everything's perfect, but actually it isn't. But yeah, I think I kind of just I will say it kind of I don't know if it left a bitter taste in my mouth, but it kind of stuck in my craw for the rest of the movie to where I'm like, okay, this thing is obviously never going to be what we saw before. So I tried to give it as fair of a shot going through the rest of the movie, but yeah, it was just that aside, it just was overall really messy to me. Even though I kind of liked the ending of the movie, oddly enough, in a way.
Oh, we'll
I
get
don't know if
there.
we want to jump that far ahead,
No, the
but
thing is,
yeah,
I feel
we'll get
like
there. But
this movie is just so much that I feel like chronological is the only way that we're gonna not lose our minds doing this.
yeah, I think we all liked the concept of an agent becoming
Morpheus.
the new Morpheus. That was
Well, no, no,
cool.
that's the thing. It's a Morpheus AI learning how to become an agent.
Okay. Yeah, okay. When you put it that way, that makes sense.
Mm. Which is why it pisses me off because it's like we took him out before he became even more interesting. Okay, you know what? Let's
Yeah.
go into the new world where Neo is a video game developer and his
Yeah.
company is called Deus Machina. And what was the name of the last person in Revolutions? Deus Ex Machina. Huh? Lana, get your
Yeah.
finger off my nose,
So,
please.
yeah, I have mixed feelings about this. So, there was only the one, I guess it isn't really a spoiler. The post-credit scene was that only one, right, where
Yes,
they're in the little office again.
correct.
Yeah, so I liked that because so like here in Austin, they have a lot of what I come to call tech bros. I
Yeah,
mean, Edwin, you probably know the reference, right?
yep,
It's like a lot of really millennial people. Their company is usually centered around software development.
yep.
They work out of these places called WeWorks. They're like temporary office space that you could rent in a high rise. They're all about their new hipster trending stuff. I joke that they have kombucha on tap, etc. So I did like them parodying all of that. So I got a good chuckle out of all that stuff. That was funny. But Jesus Christ, his one little, I don't know, the chubby friend. I called him Meatloaf because he reminded me of Meatloaf, the singer. God, I hated him so much. He was so goddamn
I
annoying.
I think
actually
that's the
go for it.
point.
I mean, okay, so
Yeah,
yeah,
I get
that's
it.
the point, but the idea is that to me, he's supposed to be a representation of the most annoying things that the Wachowskis saw from their fan base. Like, I feel like that's what he's supposed to be. It doesn't excuse him for being
Yeah,
annoying,
there
but like
was
he's still
just
annoying.
too much of him. Like I got the point after like one or two scenes, but it was like it felt like he was in way too much of the movie.
Mm, it-
At least for the first
And
half,
he's
I
not
was like, oh
even
my
there
god,
that
just
much. It just feels like he's so
no, he's not. It's just
overbearing.
He is that much.
God. Yeah, he is that much. He was just like I literally wanted to physically like push him away. Like, please get away from me.
But
Um,
well, then you can say that the movie was doing something nice because I think that's exactly his purpose. It's something to
He is the
be
handler.
more than he should. Yeah, and push Neo down whenever Neo tried to go away from this set path that the machines put for him.
Like that's the thing. There's so much of this movie, like all the shit that he talks about whenever they talk about what the original Matrix meant, and he's like, 2 words, bullet time. Like I feel like he's the person that just saw that all that and then went as surface level as possible and was like, I hate all this. Like I don't know how to explain him besides I think he's supposed to be just the punching bag of the people who really like the original Matrix.
yeah, I can understand that, and I think it's probably my broad reason why I don't like the movie because I feel like really with any franchise, once you start getting into really heavy meta
Yeah.
commentary about your franchise and what surrounds it, I unfortunately think you've more often than not just run out of ideas,
Mm.
which I don't think is the case with this movie because we have that idea about the agent and Morpheus. So it's like, why are you doing this shit? You're above this. That's like my core frustration with this movie.
Yeah.
Is like you're above this kind of. I don't know. I don't know if
Method.
I want to call it reactionary, but it's yeah. It's just like it's like cheap and I think it's kind of cheap and shallow to dive into meta commentary about your franchise and what surrounds it.
I think it's because if given the choice, Lana Wachowski would rather do another Animatrix than another full-blown Matrix
Yeah. See, I
sequel. You
don't.
know,
That
so
could very well be.
I think that comes from a place from frustration from herself. You know,
Which I think is also funny because they literally also released that Matrix. I don't know that whatever that
the Unreal
experience.
experience. Yeah,
Yeah, that real experience. It was just very funny. It's like she saw they were doing that as well, and she's like, "Well, fuck this. I'm going to make some commentary about literally,
The thing they're making me
making the
do.
Matrix a corporate product."
yeah.
Yeah. Which I don't know. I think in and of itself is cynical because it's still being, you
It
know,
still is that.
funded by
Yeah.
WB and everything. It still is itself a corporate product. But yeah, I think you're doing meta commentary, but you also want to do another Matrix movie. It's like okay,
These two things can't
um,
exist.
yeah. That's why I really didn't. The movie was never really going to gel with me. As soon as I realized, like, okay, they're just going to unload a dump truck of meta commentary on me. Never fully worked for me.
But I did enjoy the meta commentary because it
Same.
wasn't just about the existence of the movie itself. It's more a commentary on the industry as a whole and the fan base
Yeah,
and the movie itself and
Mm.
probably Lana Wachowski herself. You know, like you said, it's a very cynical movie.
Yeah.
If I had to describe it with one word, would be cynical because do you know what was the budget for the movie?
That's the thing. I don't.
I
190? Are you
think
fucking kidding?
yes, I think it was
What?
200 million. How do you spend
Where?
yeah. That's
$200 million to
not
make a movie that looks like it was made with $50 million? You know,
that's not surprising.
it
Unfortunately, that's
feels
like a
like it was
standard
on purpose.
Hollywood. It's like a standard Hollywood big movie budget at this point. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. That's another thing. I think when you delve into meta commentary, like immediately after, when you have something kind of thought provoking. Like I said, I don't want to bring this up again, but it's like the Agent Smith Morpheus thing. It's like you can't have both things coexist and it be I think, a cohesive, satisfying movie for me. Like if you want to do a full on meta commentary movie, that's fine. I just find those two types of things when you have like genuine exploration of philosophy, also you have meta commentary. Like I think you can have both. I just don't think those two things can coexist within one movie. But
Yet I think that this whole meta commentary thing with the movie was the best way to go because if they genuinely
I would
tried to
agree.
make a proper sequel to the Matrix, right?
Yeah.
It would have been shit. It doesn't matter how good it would be. It would have been shit because it would not have been the original Matrix. You
Yeah.
cannot live to those expectations.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree. and if you're going to pick between the two, do the meta commentary, especially with how all of this is played out, right? Like it's been some time between the movies. They wanted to do a bunch of, I don't know, some other cockamamie horrible ideas. So I think I definitely err on that side with doing the meta commentary. But I think the movie that we ultimately got just clashes with itself, which is frustrating. So,
The meta commentary was something that, had this movie not had, I would have been way more negative on it than
Exactly.
anything else. The whole meta commentary, basically, it was the perfect excuse for me to not be even more negative than what I was for this movie. The fact that the
that's fair.
meta commentary is there made me realize that this movie is not Jurassic World, where Jurassic World, that movie fucking hates itself. That really, really does. And the fact that the movie hates itself, but then at the very end, it just becomes everything that it hates, like, I really don't enjoy that movie because it is so cynical. This movie is so cynical too, but like the level of self-hatred for this movie is so high and so consistent, and it never wants to do what that cynical commentary does. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it doesn't give up like Jurassic World does at the end, but there are pieces where it gets really fucking close to giving up. But like the fact that it Oh, no, go for it, go for it. I feel like you were
No,
gonna.
no. I was just gonna say that it feels like the move. It feels like it gets to have fun with itself.
I don't think
Those
it has
moments
fun.
where
I think it hates
those
itself
mo.
so much.
No, I think that those moments where the meta commentary and the cynical stuff stops and you have like an actual movie probably isn't that good. Is when it tries to have fun with itself, like the Merovingian. That scene.
Dude, I
Yeah,
hate the Merovingian. Like, if we're jumping there, he was really good for like. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll down to my notes because like the Merovingian is good for like 2 or 3 minutes, but then as soon as he's like, and nobody talks anymore, you're texting it, and I was like, I hate this. This man isn't who he is anymore. He's just every single Facebook thread of boomers.
I love the
yeah.
I hated the Merovingian until his last line, and then I loved him.
I hated that. It was
Well,
so, oh my god.
As soon
as
as
soon again, it's kind of like, again, they're not subtle, right? There's no
no,
subtlety in this, so they give you like a first impression
I
right
think that was
away,
the line though. I
and
think the Merovingian crossed the line of like, okay, you don't have to be that obvious. And then the Merovingian,
well,
the sequel reboot remake.
it did a spin-off.
Oh my
Why is he
god.
Russian now?
I don't know, man. All I
yeah,
know is like I was like, shut the fuck up. You are ruining this. And especially because that entire fight scene in that warehouse is
He
terrible.
wouldn't shut
The
up.
fight
Yeah,
scene
it's a
is
yeah.
terrible
so
fight scene.
bad that like that's where I think the movie actually indulges way too much in Remember the Matrix when they have that fight down in the bathroom. I was like, this is cutting way too close that you're fucking up that perfect balance of letting me know that you don't want to indulge. That entire spot is so indulgent, like I hate this.
Yeah, I did like that the Merovingian was basically like a punching bag, and that was thinking evident as soon as he showed up. Like, oh, really? He looked like a homeless
I
guy,
loved it.
right?
I
Basically,
love
he
that.
was. As soon as I realized, like instantly, that he was going to show up to be a punching bag, I thought that was hysterical, and that's why I couldn't like. Obviously, this movie doesn't take itself all that seriously at all whatsoever, so that's why I don't really despise it. So that was an example of like, okay, I don't need to get too upset about this movie at all. And yeah, like the whole action scene was terrible. It was like something out of a CW
Yes.
cheesy TV show. I'm like, oh, this is so bad.
Just
But
that, and
yeah,
I don't know what his point was though, because it feels like he is so redundant to what the entire beginning of the movie is, where like that's the
And
thing,
that is
it's
the
not
point.
what, just basically what is it's but then okay, you see now
We
we're
have
just
no ideas. We need this. Remember the Matrix because we do, and we have to do this shit again.
that's the thing
Here's the
though.
Merovingian. You liked him.
The movie at the very
yeah,
beginning kind of feels like it wants to put up a fight. Like it's like I hate that I exist, but I'm at least gonna try and do something different.
Yeah,
And the Merovingian is like something where it feels like the movie gives up. And I don't like it when this movie gives up and just goes, "Hey, here you go. This is the shit you wanted, right?" It's like, no, you were supposed to be better than that.
I
yeah.
didn't
I
like
don't.
it. That scene is so bad. That fight scene is awful.
Yeah, exactly. I think what it is
Yeah.
that maybe you put the Merovinging away from some of that shit. I would have been like, okay, maybe this is okay, but it's
Put
just
him
an
in a nice
escalating.
suit and everything.
No, 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 no. I love that he's a homeless man. Like Neo did change shit in the Matrix, so that would probably fuck up the establishment. And the Merovingian is obviously part of the establishment as well.
Yeah, I can understand. I think what you're saying is you want him to still kind of be like this homeless guy, but not in that context of showing up out of nowhere and being like a whiny boomer on Facebook about remakes or
Wanting
something.
revenge.
Yeah.
I like meta text. He was just text. There was no reading into it at all. Whenever you just
Yeah.
hand me some shit on a plate like he does, like, no, 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 dress it up a little bit, make me fight a little bit for it. This man doesn't do that. He's just out here saying the entire. He's out here giving the
Well,
plot.
there was nothing subtle about him at all, right? Dating back to the original movies. I mean, he was very forward and flamboyant. I mean, he freaking gave a woman an
Give a
orgasm
cake.
in the movies, right? So there's nothing subtle about him. He's very forward and aggressive. But
Am I weird for saying that this is the line? Like, this is where I draw the line? Is that what it is?
I mean, again, the line was drawn for me where it's like, okay, I can't get too upset at this movie because I'm just laughing at this point
Yeah.
at the Merovingian. So
What I will say though is that as someone that really liked this movie at the end of it, as someone that came out of it with a positive outlook on it, that scene is the culmination of what's wrong with it.
I think that's what it is.
Because it's not well shot. It's not well. It is well shot. It's
Yeah,
not
no,
well
it's well
shot.
shot. Yeah, it's well shot.
It's not well shot. It's shitty choreography. It's trying too hard to pull back the roots of the Matrix and kind of missing the point at the same time. It's everything that this movie does right. It ceases to do right in that scene.
Mm. That's I think that's what it is, but I think the problem is that the rest of the movie feels like it's so at least smart. Like it knows what it's doing, and whenever it's bad, it always feels like it's with intention. I feel like the level of bad outweighs the intention at this scene, and that's where the moment like it really tips for me. Where I think after this, I don't really have that much that I enjoy because after this, they're pretty much purely in the Matrix. There's a couple of stuff I enjoy, but like then it leads into that final action scene that's just so fucking boring that basically becomes a zombie movie. And I was like, a lot of this is just gone down the shitter.
yes, yes,
I
yeah.
like
The
the swarm. I
I
thought that was
hate
really
it.
neat.
I love
I
the
really
idea.
okay. I love the idea of some motherfucker just dive bombing
yeah, that was specifically what
into a
I like.
car.
No, dude,
Just literally taking over people and using them as like
I
kamikaze.
love the meta text of it because it's kind of like that thing where Neil Patrick Harris talks about the end, how it's like he says sheeple unironically, and I fucking hate it. But like, I mean, that is kind of the idea of the swarm, isn't it? That all these people are just kind of controlled underneath the same ideology, and that is that unsubtle sharpness that I like. But the problem is that whenever they're portrayed, they're done in a fucking boring World War Z kind of way where it's like, I hate this. I hate this action, but the idea is so cool. It's a good one. Why is that this entire
Yeah,
movie?
that's a good example. Like the overall action scene was not good, but there was that one little nugget that John brought up that I also liked as well.
The
Just the
kamikaze?
concept
Yes.
of okay, we're just yeah, we're just gonna use these people as
Yes, I
bombs that we're
agree.
dropping. I
That was
did
actually
like that.
hilarious.
Yeah, the action was just way too much Neo Jedi
Yes.
powers. I'm like,
Yeah,
and it just really wasn't well shot. It was like Keanu, just stand there and raise your arms up.
I mean the dude
And
is 57. He
yeah,
can't fight kung fu anymore.
John Wick.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen the John Wick
Yeah.
movies. I mean, he's like throwing down pretty
Yeah.
hardcore, dude. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It was just really this movie was frustrating. Yeah, I actually overall I did like Neil Patrick Harris. He felt like if there was some, like I said, if the Matrix was going to undergo some progressions, some evolutions, if you will, or
Ha.
patches or what have you,
Ha.
I thought I thought he was pretty good overall. I liked him in the movie. That's
The,
probably not really a popular
the
take, but
Matrix patch notes, Matrix 2.0 patch notes, addressed the
yeah,
bug where people could slow down time and dodge bullets.
yeah, yeah,
Patch the part where the architect decided to show up and fuck things up. Added a character called the analyst. There we go. That's
The
perfect.
analyst.
yeah, the analyst. And I did like that that Smith was like a really like a wild card.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love that.
throughout the movie. That was a cool concept.
In the beginning, I
He was
dreaded
just
it, but he turned out to be one of my favorite parts of the movie.
Again,
yeah, he was
cool
just an
idea,
agent of
terrible
chaos.
execution. Why is he this
Yeah,
man? That's the thing. Agent
yeah.
Smith to me should just be kind of the corporate the corporate cold guy, right? I don't want him updated to the tech bro, okay? Which
Well,
oh fuck, that makes
But
sense.
here's the
I did like that he called him a Tom, right? So there's like this growth of familiarity in the building of I did kind of like that where it's like their relationship has grown, where it's not as informal anymore. He's not this like portrayed as this tight buttoned up agent of the
No,
government, so
but
to speak.
I think the point is that it's the evolution of corporate cronyism where you have the original Agent Smith basically looking like a G-man from the 60s and pretty much that's how
Yes,
businesses handled themselves. And then you
yeah,
update it to 2020 and you have the tech bro who's like, "Nah, man, we're friends. We're friends. I'm totally exploiting you. We're friends."
I did like that as well. He went from like a straight up government bureaucrat type to like we had discussed, like a tech bro type.
Fuck, I
I
hate
did
this.
like
I
that,
hate it. It makes sense now. Ah.
and I don't
it
and
makes sense
I
for Agent
like
Smith to be Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, I hate it.
and I do like Jonathan Groff and I like Neil Patrick Harris, but they were just not given good material to work with, right? Like literal down to dialogue and everything
I
else.
think Neil
They
Patrick
were
Harris did a really good job.
Yeah.
There.
he had better material to work
Yes.
with, certainly, and I like them both. I think they both did pretty well. They did the best that they could with the material they had. If I was an actor, I would, I'd want to be in a Matrix film as
Mhm.
well. Certainly
Who
more
wouldn't?
interesting than 99% of
I
other
know who
Hollywood
wouldn't.
films.
Hugo Weaving.
Yeah, but that's because they were
Uh,
shooting in Australia.
Yeah.
Dude.
and I mean, I don't know. I kind of, I was okay with Hugo Weaving not being in it.
Yeah.
Just the fact of not retreading
Then
was
why
fine.
bring back Neo and Trinity?
It may
Because
because
they were the MacGuffins,
no, but
basically.
actually, I read an interview with Lana Wachowski where she told that during COVID she lost her mother, her father, some friends, and she wanted to bring something that was familiar for her. She wanted to bring back something that she loved and she lost, and she wanted that to happen.
Yeah, and that's
Bring
fair.
back
And
everyone then.
I think when you delve into as much meta commentary as you have, I think you kind of need some tethers to the former stuff. And I liked the Neo and Trinity stuff in the movie. I thought that was kind of the only thing. Their relationship was what really kept me at all interested in what was actually going on and what they were attempting.
You bring back
But
all the three characters that died in the originals, except the one who lived.
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
yeah, I don't know. And the explanation was dumb. What did they say? Like they recreated them or something? They showed them like literally reconstructing them or
Yeah,
something? I don't know.
that is literally what
I'm
they
like,
did.
okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was good to see Keanu and Carrie Ann. I think she, especially her. I don't think I really see her in much
Yeah.
anymore. So it's always good. And they were good in the movie.
Yes.
Again, just with the material they were given. That scene in the cafe I thought was
Yeah.
really
We made
effective.
some kids happy, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah. They even named her dickish husband Chad, which is like the most dislikable white guy name ever.
I
I
mean,
think
and
so. That
also
was
the
funny.
fact that that's Chad Stahelski is
Yeah,
also just like,
yeah,
it's like, you knew what you were doing here. You knew what you were doing.
yeah. That was very effective. I like that.
Do you know that
And
the guy that plays Chad in the movie is Keanu Reeves'
Stunt double in the original.
stunt double in the original?
Yes.
That is
yeah,
awesome
yeah,
Mhm.
because
yeah. He's
that
the
makes a certain correlation with the idea of putting Trinity back with a sort of Neo
Yeah.
to keep her in her place.
yeah,
You see, that's the
yeah.
problem.
Literally doing a stunt.
Yeah,
Yep.
So much of this movie is like, fuck, that's a great idea. Why is it shot like this?
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
it.
It's frustrating.
I really like this movie. I'm really positive on it. I know it's not perfect. I wouldn't even
I'm
call it a
happy for
good
you. Like
movie.
No, that's the thing.
no,
You
it's like it's not a good movie, but I don't
Yeah, I
hate it.
don't
I
hate it
don't
either.
despise it. So
That's the thing.
no.
I appreciate what it is.
I am just so angry about how flawed it is because I feel like you can find someone to shoot this better and you can keep the ideas almost completely intact and this movie would become so fucking good if you just fixed how boring it looks.
Yeah.
That's what makes me so angry about this movie.
And I don't know. It's like that's the one question I would want to ask Lana is was this deliberate? Did you like deliberately shoot like it I don't know. It has to be. I cannot I mean, I'm someone who saw Jupiter Ascending in the theater, so
Oh
like
God.
I come from experience of laughably bad Wachowski films. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I did like the ending. I liked that it was really focused on Neo and Trinity in the end. I mean, can we talk about what was the human city? It
Io.
wasn't
Arneo.
Zion. What was it called? Io.
Io.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff
Isn't Io like
I didn't care
one of
for.
the moons of Jupiter?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, to be
Hmm.
fair, that's kind of cool. You have Zion, which I think is what, like, the
Zion is
first
more
city of like Jerusalem or something like
It's a
that.
revered, yeah, it's a revered, it's basically like a almost like a holy land,
yeah
like an oasis destination for,
the last
yeah,
humans.
city on a hill, if you
Mhm.
will.
And
Yeah,
then you
yeah,
have
yeah.
Io, which is a
Again, not
moon of
subtle.
Jupiter, which means like, oh no, we've at least progressed. You see, cool
Yeah.
ideas. Can you fucking? Ugh. I need to
Oh
stop.
yeah, and I spoke about this too, the IO stuff. Oh my god, the whatever they did with Jada Pinkett Smith, my god, it was so distracting.
This is something that I wanted to touch. What did you guys think of her? Because even though I liked having Niobe back, I
Yeah, I
felt
liked
like
the concept.
yeah,
I love the concept of like Niobe as like an older, jaded. I don't know about jaded, but
No,
older,
that's the
more
thing.
experienced,
She's
not
wiser.
jaded Jaden.
shut up.
No,
Shut up.
God damn it,
No. Ah! I'm gonna. Ah!
God, God, we have some nukes left,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you know what? We're sending one to Brazil. Oh my god.
Please do.
I like that she ended up being the leader, but my god, that like prosthesis or whatever you want to call it was so distracting.
Yeah,
Like, oh
it was
god,
not good. It was shitty.
yeah.
How the fuck did they waste $190 million in this movie? I do not understand.
Oh,
Speaking on that, I love the idea of ally robots. I don't know. I
yes.
Yeah,
forget. Did they reprogram
programs.
them? Did they just naturally turn? Yeah, they reprogram them.
No, no. So
I like that.
I think
Also,
what it is that I think those turned themselves because whenever you have the idea of the Civil War, I could imagine that maybe some of those
yeah,
robots did actually just be like, yeah, this is
which
bad. I wonder if the humans are like, how are they doing?
which is a million times more interesting. Which I don't know if they would be that interesting, but I would hope so. But I liked that they were allies. They trusted them enough to be allies within their actual
Yeah.
ships that were out going and doing
Mm.
shit, but also within the city as well was really cool. I liked again common theme here. Actually, a cool concept that in this case I thought was actually applied pretty
Yeah.
well for the most part. So I did like that.
Okay, so Niobe, I want to go back to her because even in Revolutions, she's like, I don't believe in the one, I believe in Neo. It's like, so she doesn't exactly seem like she's full on Morpheus, but she doesn't seem like she's full on Locke either. So she does
Yeah,
strike me as someone that would not put any belief in that because at this point, she's like, well, that's the one. Like, we already went through this. Anything else beyond this point is pointless. Like the prophecy is fulfilled if the prophecy were an actual thing. Like that's the thing. I have to believe she doesn't believe this. And to me, she also just seems like someone who grew up in just war forever. Like even what she says, she's like, yeah, like I just waited every single day for the robots to come back until I realized that like the peace you fought for actually was real. So she doesn't exactly strike me as someone who's cynical. She just strikes me as someone who now finally believes that they've reached peace and anything that would unbalance that isn't worth it.
yeah. She's not really. She's obviously tired, right? Because she's older and she's seen a lot. And my God, they went like to another fucking obnoxious quick flashback. Like, yeah, we get it. We know who she is. Like, Jesus Christ.
Remember
But
Naomi?
yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, we're gonna use all these prosthetics and we're still gonna do the flashback of her being younger. It's like, okay, you just kind of defeated that whole purpose. But all right. Overall, I thought the IO stuff was boring, but again, there were some cool tidbits.
To be fair, I like that IO is boring because it just makes it feel like, oh shit, you guys did progress. Like the world did change after everything that Neo did. Like it's not the Force Awakens where shit just gets reset. It's like, well, we're doing this shit again.
Yeah, that makes sense. And a lot of it was going on, like the little bickering they had with the volunteering. I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
okay.
No, no, that felt
Um,
like the cheese. Like that felt like the cheese where it's like all of you are
Yeah,
volunteering. Don't you know what's gonna happen? Or they were like, "Ma'am, yes, ma'am," and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is the Revolution's cheese. I'm in."
yeah, yeah, I get that.
And you're the only
let's
one
see.
I'm commanding to go. No volunteering. I'm like, "Oh god, this is. I didn't finish the training program. More, please, more." Uh,
All
Uh,
right, yeah. What else? What other? Was there any other ground that
Oh,
you
dude, there's so much.
specifically?
There's so fucking much. We
Oh,
haven't
Go
yeah, a
even
ahead.
talked
lot.
about the entire scene where they're reevaluating what the Matrix is, or they're talking about Warner Brothers and our parent company. So, like, let's start with the Warner Brothers parent company thing. Obviously, this is literally just Lana going, "Hey, look, I don't want this. You don't want this. We're being forced into it to just follow
We
me down the
gotta
rabbit
do
hole,
it.
huh?"
We gotta do it instead of what's the Transformers movie guys?
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay.
Michael Bay.
Yeah, you don't want a Matrix Michael Bay movie.
All right, so we're all in agreement with that. We don't need to touch on that, do we?
Oh no, that was. I don't think we even need to argue that. It was so upfront with it. That's pretty much the plot of the movie.
Okay, perfect. Now, the next scene though is something that like where they do the entire montage of what the original Matrix meant. I actually legitimately love this because it felt so
Yes,
much to me like, okay, you guys understand what you did then. You understand why this is such a bad idea and
it's
everything.
your fault.
Yeah. Dude,
It's your fault.
the conflicting ideas of everything that they say what the Matrix is and how look, I wrote so many quotes here. We need a new bullet time. We need to revolutionize gaming again. I took out gaming because like obviously that's the flimsiest fucking metaphor they just throw there. um a Matrix sequel cannot be another reboot, retread, regurgitated, and then one person replies, why not
the
reboot
Matrix,
sell?
the Matrix regurgitations.
Oh my god! The fact that Neo is eating a steak and it looks so much worse than the one Cypher is eating, like
Yeah,
it feels
Yeah.
so intentional.
it's a water steak.
Oh my god! Like so.
Yeah, I noticed that. I literally had that in my notes too. I'm like, okay,
Looks
we're doing
it
this.
looks like his lug.
Dude,
Yeah.
so much of that scene I think is something that I actually really like because it just feels like you guys understand what's going on then. You guys understand why this is a bad idea, and you've explained so many through different interpretations of what the original Matrix is that this is a bad idea. And I feel like this is the moment where I was finally disarmed and I was just like, okay, you know what? The suicidal thoughts are gone for a little bit. Go ahead and show me what you had. And then afterwards, the movie just kind of goes, eh.
Also, they did it with a really nice soundtrack, Jefferson Airplane. That song is awesome,
Yeah.
and the whole montage of taking the blue pill over and over and over and over again,
Mhm.
that brings back to the whole transgender correlation theory
Yeah.
that was in the original movie that no one noticed.
Oh, dude, there's a quote right
It
here.
was
There's a quote right here. Did you base your main character on yourself? And it's like, oh, come on. That's come on.
you know.
Like no, no, that's the thing because like it's such a deflection that Neo doesn't answer it. Did you base your main character on yourself? Hey
A
Lana,
little bit.
was the original movie a trans allegory?
Yeah,
Uh, uh
maybe. A little bit.
perhaps.
Perhaps. Maybe a lot of bit.
Oh my god. But yeah, like okay, actually you know what? The other thing as well is that with that scene, you know how they're talking about how Neo and Trinity can't be together? Like she gets the phone call like, "Yeah, my kid has a Lego in his nose, so I need to get that out." So it's like, you see, there we go. It's so it pisses me off again because it's like, oh, that's something set up where they can be together but not too close. It's set up there and you're why is this movie so smart and then it just so often does dumb shit?
Because he needs to.
Ugh.
Because it can't be a good movie. Maybe okay,
I
maybe I think I do like this movie, but I part of me wants it to fail because I don't want this to become another trilogy, right? I would hate that, and I think Lana wants that as well.
give me a TV
There
show.
is good enough.
Give me
There is a
anthology.
lot. There is a lot there to show that she really cares about the Matrix and the franchise, but there is also a lot that clearly shows, it screams in your face, I don't want this anymore, please make it stop.
Oh wait,
And
hold on.
could it been far-fetched that she made this movie kind of shit on purpose?
Morpheus walking out of the bathroom and going, "At last," and he was like, "I don't know if I wanted to. Is it a tragedy or is it a farce?" And it's just like, this is the entire movie. This is the entire
Yeah,
movie of just trying to chase that high, but it's literally Morpheus walking out of a bathroom. It's like,
with a yellow suit, by the way.
oh, okay, that yellow suit is dope. Like that man looked
That
clean.
I really like this dude as the new Morpheus.
Oh, I don't. That's the thing. I hate. I don't. I like him as an actor. I like what he does, but it also feels like they don't give him much to do. And also, if you're giving me Morpheus plus Agent Smith, can I have some Agent Smith in my Morpheus, please? Please?
Yeah, I didn't
I would say that you don't
I
even
didn't
get Morpheus in your Morpheus.
No, no, that's
I
fine.
didn't have
It's fine.
enough. I didn't have enough to render judgment, and I think the inclusion of Bugs kind of threw a wrench into a lot of that because she's not really any of those former roles. Like she's not really a Morpheus or a Trinity. I don't know if she's supposed to be like a fan insert
Yeah,
character of some sort. I think now that I'm kind of recollecting upon it, like what was her
her role.
actual role in the movie? Yeah,
I
she's
think
kind of like
she's closer to a Morpheus role than actual Morpheus.
No, that okay. Okay, yeah. I guess
I
it.
don't think so.
Not not
It
in
feels
not in
like she's
the character writing, but just in her purpose in the movie to introduce Neo again to this new world,
Yeah, but
new
that's the thing.
reality.
That's the very literal way to read it. Like, what is the meta text? Because like that's all this movie is. It's just fucking meta text.
If
yeah. So
just
I think she's almost like a fan
yeah,
insert character, but she's obviously not in the way that the meatloaf guy is, who's like super obnoxious and
is she the good
all
fan?
about.
Yes,
Yeah,
There
she's the
you go.
good fan because she's not focused on nostalgia, right? Like she knows how to operate in the new Matrix. She has command of things to some extent. She's familiar with what's going on,
she's still
and
rebelling.
she's more wired in, if you will, and aware of what's and she's obviously more
Since
rebellious.
we're
So
bringing up Bugs, I'm just gonna say I don't think I really cared for her. She existed. She was fine. She was here. I don't. That's the thing. I feel like the
no, I
peak
mean,
of her.
yeah, I would agree. My obvious sentiments for Jessica Henwick aside, I'm like, okay, she was fine. She just kind of had that, I don't know, sort of. I'm like plucky is too strong of a word, but she kind
I
of
mean
had
that it was down that
that
road.
vibe about her. Yeah, yeah, it was down that road.
I
Um,
I feel like the best moments in with where the movie got into the more actiony scenes were landed to her,
The
and
problem is that even those action scenes that she's in, it's
they
like,
aren't good.
yeah,
I like the
no,
move. I like the bit where she was jumping from the building and she jumped from like one ledge to the other, and then to the going down the Anderson, the hotel play just said Anderson in it.
Ugh.
That was a good bit ish. In the end, that's the biggest flaw with her. She's like a character for the audiences to. She's a vehicle for the audiences to watch the movie, right?
Mm. But
But she isn't even good at that.
God, just whenever when you reminded me of her falling down those lights, the slow mo. Why is the slow mo so fucking terrible in this movie? Like even whenever Neil Patrick Harris starts explaining his entire plan in the chop shop, it is the worst slow motion effect I've just
Would you
ever
say it
seen.
was choppy?
Yes. God, I was so angry at that where I'm like,
It was awful.
Why is this movie $190 million? You really couldn't just get a camera that films at a high frame rate and then roll it back at 24 frames? Can you really not do that?
it felt like oh, we'll fix it in post kind of thing after the fact. I don't know. Like the Apple thing, I guess I don't know. I guess that was kind of a cool concept.
Oh,
Here's
That's
the
the only
thing,
thing I
though.
really remember
They
about it.
did shoot a fucking apple,
yeah.
so they
Yeah.
had a high
Hi-
frame rate camera.
Yeah, like that looked good. The Apple looked good. Why the fuck does Neil Patrick
Yeah,
Harris look like he's running at 10 frames a second compared to everyone else?
Maybe that's the point because that's how Neo sees him because he can't see. I
M-
don't know in slow motion.
Make
Makes no
him
fucking sense.
make him look weirdly fast. Like make him look not juddery. It looks like they didn't have enough processing power
You
to get
know,
him rendered.
you know what would have been really cool if they shot him in slow motion and sped up his footage to match like current speed.
Yes, there are so many different things where none of us here have made a movie and all of us are like, yeah, you could have done this better. Oh. Okay, you know what? I'm bringing this up. The new Smith, the moment that he screams out, "Mr. Anderson," I wanted to die. I felt my
Yeah, that was
soul
really bad.
leave me for a little bit, and it's like, it's time to go. We don't need to be here for this. Like, I was so angry at that point where I was like, do you realize what shoes you're filling in? And then it's insult to injury the fact that they have Bane over here who did it perfectly. And then you have just this guy now. Just this guy. Mr. Anderson! Like, ugh.
I mean, the compromise for having a good Smith impersonation is cow eyes. You
Oh,
need to have the cow eyes.
dude. Okay, another thing is that in the shooting, the actual shooting, way too fucking often in this movie will a person be like 5 feet away with an entire fucking automatic rifle, and they're just missing all their shots. Like, I don't understand why it seems like they had stormtrooper syndrome.
Because Lana told them no, the main cast has to live. Also, this pisses me off. Why did no one die?
Yeah, you're right.
No one died.
Fuck, you could have at least had some of the extras die on that ship.
Not a single. The only people that died were the dive bombing guys.
Well,
Because not
do we
even
know if they actually are?
Smith didn't die. The analyst didn't
Yeah,
die. No one died.
no one in their crew even died, did they?
Nope.
No,
Now that I think of it.
nobody. There were zero stakes.
Maybe that's also meta commentary that most franchises are too afraid to kill off any characters.
Remember
you know?
the Matrix when every
don't know.
single character died one by one?
Tell you, man,
Which
trailers.
was
Why is-
almost a horror movie.
No, sorry.
Why is
Remember trilogies. They would die
Yeah.
at the end, man.
Yeah, the person that likes this movie the most is making us like it less and less now, it sounds like. So.
Dude,
maybe it's some meta commentary on like Lana brought Neo and Trinity back to life, so she didn't want anyone else to die. She doesn't want characters she love to die, you know, because even
Yeah.
someone like the
don't
analyst,
know.
which is an absolute piece of shit, she likes that character.
oh, I like him.
In retrospect, I liked that his name is Analyst because I think I don't know, maybe I can probably speak to this more than you guys, but the word analyst is like the most mundane, overused fucking title in I think
Yes,
in current
correct.
corporate society right now, or the corporate realm.
Blank analyst.
It literally means next to nothing. Like you just slap, and it's one of those titles that sounds interesting and intelligent, but it really means nothing.
I staple the
It means
sheets.
to look at something.
It's like the new specialist, basically. Yeah, so I like that. It kind of kept up with the whole kind of corporate drone aspect of what they were going for in the first film.
At this point, I'm just throwing shit out for my notes. Yahuwah Abdullian did not get training for this, did he? At all? Like he did.
You mean like for the fight
Yes.
scene, the sparring scene?
Yeah,
Oh,
that had
sparring
to have
scene.
been a
Oh.
fucking.
Yeah.
Oh my god! That's the thing that I was talking about specifically when it came to the train scene in the original. Like you could tell that's Neo and that's Keanu Reeves and that's Hugo Weaving. You see this and it's like, yeah, it might be Keanu, but like it's definitely not Yahuwah Dean. Like that is definitely a stunt double, and it's like it pisses me off so much because like they're so zoomed out so you can't see their faces, and I'm like, why did you do this? Why
You know
can't
what-
you
And
just do it?
and he's a younger guy
Yes.
too, so it's not an excuse. It's like it's not
Yeah.
like if Hugo Weaving was older now and they was in the movie. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not like Keanu Reeves that just force pushes everybody.
God, the force
Yeah.
pushing is so an age thing, isn't it? Like it's probably like a lazy thing where it's like, yeah, we could do choreography, or we can just have him go.
Which
Yeah.
brings me to talking about Keanu acting like while force pushing. Reminds me of that scene when the first shootout happens in Deus Machina gaming complex where we're making the game.
Oh,
The scene where the explosion happens and Keanu's just
my
like,
god,
"Yeah."
gnarly.
Gnarly, dude. I swear to God, every single sentence that Keanu said in this movie, I expected him to end. Dude,
Whoa.
that's super excellent.
Whoa.
That was
you
Ted.
broke through
That
my
was Matrix
model.
feet. Ted.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope he got a good payday. I hope
Oh,
he's
he
all
got
happy.
it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
15
yeah.
million of those 190 millions probably went to him to convince him to come back.
Okay.
Yeah. So do we want to just hop around to whatever
Yeah,
now
no, no.
within the
So that's the
movie?
thing. Right now, we're gonna top over to the IO shit, where like they explain a whole bunch of stuff, the ship things. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about the ships. Do you like this? The news, uh Scorpion ships?
I don't even specifically remember them
Wow.
in this movie.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because
Yeah,
like, oh wow, am I the only
I
one?
stand with Poot.
Wow.
You saw the
Okay.
movie twice. I saw it
No,
once.
I no
You're
no.
the you're the lore nerd. You probably have their model numbers and everything already ready.
Of course, the
What's the name of the new ship?
uh Nemesine.
Nimacine.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I have that one memorized too. Um, okay, fine. You know what? We'll just talk. I'll just go briefly about it. I like it. They're like little scorpion tails at the back. They're dope. I like them. Okay. Um, the other things we already talked really about the robots. Do we want to go into the civil war that the robots had?
Oh, that was
Uh,
a really cool idea that got the same attention as any piece of just
Any other
random dumping of information.
the Civil War is such a cool idea to know that Neo kind of fucked up the robots so badly, and there were probably a huge mass of human beings that were getting unplugged from the Matrix, and they started fighting for whatever resources were left behind. I
And
think,
that is why we need a second Animatrix to
yeah,
tell stories like that.
dude. Okay, the history, but give me a part three of the history, but it's the Civil War of the robots and how some of them started coming to the
The
humans.
third Renaissance.
Fucking oh my god, that's dope. I would love something like that. Um let's see. I guess we can talk about how Morpheus died. Did Morpheus just kind of die with faith in Neo, and did he accept that because Neo was the one that everything was going to be good and there were still so many issues, so when they died it's like, ah, thank god that man's gone?
I don't know. It just felt like something that they needed to acknowledge. Lawrence Fishburne wasn't in the movie anymore. So, but I did like that they built a statue to him because, like I said, it kind of calls back to in Reloaded, I believe, where he's propped up as like a
A Messiah.
religious zealot. Yeah, 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 as like a prophet almost. So I did like that. I think it was nice to acknowledge it. We're still not sure why Lawrence Fishburne wasn't in the movie. Are we? Do we know that?
I don't know. John?
Probably
I
he
don't
didn't
know.
want to take part in it.
But it was at least, yeah. I mean, you have to hope it wasn't like anything like a falling out or something.
You
But
know
it
what
was nice that they
sucks?
acknowledged it.
Yeah, I hope
I
so.
just looked up Lawrence Fishburne, and when you Google him, Yahya Abdul Mateen's picture shows up.
Yeah, it's just a racist. Jesus.
All right. So what I have here in my notes: rumor of the analyst taking over for the architect, but Morpheus had faith in Neo would take care of it. So I think what it is that maybe there was a way that the analyst could have been sniped before all this happened, but Morpheus was like, ah, well, Neo's kind of got it. Like he's still out there fighting for us. We're all good now. Like part of me thinks that maybe that just leads a little bit to Niobe's kind of cynicism, that it's like, well, we had faith in you and just complete blind faith. We're not in heaven. We're still on earth. So there's always going to be another issue. I don't know. Part of me almost read it like that.
Could have been him not being the movie, just the fact that really Niobe would be a better character to have outlived everyone else.
Eh, I would have loved to
I
have seen Commander Locke.
Yeah, Locke or wait, didn't Locke die in front of us?
No, no, no. You're thinking of Mifune.
Oh yeah, that's true. But either way, even not even the kid from
Oh, yeah.
Reloaded
Kid's
shows
not
up.
here.
Yeah, he died off camera,
I mean, probably.
like every dignified character.
All right. There's just that's the thing. I want to jump this line out. It was simpler then. People wanted to be free. It's different now. It feels like people don't want to be free, like the Matrix One. Uh, yeah, that just sounds like I want to be some sedated shit.
Who was that? Was that Niobe?
Yes. Oh wait, no, no, that's not Niobe.
Yeah,
That's
I
one of
can.
the other guys who's escorting Neo to Niobe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that could be. I don't know what that commentary is on specifically. It could be that how things are really calm and peaceful and there's no real conflict. They may not. The issue may be they have to develop their own sense of purpose because obviously, if you're fighting a war, there's like an obvious um, conflict that's confronting you. So your surroundings kind of dictate what your purpose
Hmm.
is. Whether like that kid who wants to fight in the war, even though he's only 16 or 17, like a kid that age has no business being in a
Yeah.
war, right? Or like any kind of life or death conflict like
Hmm.
that. So when people are left to, I don't want to say things are too good, but like when they're fully and left entirely to their own devices, some people may not know what to do with that. So they may end up being listless and kind of like the idea is that idle minds, like idle hands, also do the devil's
Mhm.
work. So that could be what they're
Same
commenting on. But
concept,
maybe I'm,
same concept as
yeah, but
the
maybe
first Matrix.
The,
yeah, maybe I'm reading too deeply into that. But that could be.
the way I always read it is that, well, I mean, people don't want to be free, and it just sort of seems like, well, the war isn't happening, so we have no motivation to free them, so we have more bodies to fight. Which then just kind of makes it really cynical about why you're thinking that people were freeing each other in the first trilogy. And it's like, oh shit, that's actually kind of dark, and I like the idea of that.
I do too, because I mean, when you're freeing all these people, right, you don't necessarily know how they're going to turn out. Like when you bring them to Zion or Io or something. Look at what's his name, Joey Pants from the first Matrix.
Mm.
He ends up obviously being still susceptible to being a servant of those in power. So, yeah, again, would have been nice if they explored some of this stuff instead of as a little aside comment while they're filling time to escort him to Niobe. But
Yeah.
oh well.
Okay. I guess from here, I guess we can probably just jump straight to the ending, which like is the scene where that's the thing. I'm pretty sure we don't really want to talk about the action at all in the end, right?
No,
No.
No.
Okay. So Trinity and Neo show up and they confront the analyst. I mean, what is that scene? Really, I don't get it. It just sort of seems like, yeah, we're gonna move forward now, and then they just fly off, and it's like I don't really get what I'm supposed to be reading into that.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like a little bit of a retread of
the ending with the
Revolutions.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
except they're both alive, and it's just like, oh, we're going to come to an understanding again, and it feels, except it feels like they're coming to an understanding, but there's also a way for them to have a proper buffer against the machines now, almost like they're going to act as the guardians of the freed humans.
Like,
So that it was almost like it wasn't so much a understanding as it was a warning. Like, don't fuck with us because we're here now, we're around. And I did like that. I actually,
we're queer, get used to it.
yeah, yeah. And I think I felt like they did a little bit of a retcon where it was like, oh, it was Trinity and Neo the whole time, which, like,
So I want to refute that a little bit because I had that initial idea too, but on my
yeah,
second rewatch, whenever Neil Patrick Harris was talking about like how he ascended into power, he was talking about how it's like, well, you guys don't really care about facts, you just care about feelings, and that's something that the architect couldn't understand. So what my thought process is that this Matrix is one that is using a different formula than the previous one. So while
It's
this,
feeling driven.
yeah, exactly, instead of like
yeah,
logic and fact driven. So, which the meta commentary on that, Jesus Christ, but we're not going to go there. I feel like that one speaks
yeah,
so much for itself that we don't even need to say anything about it. But
So woke.
so in my mind, the formula that he's working with now has two remainders instead of one, because Neo was the imbalance in the Matrix to keep it all in balance. But now the new Matrix that's feelings based is now using both Neo and Trinity as the remainder, which probably gives her the power.
yeah. Which I think leads me to the question again. It's like the way the movie is shot and the look of it can't be done. I guess if you want to call it bad, it can't be accidental. Like it has to be when you're talking about this new Matrix being focused more on feelings, like everything is literally brighter and it feels warmer and is more colorful and is more vibrant. I think that was a calculated decision on
God, it was a bad
the
decision.
machines or the analyst
See,
part.
the
Yeah.
movie's back at being good
Well,
again.
No.
yeah. Well, exactly. And I don't, again, it's obviously jarring and I didn't like it, but I think I understand it more now, especially after talking about it with you guys. But yeah, I liked that aspect, and I like that it again. It focused on it eventually focused on Neo and Trinity. I thought it took a little bit too long to get there, but yeah,
It made
I
sense.
did like it. Yeah, it made sense, and I think if you're gonna bring them back, that's the where you should probably take it, not have them be like the way they did it horribly in the Star Wars movies. But that's another
Also, taking it
deal.
back to Revolutions and Trinity being also super powerful, someone that takes that long to die has to be like the second one.
Yeah,
Dude, this girl is just
That's true as well.
whispering
She
the
has a
entire.
lot of blood in her body. You wouldn't have idea.
This girl
You have like
recites
7
the.
pints of blood in your body. No, she has 27.
And I like the idea of needing both of them to help power the new
Yes,
Matrix,
Yeah.
like literally using them as batteries or whatever, however they
they're the
refer to them
stabilizing
was
force,
good.
so the rest of them can be used as batteries.
Yeah, I did like that. There was one other thing. I don't know if we wanted to.
Go for it, because I think I'm kind of done
What
here.
did you guys think of older Sati and that whole thing with her dad?
Bonk. What?
No, well, okay, you went fine. That's okay, whatever. Bonk. There you go. Here you go.
What? What?
No, John said bonk.
Bonk. Okay, yeah, Bonk. Obviously, okay, Bonk. Yeah.
I think
Um,
the whole heist scene that went full cheese mode. The heist scene where they had to steal
yeah,
Trinity.
the little cut back and forth felt too conventional for
That's
this
yeah.
for the series. Yeah. What did you think of the thing with her dad and building the pods and all that stuff?
That felt like something where it's like, you know what? Fine. That's really convenient, but okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt
whatever.
convenient. Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say the
It
same.
felt
It's
like
kind
something
of
like,
like,
okay,
oh,
I guess.
we need an explanation for this. Here you go.
Yeah.
Remember the Matrix.
Remember
Yeah.
Sati?
Yeah.
Remember Sati? She said she was going to paint a whole beautiful sky for Neo.
She lied. There was never a rainbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that whole scene was like drawn out a lot.
And
I'm
I
like,
like
okay.
because that's also something that was brought to bearings with the analysts. He said, "Oh, you're gonna paint a nice rainbow in the sky now."
Well, we weren't, but that's a really good idea. I like rainbows.
Yeah,
All right, so
I really like that scene.
yeah, Sati, I kind of like that they brought her back as like, oh, I didn't expect that, and you know what? Just yeah, sure, give her more. Her parents being part of the thing that made him possible to come back. I was like, that's a little too much. The whole heist thing, I was like, I don't really care. Like none of it looks interesting. The only thing I do like though is that Kujaku, the specific like bird machine. I love Kujaku. I want a Kujaku.
I really
Yeah,
like him.
that
For a second, I thought that he was going to betray them.
No, Kujaku's a
yeah, I
good
did too.
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kujaku, I will say Kujaku did remind me of something out of Jupiter Ascending,
Oh,
unfortunately.
so
So he has that little bit of a stigma, but it was a cool design. Like that movie is terrible, but there's some cool artistic design elements within it, and I could see some Jupiter Ascending in this movie, which kind of makes sense. But I hated the whole like I don't know what you would call him, like the way Morpheus looked, like the little pin. I don't know what you would call him, like the
oh
body made out of
the
pins
little
or
balls.
Magnetics.
yeah, that was so dumb. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that was stupid. That's what I mean when I say that you could have used the idea of literal meat bags for programs to come to our world. You know,
Yeah,
Oh God,
but they did this much more convoluted manner.
God, can you
yeah.
imagine like if there was a really shitty person and everyone just kind of agreed, yeah, you suck. We're going to put you into the Matrix and make a program take you over instead.
Because that wouldn't go wrong.
Hey, look,
Maybe they tried it. Maybe it didn't happen.
dude, Jim sucks. I like the Merovingian more. Can you put the Merovingian in?
Ah,
Is,
I have no words.
okay, is there anything else about this movie? Because I think we're done.
Yes.
All right.
Why would you end the movie with such a fucking shitty cover of a legit good song?
Oh yeah. Okay, you know what? No. So I'm gonna tell you guys something that I learned about that song. The lead singer of that cover band apparently has video footage of her pissing on a fan's face on stage.
What?
Now you have to yes, now you have to learn with this information. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that cover is not so bad after all.
That's pretty metal, I guess.
Could have been worse.
Okay, so yeah, that ending song, I was like
It was garbage.
my eyes rolled. I was like,
Yeah,
this
it
is
was not good.
this was
You
another
had
cross
one
the
job.
line.
Yeah, it was like Lano said, "Hey, I know all of the Rage Against the Machine song choices have not been subtle and have been too on the nose, so I'm just going to use a sledgehammer this time, and it's not gonna go downwards; it's gonna go upwards to your nose, caves into your brain, basically. So
Like
And it's also going to be the same song, okay? but the singer
Yeah.
is gender swapped. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say it because I feel like it needs to be said. Somehow we didn't bring it up at all for Resurrections, but Lana really hates how everyone else interpreted this movie, right? Like she really hates how some of the people globbed onto this movie and made it mean things that she didn't want it, right?
Oh, you mean the original
Yeah.
Matrix? Yeah, I don't know, but
That's her own fault,
I
though.
mean that comes with having a really broad appeal movie.
Yeah,
That's kind of the blessing and the curse, unfortunately,
I would
that
say
comes with the territory.
that's what I mean when I say it's her own fault because, like I said earlier, when I watched The Matrix, I had no idea what it really was supposed to mean, and I really loved everything else that she didn't want it to mean. You know.
No, so like I
Yeah.
think okay, I want to dive into this because I feel like I left it just as broad as the original Matrix was, but like I feel like this movie so much is just like slapping you over the face of like this is what I meant about it, which honestly at the end of the day, you know, the author is dead. You can read the Matrix however you want. And Resurrections to me is always just kind of like a like her putting her flag down of like no, this is what I meant. And it's not like people read interviews or watch things on YouTube of her. So making a movie yelling, this is what I mean, is probably the best effective way to explain this is what I mean.
I'll give it to her.
I I think so.
Okay.
I just don't think it was an effective
Oh,
job
I agree.
of doing so.
Yeah, I don't either. But at this point, what else can you get it out of
Yeah,
that movie? You
it's
know.
like when you convey a really what ended up being a really broad message in the original movie, and then you do this movie now that tries to be specific but is very very messy, is not
Yeah.
effective to me. It gets muddled, which is what this movie
Yeah,
is.
it's very convoluted. It is
Yeah,
very convoluted because you're not
yeah,
only you're trying to bring back the Matrix, you're also trying to put a Cloud Atlas style love story in it. You know, you're trying to upgrade the Matrix. You're trying to put back again a lot of old concepts, all the while trying to be a meta movie, but also trying to create some fucking legacy. It's too much for one movie.
At the end of the day, all I have to say is that even though with how much I don't like this movie, I still enjoyed it more than Spider-Man.
I haven't seen the Spider-Man yet. Actually, I've heard the Spider-Man because when I was watching Resurrections, there was a lot of sound bleeding from the next room.
That's how it always goes. That's how it always goes.
That was awful.
Okay, anything else? Did we finally get through all the Matrix?
There are the MMO video game. You want to
No,
play that?
no, no. We're not going to talk about the Path of Neo. We're not going to talk about Enter the Matrix. We're not going to talk about the MMO. No.
Matrix Unlimited, Unlimited, Infinite, something like that.
Oh.
Matrix,
Well,
Matrix Lunchbox.
Matrix ODST.
Uh,
Matrix: The Revenge, the seven
wait,
thousand
isn't
fan movies.
wait that Unreal Engine 5 thing is literally called The Matrix Awakens, right? Is that
Yeah.
right?
No, Reawakens.
Am I wrong?
Yes,
Jesus Christ.
By the way, I watched that again and no, sorry, I actually played that like a day
I
or
played
two
that.
Did
ago,
you?
and they had a moment where Neo basically looks dead at the camera and is like, "Don't trust the marketing team," and I'm just like,
Yeah,
"Oh my god!"
the
Ah!
the meta
Yeah.
aspect of the movie carries over to that demo.
Yeah, I think I downloaded the demo and then I just uninstalled it. I didn't even play it.
Smart
It
move.
was
Whatever.
worth it. It was fun.
Was it?
No.
Okay. No.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun in the same way where Edwin thinks that Fast and Furious is fun.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. Fine.
Oh wow.
Fine.
Wow. That's a shot across the bow.
Fine. Okay. Whatever. That's the thing. The Fast and Furious is my whipping boy. All right. It's bad, but it's also really entertaining. Like that's revolutions to me. So like, you know what? What can I do?
Yeah.
I can't say anything.
Okay, to summarize Resurrections, best way that I can put it, I said this before. It's an awful sequel. It's a terrible sequel. It shouldn't exist, but it's a really good companion piece. You know, it's something that hey, we also it should be taken as hey, we also did this, but it's not canon. Okay, please just we put a lot of effort in here. Actually, not
Where's the
really,
effort?
but it's not canon. Not canon.
All right,
And if you take it seriously, it's not good.
Poot. Any final thoughts about Resurrections?
Resurrections, no. I only watched it once. I may look to rewatch it
I'm so sorry.
soon. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure as shit not gonna buy it or anything,
Good.
but yeah, I may check it out again just to see if I missed any little tidbits here or there. No, I didn't know what to expect going in. I watched one trailer that I hated. I did like that it eventually centered on Neo and Trinity's relationship, but other than that, I didn't really glean much positively from it. So
Resurrections, it is incredibly good ideas stuck behind terrible execution, where honestly the best way to watch this movie is to not actually watch it, just kind of glance over every once in a while and make sure you're listening to what they're saying. God. Well, you know what? I'm still happy this movie exists, because if I really just got the remember the Matrix, remember the bullet time, I would have probably hated that even more. So at the end of the day, even though I don't like this movie, I am still happy it exists, and I will probably never watch it again. But at least it
Yeah,
made
it
my
is.
brain work for 2.5 hours instead of just for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it is better than the alternative. Michael Bay, The Matrix, Revengeance.
The revenge. All right, that's it. We're good. We're good.
We're good.
yeah,
All right, end card.
Hey, look at you. You got to the end of the episode. From episode 0 to the day that I finally get lazy and cancel the show, a big thank you to Joey Rawlings for providing the perfect name for the show. Be sure to always give him thanks, either out loud as you're listening to this, or you can just send him a thank you tweet at boogeyman117_. That's boogeyman117, IE instead of Y, double O. Be sure that it's an underscore, not a dash, 117.